Chapter 281, Your Highness. Serenade descended from the carriage, supported by her escort. Naturally, that escort was her loyal subordinate Elise, who was carrying a massive sword coffin. It must have been a tough journey, Serenade. I spread my arms to welcome my guests. Serenade and Elise both slightly bowed to me. Hidden beneath her strands of sapphire blue hair, Elise's expression was neutral, but she stole a quick, disdainful glance at me. Her complexion looked fine. She must have been doing well. Serenade stood straight and smiled warmly. I apologize for the delay. We've been clearing the road from the imperial capital to here. It took a bit longer than expected. What did you say? You came here while also clearing those treacherous mountain roads. I thought they were taking a while to arrive, but that wasn't the reason. They accomplished an unimaginable task in no time, these people. With newfound admiration, I looked at the members of the Merchant Guild. They started to look like heroes against all odds. Our Merchant Guild undertook the nationwide road project, and we're not entirely finished. We've only completed the most basic stages as we made our way here. Serenade pointed towards the cargo wagons behind her. Still, this shouldn't interfere with the magic stone distribution. If you grant the permission, we can start shipping magic stones from Crossroad to the Imperial capital as early as tomorrow. You've done well, Serenade. Thank you. As I expressed my gratitude, Serenade fidgeted with her fingers, appearing somewhat shy. Oh no, Your Highness, it's a promise I made with you. There's no need for thanks. Ah, okay. Yes, you're making me feel embarrassed too. I scratched the back of my neck, feeling awkward. Just then, a strangely fluffy atmosphere began to form. Um. Standing beside me, Evangeline, who had been shivering, looked up at Serenade with a shocked face and began to mumble. This mature, sophisticated, and beautiful woman, could she be? Ah, let me introduce you. Evangeline, this is Serenade, the owner of the Silver Winter Merchant Guild. I introduced Serenade to Evangeline. Serenade, this is Evangeline, the heir to the Margrave title of Crossroad. Pleased to meet you, Evangeline. My name is Serenade. I look forward to working with you. Serenade took the initiative to bow, demonstrating flawless etiquette. It was a greeting with not a single flaw. I'm also pleased to meet you, Serenade. But Evangeline, who had been sneaking glances between Serenade and me, suddenly asked. Actually, when I was living in the imperial capital, I read a lot of gossip magazines about the two of you. I rested my forehead in my palm. Now that I think about it, this Evangeline character collected and read all sorts of scandalous magazines about me when she was attending the academy in the imperial capital. All kinds of rumors were rampant about the relationship between the two of you. I was so curious that I couldn't sleep. Please, just tell me one thing. Evangeline hurled a fastball directly at Serenade. What exactly is the relationship between you two? Huh, well, you see. Confused and hesitant, Serenade cautiously glanced at me before mumbling, her face slightly flushed. An ex-girlfriend, maybe. At this, Evangeline's eyes popped wide open as she let out a loud squawk. Ex-girlfriend? Why does saying it like that make it sound like she was an ex-rank girlfriend or something? Wait, you mean you dated someone this pretty senior? No, I mean I didn't date her. Well, I did, but as I stammered, Evangeline, who had been trembling, suddenly punched me in the shoulder. You womanizer. Bad man. Why the hell did she hit me? Thank you for coming all this way, Serenade. Young Lord's mansion, the drawing room, sitting across from each other with some light refreshments, I asked Serenade, is everything all right? You must have plenty of work in the imperial capital. Was it really necessary for you to come all the way to this Margrave's territory? Businesses in Silver Winter's Merchant Guild have all stabilized. Alberto has been a huge help with the new projects in collaboration with the imperial family. I was pleased to hear Alberto's name. The old butler who used to handle Star Palace, now it seemed he was making a name for himself in his second life at Silver Winter's Merchant Guild. I've put Alberto in charge of overseeing businesses in the imperial capital. He's extremely meticulous, given his lifelong service to the imperial family. His connections are also extensive, so in that aspect, he might even be better than me. And for emergencies, we can communicate through messenger eagles. The Merchant Guild of Silver Winter had a communication system using messenger eagles. Some even came along with the Merchant Guild's convoy this time. If something urgent came up, I could contact them using those birds. But still, Shouldn't the guild leader be in the imperial capital rather than at the end of the world in the south? Also, Serenade, stirring her tea with a spoon, began to shake slightly as she spoke. Alberto urged me to go wherever my heart desires. He pushed me to. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The atmosphere has been getting increasingly mushy. My tolerance for this kind of mood isn't great, you know. Ash, get out here and handle this. Weren't you her first love? And most importantly, at that moment, Serenade's expression became serious. I absolutely need to tell you something in person, Your Highness. I blinked in surprise. She had something to tell me. Inhaling deeply and looking straight at me with her silvery gaze, Serenade was about to speak when she turned her gaze abruptly to the side. Ha! I looked in the same direction. Ha! Lucas was standing at the entrance of the drawing room. Hiding his massive body behind the door and only peeking his head in, he was checking out the situation. Hey, big dog, you think that's going to hide your size? It's been a while, Sir Lucas. How have you been? Serenade was the first to wave and greet him. A flustered Lucas rolled his blue eyes around and awkwardly scanned the room before finally saluting. It's been a long time. Miss Serenade, why are you standing there? Come in. You're the prince's escort after all. Ah, well, you see. Lucas glanced at me cautiously. I was also sweating bullets internally. Shall I, resume my escort duties, my lord? Lucas, who spoke those words, still had bandages wrapped around various parts of his body. He had been left neglected in a cell for a week, even after the battle had ended, without receiving proper treatment. He would need a few more days for a full recovery. You're not fully healed yet. Rest a few more days. But don't push it. Understood, my lord. With an expression like a dog abandoned by its owner, Lucas staggered away, exiting the reception room. Serenade, who had been watching Lucas' retreating figure, awkwardly smiled before asking. Sir Lucas seems to have changed quite a bit in his demeanor, hasn't he? He used to be more. No, it's just, Feeling somewhat embarrassed, I hastily sipped my tea and briefly explained the recent events. The last battle had been incredibly dangerous. As the situation grew dire, Lucas unleashed his own berserk state, exposing himself to danger. He had almost permanently lost his humanity, becoming a beast. I also told her that I had severely reprimanded him so that he would never resort to such means again. For the past few days, the atmosphere had been awkward between us, I admitted honestly. Your Highness, hasn't Sir Lucas been your escort since a very young age? Serenade, after hearing my explanation, softly spoke. Did you really have to discipline him to that extent? I almost lost him. Lucas is the protagonist of this game. He's essential for the strategies ahead and is also a valuable comrade. Despite warning him not to use such a dangerous double-edged sword called beastification, he had almost impaled himself. I had to apply the brakes to his rampage. The battles to come will only get more intense. If I didn't rein him in now, Lucas could potentially do something even more dangerous. That's why I had to be harsh. More than anything, Serenade, this is a fortress city. I am the commander of this garrison. With a heavy heart, I looked down at the cup of tea in my hand. My reflection shimmered on the surface of the rippling tea. Hierarchy is necessary. Even if a knight is loyal, if he continues to disobey me, I have to punish him. Of course, I'd prefer to interact with my comrades like friends. Creating stiff boundaries isn't my style, but when needed, it must be clearly ingrained that I hold the reins of life and death on this frontline. I understand your point, Your Highness. Serenade softly smiled at me. But even if mistakes are punished, should not merits be rewarded as per military law? She was right. I was at a loss for words. Sir Lucas may have made a mistake this time, but he also achieved something in this battle. Lucas was indeed the MVP of this stage. He had single-handedly crushed the enemy's main force. Sometimes, stern punishment is necessary, but what really moves a person's heart are a few warm words. Even if Sir Lucas' actions were a bit misguided, they were all done for Your Highness. You've already given him his punishment, now you should mend his spirits. Yes, I knew that. From Lucas' perspective, his actions were done out of loyalty. And of course, we had to reconcile. We couldn't continue like this, awkward and on edge. But that, reconciling after a fight is easier said than done. If it were up to me, I would bow my head and apologize first. But the scolding I gave Lucas wasn't as an individual. It was a decision I made as a frontline commander. I had meted out punishment to a subordinate officer in my role as a superior. For the sake of maintaining discipline in the army, I couldn't be the first to apologize. This was the military after all. But honestly, I feel like I might have been too harsh. As Serenade said, Lucas had used his beast form in the last battle and had also been the MVP by killing the most monsters. It would only be right to commend and reward him. Ah, being a commander is hard. I buried my face in my hands and groaned. Serenade chuckled, covering her mouth as she watched me. "Y'all manage, your highness. Those who worry tend to, even if they wander, find the right path in the end." The right path, huh? Not just with scolding Lucas, but all the choices I had made up to this point, did they really lead to the right path? Was it even a proper path to begin with? There was no certainty. I just kept moving forward. Even if I looked back, I would continue to take steps forward, toward that faintly glowing destination called clear by any means necessary. Silver Winter's Merchant Guild had purchased a building downtown to set up their branch office. A sign reading Silver Winter Merchant Guild Crossroad Branch was being displayed. Workers were swarming, quickly renovating both the exterior and interior of the building. Their speed was truly astounding. "Your Highness, you have two tasks for our merchant guild, gemstone distribution and While watching the renovation, Serenade glanced at me and asked, "A tourism city project, right?" "Yes. We've brought in competent architects so we can start on the hotel construction soon. I'll order them to survey the land and create a draft." Serenade hummed thoughtfully, pressing her full lips with her index finger. "And about the fall festival. It's already that season. When does it start?" "In 2 days. It'll last for 3 days. The traditional events for Crossroad are the martial arts tournament and dance festival, correct?" Deep in thought, Serenade crossed her arms and lightly tapped her fingers on her arm. "The natural scenery is quite beautiful, and there's plenty of vacant land within the territory. Given these conditions—" She seemed to be calculating something, her fingers moving rhythmically. I simply watched, entertained by her actions. "Well, we don't have much time, so drastic changes won't be possible. Let's give it our best effort." Finally, as if concluding her calculations, Serenade gave me a refreshing smile. "Let's transform Crossroad into the top tourist destination in the south, slowly but surely. The upcoming fall festival can be the first step toward that." "Ah, oh, sure." I sensed that something was a bit off here. No, the tourism city project I had in mind was simply to build a hotel with a casino to meet the minimum tourism score and lure in SSISR grade heroes. It seemed that the head of the Silver Winter Merchant Guild had something much grander in mind. I chuckled wryly. How many tourists could possibly come to such a remote corner of the world? Chapter 282. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed, and the morning of the autumn festival arrived. Around noon, I swung by the base camp to call back all the personnel who had been dispatched. They had been working on stabilizing the base camp, and a few days earlier had finished installing a teleport gate at the forward base. They were also in the midst of clearing that area. I told them to take a full break during the 3 days of the festival. "You can't be away on missions while everyone else is enjoying the festival, can you?" Wow, city air. It's been ages. Kuelan stretched his arms wide and yawned. The full moon was near, so all 5 penal squad beastmen were back in their regular human forms. It felt like Kuelan's previous metaphor-shedding their fur every season like dogs was on point. "The air smells delicious." Hannibal, who returned with Celebi, shouted with a lively expression. The elderly dwarf blacksmith and his young assistant headed toward the downtown forge, chattering along the way. "The festival, it's been so long. It'll be fun, won't it, Lily?" Godhand, who was pushing Lily's wheelchair, tried to make pleasant conversation, but Lily responded with a sulky face. Sweating profusely, Godhand worked hard to soothe Lily's mood. I watched them and then approached Bodybag and Burnout to ask, "What's up with them now?" The two young elves shook their heads. "They had a fight. Godhand keeps helping other women around the base camp." Godhand didn't mean it that way, but it looks pretty bad from the outside. Their relationship really wasn't simple. I hope they work it out and have a good time. And also, the reason we're here is, I had invited all the base camp's NPCs, but not many accepted. Only the Holy Grail seekers had shown up. Jackal wasn't ready to venture out into the world and declined. Coco the Severer was busy with other matters and declined. Nameless had been missing since then. The other NPC parties were still wary of me. Well, I understand their sentiments. Thank you for the invitation, Lord Ash. As soon as she stepped out of the teleport gate in the mansion's backyard, Verdandi bowed to me. It's been 100 years since I've been out in the world. Relax, eat well, and heal before you leave. The complexions of the Holy Grail seekers had improved compared to before, but they still had dark circles under their eyes. I hoped they would enjoy the festival and rejuvenate their spirits. After letting everyone unpack in the guest rooms of the mansion, I extended my hand toward downtown Crossroad. All right, it's the festival. Let's have a great time for the next 3 days. Downtown Crossroad was bustling. The tempting aroma of grilled and fried foods wafted from the various street stalls. There were already people sitting and sharing drinks, fortunate folks enjoying their day. Cheerful music echoed from all corners as children, crumbs from snacks still stuck to their mouths, giggled and ran through the alleys. Of all the times I've seen Crossroads since taking my post here, today seems the brightest. Of course, it's one of the few festivals in a year. In response to my muttering, Evangeline leapt up excitedly and replied, People have been waiting for today for so long. I've also been on pins and needles these past few days just waiting for today. Fair point. Not just the citizens, but even Damien and Junior, who stood beside me, seemed unusually cheerful. Both were happily munching on some snacks they held in their hands. I was currently enjoying a leisurely day out with my main party members. We were aimlessly strolling around, taking it easy, and even enjoying some snack time. It was so peaceful that it made all the intense battles we've fought seem like a distant memory. Alternating my gaze between the smiling faces of my party members and the bustling cityscape, I mumbled absent-mindedly. There's definitely some sort of magic in festivals that lifts people's spirits. It just makes you happy for no reason. Oh, do you want to eat that? Evangeline, who had discovered some sweets being grilled at a nearby stall that emitted a delicious aroma, dashed off. I quickly pulled out a coin and tossed it to her. Hey, get 4 portions. Okay. Snatching the coin out of the air, Evangeline darted off and returned swiftly with 4 pieces of something resembling Korean hotteok. How could something filled with sugar sandwiched between carbs taste bad? As I took a hot bite and puffed on it to cool it down, Evangeline tilted her head and looked around. By the way, where's Lucas? No idea. Haven't seen him since the day before yesterday. I had told him to focus on recovering from his injuries rather than resuming his duties as a guard. Since then, he'd been sulking and had disappeared from sight. Is he resting in his room? Shaking her head, Evangeline answered my question. He wasn't in his room. I knocked before I left. Oh, then is he receiving treatment at the temple? This time, it was Damien who shook his head. No, Your Highness. The temple only provides emergency care and a ward for severely ill patients during the festival. I see. Even the priests need to rest, after all. Yes, especially Saintess Margarita. She threatened to go on strike if she didn't get a break during the festival. Hum, Margarita. She must have been under a lot of pressure. Well, she did have a tough time during the last defensive battle. So where the heck did Lucas go? We had planned to enjoy the festival as a close-knit main party, perhaps even reconcile some differences. His absence made me uneasy. The main party of 5 felt incomplete without Lucas, who was usually responsible for bulk and brawn. The group seemed to have shrunk somehow. Just then, Junior, who was enjoying some candied tomatoes, squinted and pointed forward. Ha! Isn't that Lucas? Ha! Ah, it really is. Sure enough, in the direction Junior pointed, there he was. His identity was easily revealed by the golden hair sticking out from under the hood of his robe and his distinctive build. What was he doing there? Lucas, after glancing around, cautiously entered the military encampment and approached a window guarded by a few soldiers. The sign erected in front of the window read, Registration for Martial Arts Tournament. Watching this scene unfold from a distance, I broke into a cold sweat. Ah, a martial arts tournament. It's tomorrow, right? The martial arts tournament. Is it a tournament big enough to involve someone like Lucas? A moment later, Lucas seemed to have finished his registration, swiftly making his way out. He looked around cautiously, pulled his hood tightly over his head, and hastily scurried away. I should never assign him a stealth or infiltration mission. He would definitely get caught, I thought as we headed toward the tournament registration counter. Ah, my lord. You've arrived, my lord. The soldiers who noticed me saluted in unison. I returned their salute with a nod. We're in the middle of a festival. Make sure to relax a little. Eat and drink moderately while you work. Ha ha, it's not like it's strenuous work or anything. And as you said, we're snacking while on duty. The soldiers awkwardly showed me the snacks they'd hidden behind their backs. I chuckled and asked, "How's the tournament? Many participants?" "Oh, absolutely. It's a madhouse, especially since new prizes were added yesterday." "Prizes? Something new was added?" "Yes, didn't you know? The Merchant Guild of Silver Winter has sponsored new prizes and made an announcement." "Oh, really?" Curious, I looked at the poster the soldiers were pointing to. "Let's see, the new prizes are: 5th, 8th place, unlimited festival stall vouchers. 3rd, 4th place, Silver Winter Merchant Guild voucher worth 5,000 Adels. 2nd place, free full set of blacksmith gear. 1st place, knighted by the Lord." Wait, hold on, is the 1st place prize some sort of joke? Knighted by the Lord? Who decided this? Hey, did the Merchant Guild of Silver Winter propose this prize? Yes, indeed. The guild master herself came to post it. I grabbed the back of my neck, feeling a headache coming on. "Serenade, what are you doing?" While I stood there in shock, Evangeline eagerly wrote her name on the registration form. "I am going for 5th place. I want to eat at the stalls." "Hey, this is not the time for that." Juniors and Damien also cautiously stepped forward. "I'll go for 4th place." "Your Highness, please sign me up for 2nd place." "This is not the time for you guys either." I barely managed to stop Junior and Damien, who were excitedly getting ready to write their names down. "No, wizards, those with farsight. You can't. People will die if you participate. More importantly, why are you all ignoring the 1st place prize?" I felt a little hurt, or maybe awkward, that they were blatantly disregarding the 1st prize and only looking at the lesser ones. Look at the 1st place prize. Being appointed as my knight is a big deal. Evangeline then covered her mouth, giggling as she explained to me. "Ah, that. It's called an honorary knight for the tournament. It's like a title given to the winner every year. It's more of an honorary award." "Ah, so it's not really granting actual knighthood?" "Yes. Of course, if you win the tournament, your skills are more or less verified, so you might get employed on the front lines or even truly become a knight." "I see. So the 1st place prize was traditional, given out every year like this." The uproar wasn't even about the 1st place prize that had always been there. It was all because of the newly added rewards from the Silver Winter Merchant Guild equipment, crafting permits, gift certificates, and vendor permits. Let's be honest, does winning an honor award get you food, money, or equipment? I don't need 1st place. Ah, such brutally honest beings of material greed. I'd honestly been a bit pleased thinking the participants were crowding in because they wanted to become my knights. How absurd that this isn't a competition where everyone wants to be first. Evangeline patted me on my trembling shoulder. "By the way, what prize do you think Lucas applied for among these?" I tightly closed my mouth and looked up at the wall poster. I had a hunch why, but that same reason tasted sour on my tongue. "In Etty's Honeybee, Dance Festival Registration Desk." Fortunately, the dance festival rewards were relatively modest. There were no rankings, just awards like most popular, biggest laugh, cutest, and so on. This was a competition for fun, after all. Most popular, the right to dance all night with the partner of your choice, that was the top prize for most popular. Well, it could have been worse. This is also a traditional prize for the winners who come down to the Crossroad Festival. Evangeline said, pointing to the most popular award. "If you win the dance festival, you get to dance with the partner of your choice, something like that." "I see. Well then," Evangeline quickly went forward and fetched 4 application forms. "Let's all participate." "Ha! What's ha? About it, you should participate too, senior." Evangeline frowned and spat out the words. "Isn't it common sense to end the festival by all dancing together? It's not a Bollywood movie. Why would we end by all dancing together? What's more, I am uncoordinated. Apart from the social dancing I learned from Serenade, I can't dance." I tried to escape, but somehow Damien and Junior had already grabbed me tightly on either side. In the end, I had to scream and forcibly sign the application form. "This year's dance festival, our Lord is participating," the registration desk attendant cheerfully exclaimed, stamping my application form. The surrounding crowd erupted in cheers and whistles. I grabbed my head and screamed. "They're all going to watch and laugh at my dancing. Why are you making me do this too?" "Why, you ask? Well, Evangeline whispered with a devilish grin. It's a festival, isn't it? Thinking about it, she was absolutely right. Damn it. Chapter 283, the Silver Winter Merchant Guild had set up tents and shops all around the city center. With people buzzing around, curiosity got the best of me, and I went to check it out. Welcome, care for a simple game. Game. Yes, if you participate, well, stamp your card. Get more stamps by visiting other Silver Winter stalls, and if you collect all the types of stamps. Upon hearing the details, it seemed that each of the Silver Winter Guild stalls had different gaming or experience zones. Complete a lap around the stalls, collect stamps, and trade them in for a small prize. What's more, it was all free. We definitely have to do this. The first stop was a dart-throwing stall. The four of us took turns throwing darts. I completely missed the mark due to lack of skill, and Evangeline threw too hard, causing her score to be low. Junior expertly hit all the targets. And then there was Damien. He threw his darts so that each one landed dead center. Heh heh. With a weird laugh, Damien shrugged his shoulders. This smug, arrogant son of a, it's just a dartboard, but this is actually pretty fun. The staff put a commemorative hat on Damien for breaking the all-time record. Wearing a silly, oversized hat, Damien grinned like a little kid. Evangeline clenched her teeth, seemingly envious of that hat. We're going to visit the other stalls. No, well, make a round at all of them. I may be weak at darts, but I'll take first place in everything else. Can we use magic for the next games? No, I will use it. I want some souvenirs too. Easy there, guys, please. Just take it easy. And so, our plans for the afternoon were set. We would go around all the Silver Winter Merchant Guild stalls and collect stamps. We visited other stalls, playing bowling, disc throwing, a card matching game, and even solved quizzes. Really, it feels good to collect each stamp. Every time a new stamp was added to my collection, a peculiar sense of accomplishment filled me. I'm not one to be hooked on achievement scores or completion rates, but now I get it. A little. At each experience zone, lines had formed. People in line bought snacks from nearby stalls and chatted. No wonder they'd set up shops all over the place. There were other parties enjoying themselves too. Shadow Squad was laughing while bowling. Kulan was collapsing while arm wrestling, and the Penal Squad was roaring with laughter. The Holy Grail Seekers were smiling faintly while playing a card-matching game. I quietly watched them all, each enjoying the festivities in their own way. If this city had been a place free from monster invasions, could I have seen such a scene every day? Stamp collection complete. As dusk approached, we finally visited all the game and experience zones and successfully collected all the stamps. We finished all the quests on the first day of the update, just like how Korean gamers usually do. Seeing this made me feel like my party members were somehow more familiar. Not in a good way, though. We should be enjoying this leisurely, you idiots. Anyway, now that we've collected all the stamps, let's head to the prize exchange booth. We each flipped a bread hat onto our heads and headed toward the exchange point. The prize exchange was taking place at the central store of the Silver Winter Merchant Guild, located downtown. Your Highness, Serenade was there. Are you enjoying the festival? I silently showed her the paper filled with stamped marks in response to her sorrowful smile. Serenade clapped and laughed brightly. You've collected them all. Congratulations. Let me exchange them for a prize. I felt like I was being treated like a child, and it was a bit embarrassing. But honestly, I had fun, so whatever. The prizes were an assortment of things like stuffed dolls, toy swords, and other knickknacks. But what mattered was the mood. Wondering what the others chose, I saw that Junior picked a toy magic wand, Evangeline picked a toy shield, and Damien chose a stuffed doll. You guys really stick to your characters, don't you? While I was hesitating over what to pick, Evangeline suddenly jumped in and chose a toy crown for me. Then she firmly placed the crown over my bread hat. Seriously. Oh, it suits you, truly royal. I would have preferred that night figure over there. Ah, forget it. I had become an odd-looking creature with both a bread hat and a crown. Seeing me like this, my party members burst into laughter. Well, as long as they're happy. Thanks for setting up this event booth, Serenade. It really adds to the festive atmosphere. While my party members swarmed over to a nearby snack booth, I spoke to Serenade. But if you give all this away for free, will you make any profit? We definitely can't make a monetary profit, Serenade said, smiling gently. However, we can build a good image. Image. This festival is an opportunity for the citizens of the city to enjoy running their own stalls. People bring out homemade liquor to sell and share the snacks they baked at home. Serenade explained in a soft voice. What would happen if the merchant guild from the imperial capital suddenly intervened and started doing business on a large scale? Ah, we might gain a short-term profit from trading, but we'd also earn ill will, not to mention ruining the spirit of the festival. Serenade slowly scanned the crowd of citizens filling the streets. Even though Silver Winter is the largest merchant guild nationwide, we haven't achieved anything in the southern region. We have to start from scratch here. So, you start by planting a good image. Exactly. If we contribute a bit to the success of the festival, it will not only benefit the city of Crossroad in the long run, but also aid your plans for a tourist city. Serenade softly smiled as she handed a doll to a child who had collected all the stamps. So ultimately, this means our merchant guild will have more opportunities in this city. Making a quick profit is easy, but coexisting with the community over the long term is difficult. However, that's what makes it valuable. I was blankly listening and then mumbled to myself. You're a good merchant, Serenade. He, you flatter me. I just did what would eventually benefit us more. I spotted my party members returning with snacks. Serenade waved them over. Go on, Your Highness, enjoy the festival. You've worked hard on the front lines. You deserve a day like this. What about you? Aren't you coming? Oh, I really appreciate the offer, but I still have a lot to do. Due to the rush in preparing, there are many things lacking. Serenade seemed momentarily tempted to join, but ultimately declined. It seemed that even the Silver Winter Merchant Guild was short-staffed due to hastily organizing this event. However, Your Highness, if you could, on the last day. Hesitating mid-sentence and entangling her fingers, Serenade cleared her throat and waved her hand. No, never mind. See you later, Your Highness. All right. See you later, Serenade. As we shook hands, I added, thanks for helping with the festival. Serenade smiled brightly. Just hearing that makes me happy. The sun had completely set. Though the night was dark, the city was brightly lit. Stalls and taverns were packed with people eating and drinking. Ash's main party of 4 disbanded after dinner. Ash and Damien, tired from a day of fun, returned to their lodgings. However, Evangeline and Junior had prior engagements and re-entered the city. They arrived at a cafeteria next to the central square. Already there, sipping wine, were familiar faces Lily and Saintess Margarita. Sorry, we're a little late. We were having dinner with our party, so it took longer than expected. Evangeline and Junior greeted them warmly as they joined the table. However, the atmosphere was not exactly cheery. Lily was continually emptying her wine glass with a sullen face, and Saintess Margarita was smoking. What's with this vibe? Evangeline and Junior quickly exchanged glances. Why were the senior mage and the saintess in such a grim mood on a festival day? Evangeline clapped her hands and forced a smile. All right, Crossroad Women Heroes and Mercenaries Welfare Committee, or for short, CWHMW, our second meeting. Let's start on a high note. The name never got any less awkward, but the atmosphere needed reviving. Junior chimed in. Exactly. Come on, CWHMW members. Let's have some sweets and chat. Drowning ourselves in hard liquor and chain smoking will only hurt us, you know, especially on such a good day. Evangeline and Junior summoned the cafeteria owner to order food, desserts, and drinks. However, even as the table filled with new dishes, the somber expressions on Lily and Saintess Margarita didn't lighten up. Sweat trickled down the faces of Evangeline and Junior. What's wrong with these people? Saintess, is something bothering you? Unable to hold back any longer, Evangeline finally asked. You both look particularly down today. If someone picked a fight with you as the president of the CWHMW, I will set them straight. Evangeline subtly emphasized the word president. Junior quietly thought to herself, Evangeline, you sure are ambitious, aren't you? No, it's nothing. Today was supposed to be my day off, but it's been hectic. Snuffing out her cigarette, Saintess Margarita poured herself another glass of alcohol. The scale of the festival this year is bigger, and it's livelier, which has resulted in more injuries than in previous years. I see. The emergency medical stations keep calling because they're understaffed. I considered ignoring it and resting, but I felt uneasy. I went, and before I knew it, I had spent the entire day at the emergency medical station. The sun is setting, and I didn't even get to enjoy the festival. Taking a big gulp of her drink, Saintess Margarita sniffled. So the atmosphere is just gloomy because I couldn't rest even on the day of the festival. I shouldn't be complaining about this as a cleric. I am sorry. Ah, don't worry about it. We totally understand. No need to apologize. Evangeline and Junior emphatically comforted Saintess Margarita. As the sweet snacks and alcohol continued to flow, Margarita's face thankfully began to soften. The remaining problem now was gulp, gulp, gulp. Lily, who had been chugging wine as if it were water. Lily, what's wrong? Slamming down the bottle she had been drinking from, Lily growled, her face flushed from intoxication. It's a festival, right? Yes. It's common sense to spend the festival with your lover, right? Ah, yeah. Do you know what that elf said? That elf was obviously God Hand. Lily heaved a sigh. My companions are experiencing their first festival today. Can I spend today with them and start spending time with you, Lily, from tomorrow? That's what he said. Ah, what could I say? His situation seemed tough too, and understandable, so I said go ahead. Well, she had said go ahead. Everyone started sweating nervously. Meanwhile, everyone else is having fun, and I had also planned to enjoy the day with my boyfriend. Instead, I've been moping around all day. I'm getting frustrated. It feels like he's taking care of his elf companions more than he's looking out for me. Lily wiped her heated forehead with her hand. It might be an odd comparison, but it feels like I'm dating a man who already has kids. The remaining three spat out their drinks simultaneously. Ignoring them, Lily continued. He's also totally clueless. Doesn't know how to set the mood. I must be a fool for flirting with an elf. Thud. Lily slammed the liquor bottle down on the table, grinding her teeth. Do you realize how clueless he is? I haven't even gotten a proper confession yet. Ha, really? Weren't you guys dating? Well, it just sort of naturally turned into a relationship. Ah, I don't know. Maybe this is the elven way of dating. Lily guzzled down the liquor. The darkness looming over the table deepened. Hey, even though we're all a bit lost right now. Just then, Evangeline shot up from her seat, raising her glass high. I assure you, as the president here, that we'll all get what we want in the end. Oh, that's right. Greater happiness is definitely coming. Junior hastily agreed, rising from her seat as well. Following suit, Saintess Margarita and Lily also blinked their eyes brightly, raising their glasses and shouting in turn. To finding love, to finding true love. Junior and Evangeline joined in the shouts. Two, to finding health. Wait, what am I looking for? Crossroad is mine. Cheers. It was a toast lacking context, typical of a tipsy gathering, but who cared about context at a place like this anyway? The four of them emptied their bottles and glasses cleanly, and then thud, Lily toppled forward. She had long since exceeded her normal alcohol limit. Her face flushed red, she hit the table face first and passed out, letting out soft, wheezy breaths. It was just then that the remaining three were about to discuss how to get Lily back to her quarters. Excuse me. Someone rushed into the entrance of the cafeteria. Is Miss Lily here by any chance? I've been looking for her for a while now. A tall elf with greenish-brown hair. It was Godhand. Upon locating the culprit, the other three members shouted simultaneously, pointing their fingers accusingly. Hey, can't you do things properly? Chapter 284. When Lily suddenly regained her consciousness, she found herself being carried on Godhand's back. Ha! For a moment, she thought she was dreaming due to her drunken state, but that wasn't the case. Leaning against Godhand's broad back, she was being carefully carried through the city. What is this? What's going on? Lily was about to exclaim in surprise when, Lily, are you awake? Godhand turned to ask. Acting quickly, she closed her eyes and pretended to still be in a drunken sleep. Hiccup, Godhand, you fool, she mumbled, subtly mixing in her true feelings. Noticing Lily's condition, Godhand adjusted the way he carried her and continued walking slowly forward. I am sorry, Lily. An apology escaped Godhand's lips. Lily almost snorted. Ah, so he knows he should be sorry. It might be awkward to say this, but I'm new to dating. I'm quite inexperienced. After my kingdom was destroyed, I was too busy surviving to even think about love. My squad members are like younger siblings who only follow me, so I'll have to continue looking after them. I might make things hard for you, Lily. Lily's arms, which were wrapped around Godhand's neck, tightened. Should I choke him? No, hold back, my inner pyromancer. Lily managed to suppress her urge and exhaled. But my feelings for you, Lily, are genuine, so I really am. Lily's ears perked up. Really, really what? Phew, this isn't it. Godhand let out a long sigh. I thought I was good with words, but why am I so tongue-tied when it comes to love? I am glad you're asleep, Lily. If you were awake, it'd be too embarrassed to even practice like this. I am awake, you idiot. I am awake. Lily's lips trembled but remained closed. Fine, let's assume I'm asleep. Then spill more of your heart. Shout it out. But Godhand, after glancing back at the pretending to be asleep Lily, simply closed his mouth and continued walking. Lily's lodgings were inside an alchemy workshop. The Alchemists' Guild had arranged this for her because of her mobility issues. Godhand walked right into her living quarters without hesitation. Oblivious to Lily's pounding heart, he gently laid her on the bed and covered her with a blanket. Then, sitting next to the bed, he quietly looked down at the pretending to be asleep Lily. His face gradually drew closer. Though her eyes were tightly shut, the hyperware Lily felt his breath nearing her. What? Is he going to kiss me? Is he going to? What? Just as Lily was inwardly excited and waiting, something stuck here. Godhand reached out and casually removed something, probably a piece of snack from earlier, stuck in her hair, then stood up. Sleep well, Lily. See you tomorrow. Leaving the room with a warm smile, he made his way out of Lily's room. Hey! Finally, Lily exploded. Jumping up from her bed, she stretched out her arms and choked him from behind. Gasping for air, he turned around in shock. Lily, when did you wake up? You are so clueless, Gar, Lily, I can't breathe. You don't deserve oxygen, you love idiot. Crash, bang. From Lily's room, the sounds of something rolling violently, his screams, and the grand explosion of a fire spell leaked out. Sitting next to Lily's room and sipping on their drinks, the master and deputy master of the Alchemist Guild calmly poured more alcohol into their glasses. Ah, the spirit of the festival. It is a festival after all. Boom, splash, my pitiful cry eventually faded away, and so the first night of the fall festival passed like this. The next day, in the barracks, I arrived here in the morning to watch the martial arts tournament. Is it just me? Sweat trickled down my face as I looked at the bustling crowd. There seemed to be a lot of people. There appeared to be more people than what I had seen yesterday in downtown Crossroad. What's going on? Damien, who had been trailing behind me, let out a yawn before answering. Did you know, Your Highness? It seems that the Silver Winter Merchant Guild promoted the Crossroad Festival in nearby cities. What? Really? Yes. The martial arts tournament starts today, so it looks like people from nearby cities have begun to arrive to spectate. Ah, so that explains the sudden influx of tourists. Internally, I sighed at Serenade's incredible efficiency. When did they even manage to do the promotion? The martial arts tournament was being held in an arena within the barracks. A crowd of early spectators had already gathered around the arena like a cloud. My seat was prepared in the best viewing area. Long live the power of a lord. I made space for Damien to sit beside me and looked around. Where are the rest of our party? Junior drank too much yesterday and is resting. Evangeline is participating in the tournament, so she's gone to prepare. While we were chatting, a soldier approached us and handed over a sheet of paper. It was the same soldier I had seen at the tournament registration desk yesterday. Lord, here is the list of today's tournament participants. Ah, thanks. A quick glance revealed many familiar names. A significant number of my heroic characters had entered the competition. Are they all that enticed by the tournament prizes? As I muttered, the mercenaries around me nodded in unison. A limitless market pass for 5th to 8th place. Can't resist that. Gift vouchers from the Silver Winter Merchant Guild for 3rd and 4th place. It's as good as cash. A full set of custom equipment for 2nd place. If you can resist that, you're no mercenary. But why are you all conveniently skipping over the 1st place prize? These guys were only talking about the other prizes. What about the chance to become my knight if you win? But when the topic of who would come in 1st place came up, the mercenaries collectively let out a loud woo to express their disapproval. We don't need any honorable 1st place awards. What we want is tangible material rewards. Maybe the finals will be a battle of who forfeits first. Ag, these guys. I gritted my teeth at the mercenaries' blunt honesty. You bastards, I've memorized your faces. Y'all pay for this later. Just as the chatter continued, the opening match began. Let's see who the competitor for the opening match was. Lucas. Lucas appeared, standing on one side of the arena. Of all people, why did it have to be you for the opening match? Ah! Lucas looked uncomfortable when our eyes met, then quietly lowered his head. I scratched my chin, emitting a sound of awkwardness. Lucas' opponent was one of the N-ranked heroes belonging to our frontline sub-party. He clenched his fists nervously in front of his chest. In this unarmed combat tournament, no weapons were allowed. Not only wooden weapons, but also magic and skills were entirely sealed by special magic circles. Purely physical. Fist against fist was the rule of the duel. Surrender, ring out, or two downs would end the game instantly. Though the event was more for entertainment, priests were standing by just next to the arena for emergencies. Contestants, get ready. Ada, who had appeared as a referee, called out in a resounding voice. So this is where the director has been hanging out during the festival. Lucas and his opponent stood at opposite ends of the arena, bowed slightly in a show of courtesy, and Ada's hands swung down as he yelled. Begin! Whoosh! Lucas dashed forward, his feet pounding the ground. Vroom! With immense momentum, Lucas lunged his fist forward. The opposing mercenary rolled on the ground in a panic to narrowly dodge it. Wham! A gust followed Lucas' missed punch. It was no joke. A gust of wind had actually rushed out along the trajectory of the punch. It was powerful enough to dishevel the spectator's hair. I dropped my jaw in awe. Man, if you get hit by that, you'd be in the hospital for weeks. I surrender. I give up. The color drained from the face of the opposing mercenary as he immediately raised both hands above his head to forfeit. Lucas silently lowered his fist and relaxed his combat stance. The winner. Sir Lucas. Ada grabbed one of Lucas' arms and raised it high. Ooh-oh, clap, 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 clap. The audience broke into applause in unison. Though the match ended in a flash, the impact of that punch had so impressed the audience that they seemed content. Lucas gave me a slight bow before heading down from the arena. I nodded my head, arms crossed. I hope you win since you've participated, Lucas. The tournament progressed quickly. The next match was already being prepared. The next contestant was also a familiar face. In fact, he might be the most advantaged in this unarmed tournament due to his class as a martial artist. It was Bandit King Quillan. Quillan, I yelled in disbelief as I saw the huge red-haired man limbering up and stepping into the arena. Why are you participating? Don't you know, Silver Winter's Merchant Guild coupons are as good as cash. Quillan loosened his clenched fists, grinning from ear to ear. Gonna save up money and reclaim my homeland. Ha ha, third and fourth place are all mine. Why not aim for first place, man? Go for the gold. And the opponent that stepped up to face Quillan was, a tiny figure draped in a robia girl. Who is she? Confused, I broke into a cold sweat looking at her small stature. She seemed even smaller than Evangeline. Who is this? Anyone could participate in the martial arts tournament as long as they proved they had a basic level of combat skill. So, this girl must have met at least the minimum criteria. However, in front of the towering, muscle-bound Quillan, who stood over 2 meters tall, the tiny and frail girl looked like she didn't stand a chance. Hey, kid, how about you forfeit? I don't like hitting children. Despite Quillan's warning, the girl remained silent. Quillan sighed, taking on a martial arts stance. Well, no choice then. I'll go easy on you, but don't cry if it hurts. The match began. Whoosh! With a fearsome momentum, Quillan charged toward the girl. He seemed intent on ending the match in a single strike. Unmoving in the face of this, the girl slowly extended her hand and brought her fingers together. Then snap! She flicked her fingers against Quillan's charging forehead. And then, what the? Quillan was sent flying in the opposite direction. What just happened? Quillan's enormous body floated in midair for a moment before crashing down and rolling grotesquely across the ground. When the tumbling giant finally stopped, the foam at his mouth revealed that he had passed out. A one-hit knockout. My mouth dropped open in astonishment. Even accounting for the fact that Quillan was in fragile human mode, could a mere flick from such a small girl send him flying like this? Moreover, the use of magic power was restricted in the current arena. Was she able to incapacitate Quillan with just a finger flick? Whoosh! At this unexpected turn of events, the entire audience froze. The shockwave from her flick lifted the hood from her head. Beneath the hood, her jet-black hair flowed down like ebony, crowned with a silver tiara. Below that, her pumpkin-colored eyes emitted a mischievous glow. Eyes with vertically slit pupils, like a reptile's. Dragon eyes. Heh! Exposing her sharp, shark-like teeth, a playful smile crept across the girl's lips. Aren't foreign festivals quite enjoyable? Chapter 285. Aren't foreign festivals quite enjoyable? The girl who had sent Kuelan flying with a flick of her finger exclaimed defiantly. Only then did I recognize her. Black hair, golden eyes, a silver crown, a petite stature that didn't look a day over 10, and an archaic way of speaking. That appearance, that physique, and those actions. I couldn't help but recognize her. Unconsciously, I murmured her alias. Dragon Lady, Duchess of Bringa. She had finally arrived at the crossroad. Grand Duchess of Bringa, dragon-blooded Duchess. The evening Dragon Queen, Dragon Lady. A half-human, half-dragon carrying numerous nicknames. The ruler of Bringa Duchy, a fugitive who had retreated from the war against the imperial army, and a daring woman who, despite receiving help from me, had declared war. Her name, inherited directly from the ancestral dragon, was Dusk Bringer. At present, she had arranged a separate space to speak privately with me. I left my knights behind and came here first for reconnaissance. Barracks, meeting room. Sitting across from me, Dusk Bringer revealed her sharp teeth in a radiant smile. Though this frontier at the world's end is a rural backwater, the liveliness of the festival is not bad. I rather like it. So, you're the audacious brat who invited me here, aren't you? She might look no older than 10, but in reality she was a cunning monster who had lived for more than 120 years. I made sure not to let my guard down and returned her smile. Ash, my name is Ash, born Hater Everblack. It's a pleasure to meet you, your highness. Hmm. Upon watching me, a satisfied smile spread across Dusk Bringer's face. Indeed, you have a strong backbone. You're able to maintain your composure even in the face of my aura. Just like how the leaders of the Nightmare Legion exude malevolent energy, this half-human, half-dragon also seemed to emanate a sort of life force. But I had a passive skill to neutralize that. I never imagined meeting you like this, I said, pouring cold tea into the cup before her. I thought I would meet you at the city walls, considering you declared war. I intended to do so, but weren't you the one who left the gates wide open? Thanks to that, I've been enjoying the festival since yesterday. Dusk Bringer laughed melodiously. Enjoying a festival, you say? There's a fearsome evil dragon vying for control of this city, right at my doorstep. An evil dragon is still a dragon, yes. Heh. One corner of my mouth twisted into a sly grin, but a dragon with its teeth pulled. Ho! When I mocked her for having lost all her foundation, a momentary flash of intense anger swept across Dusk Bringer's youthful face. You are arrogant, just like your father. One could say you resemble your distant relative too, your highness. That was code for her being arrogant too. Neither of us backed down, and the dragon lady also twisted her lips into a smile. It was a malevolent smile that didn't suit the young girl's face, but there was a strange sense of pleasure to it. With that, I leaned closer to her face and growled. The country was ablaze, the army decimated, and all that was left were a handful of personal knights. Still, they held their heads high, refusing help, and even sending us a declaration of war. If the Imperial Capital Academy ever opens a department of arrogance, you must be appointed as the chair professor, your highness. Your tongue is smooth, third prince. Smooth enough to make me want to rip it out. Isn't it your highness who showed her teeth despite my polite invitation? I had abandoned formalities by now. I opened up a path for you, only for you to start a war over command, challenging me when you don't even have the chips to gamble with. Isn't it you who's ignorant of the world, Dusk Bringer? We had already agreed to draw swords against each other. No need for pleasantries. I plan to commandeer this dragon lady and her knights. There's no reason to lose in a skirmish. Despite my brusque words, the smile on Dusk Bringer's face grew even deeper. Her gaze felt like she was observing a pet cat acting cute, and it was a bit unsettling. So, Ash, do you not have the confidence? Will you not respond to my formal challenge? I have plenty of confidence. Bring your precious knights, and let's have the 5-on-5 duel you suggested. Thud, I slammed my hands onto the table and spoke sharply. I accept your all-in gamble. The winner takes complete command of the opponent's forces. Do you agree? I not only agree but assure you, young prince, that I will win. Your southern front will serve as a stepping stone for the revival of my Bringer Duchy. Adorable dream you have there, Dragon King. We will win. You and your knights will help us clear out the monsters on this front. Dusk Bringer and I locked eyes for a moment. Her pumpkin-colored dragon eyes had an unnerving aura, but I stared back without flinching. My passive skill is totally op. Fine, we shall settle our battle soon. Duskbringer relaxed her intense gaze. For now, I'll enjoy the remaining festival. Surely you're not cold-hearted enough to kick out a guest participating in the festival, third prince. Of course not. The festival at Crossroad is open to everyone. This is a monster front. As long as you're not a monster, anyone is welcome. Open to everyone. Duskbringer down the tea I had offered with a meaningful smile. You seem strong yet of your soft spots. It's youthful and naive, and that's quite charming. I scowled. Charming me. Then I will continue to participate in the martial arts tournament. Duskbringer stood up from her chair and grinned. It won't be too bad as a preliminary skirmish to gauge your forces before our war. Ah, of course. Snap, snap. Duskbringer flicked her petite fingers open and closed. I wonder if there's a warrior on this front line who could withstand even a single flick of that overgrown lizard's finger. I shouted in frustration. Hey, my team is super strong, okay? You'd be like a walk in the park. They seem to go down in one hit. No, that's just because that one is a weakling. The others are really strong. I trembled, recalling Quillan, who had a stamina stat of 5. Quillan, show some authority as the sub-party leader. Heh, I hope that's not just talk, Southern Front Commander. Duskbringer flipped back the hood of her robe. Magically treated or not, her silver crown, dark hair, and golden eyes all vanished into the shadow of her hood. If your warriors fall to just a flick or two of my finger, the wars to come will be rather dull, won't they? With a sweep of her robe, Duskbringer exited the military conference room. Staring at her retreating back, I yelled out, Hey, call back all my party members participating in the tournament right now. Who cares about prizes, festivals, or tourism plans now? This tournament had become a battle of pride between that dragon lady and us. I had to break her arrogant snout. I smirked, recalling Duskbringer's in-game specs and skill set. I will conquer you, you wicked dragon granny. However, I had overlooked one thing. This tournament was purely a hand-to-hand contest, with all magic and skills sealed off. It seemed fair at a glance, as Duskbringer also couldn't use her powers, but damn it, in a purely physical contest, there was no human who could outclass her semi-dragon physique. If we were fighting with weapons, magic, and skills, there might be a way, but in a raw physical battle, there was no solution. In the quarterfinals, watching Verdandi scream as she was knocked out of the ring by Duskbringer's flick, I buried my face in my hands. Oh, dragon god. I'm sorry, Ash. I dodged as best as I could. Verdandi apologized to me, scratching the back of her head. As an SSR-grade assassin, Verdandi had skillfully dodged Duskbringer's flicks until one brushed her shoulder. That single touch had sent her flying out of the ring. What's wrong with this game's racial balance? Dragons are op, aren't they? Where's the patch, devs? Swallowing my curses, I patted Verdandi gently on the shoulder. It's all right, you did your best. Verdandi, you've done better than anyone else so far. I am really sorry, Ash. Muttering gloomily, Verdandi suddenly brightened up. Well then, I am off. I have to use my free market pass. And just like that, she took off toward the city with the Holy Grail seekers who had been waiting for her. Hey, you didn't lose on purpose just to get free snacks, did you? Ha! Duskbringer's semi-final opponent was Evangeline. Warming up for the battle, Evangeline grumbled. I wanted to get an unlimited stall voucher after forfeiting in the last match, you know. I'll buy that for you instead. No, not just the stall. I'll buy you anything else you want. Just please help me deal with that woman. Ha! Really? You promised to buy everything? I nodded my head fervently. If I could just win the battle of pride against Duskbringer, what was a mere stall? I felt like I could even give away an entire castle if I wanted to. And so began the semi-finals. Two diminutive girls stood side by side in the arena, glaring at each other. Ada, the referee, swiftly lowered his hand. Begin! Whoosh! As soon as it started, Duskbringer lunged forward and flicked her finger, while Evangeline, her emerald eyes glowing, nimbly tried to dodge slip. And suddenly lost her footing. Darn it! I tore at my hair. Evangeline's error-prone trait had activated. When the heck will that thing go away? Bang! Wah! Struck by the flick, Evangeline let out a terrifying scream and flew through the air. I thought she was definitely going to be knocked out, but whoosh! Evangeline twisted her body in midair, correcting her posture, and landed precariously on the edge of the arena. I am okay. I dodged it. Evangeline smiled brightly at me. I waved back, annoyed. Why are you looking at me, you idiot? Look at your opponent. Oops. By the time the foolish Evangeline turned her head, Duskbringer had already closed the distance between them. From beneath her robe's hood, a mouth full of pointed teeth stretched into a wicked smile. Bang! Another finger flick was unleashed. I am sorry, but he'll still take the Silver Winter Merchant Guild voucher. Evangeline left just those words before flying off into the distance. I clasped my face with both hands. Not a single reliable party member in this world. So easy, so simple. Are there no heroes on the southern front? At this rate, I wouldn't even need to issue a declaration of war. Duskbringer mockingly performed a little dance in the arena. Damn it, I really want to hit her, smash her to bits, but there's nothing I can do. Is there? Is there no one? Is there no hero who will take down the enemy general? Muttering as if I were Cao Cao from the Three Kingdoms, calling for someone to behead Huaxing, my lord. A voice, somewhat awkward but filled with resolute determination, came from beside me. I will stop that woman. I turned and couldn't believe my eyes. An SSR-grade hero, the protagonist of the game, my last insurance and bastion. The final opponent for Duskbringer in this martial arts tournament. Lucas, my knight, stood beside me. Lucas nodded at me, his face full of determination. The first place in the martial arts tournament will be mine, after all. Chapter 286 Barracks, Conference Room. Before the final match, I was giving Lucas some specialized training on attributes. You get it, Lucas. Our opponent is a half-human, half-dragon with extremely high output. As I drew a dragon on the chalkboard, Lucas nodded intently. Beside us, Evangeline smirked. Is that supposed to be a worm? Someone who already got double hit should keep quiet. At my retort, Evangeline's lips pursed into a pout. Ignoring her, I continued the briefing. Duskbringer, our opponent in the finals, might look human, but her composition was half-dragon. Her existential stature was different. Her soul's capacity was different. Beings like these have insanely high peak outputs, but in exchange, their fuel efficiency is garbage. I drew a depleted battery icon on the chalkboard, but both Lucas and Evangeline looked puzzled. Ah, right. They don't have batteries in this world. Anyway, Duskbringer had a terrible fuel efficiency bit mana, energy, or even calories. Her MP pool was enormous, but she consumed a ton of mana with each skill use, and her recovery was slow. A prime example of high output, low efficiency. That's dragonkind for you. There was a reason why Duskbringer had been sparingly flicking her fingers in combat until now. The bigger the action, the greater the power exerted, the higher her own consumption. The longer you stall, the better your chances. In the end, the conclusion was simple. I looked Lucas in the eye and nodded. Endure, endure, and endure. Wait until she exhausts herself. Your opportunity will come then. I will accomplish this, my lord. Lucas nodded, his fist clenched tightly. I will secure the victory and bring the glory of winning the martial arts tournament to you, my lord. You're the only one who can, kid. You are literally the only one aiming for first place under my command. Just then, a cheer erupted from outside. It looked like it was time for the finals. I gave Lucas a light pat on the back. Go and take her down. Yes, my lord. Lucas dashed out of the room. Munching on some snacks, Evangeline hummed as she watched his retreating figure. Do you think Lucas will be all right? He seems really stressed out. Why do you look so stress-free? Oh, come on. I did my best too, you know. Evangeline, who was shooting me a sly glance, mumbled as she looked at the spot where Lucas had left. I am just worried, because Lucas seems like he'd stake his life on this. This martial arts tournament was a battle of pride between Duskbringer and our monster front. However, it was merely a clash of egos. If things got too violent, I would naturally intervene. I hoped it wouldn't come to that, though. Due to the tournament running all day, the final match was held late in the evening. Before we knew it, the sunset was casting long shadows over the arena. Two figures stepped onto the battleground illuminated in a reddish glow. Duskbringer, who smirked malevolently from under the hood of her robe, and her opponent, the last hope of Monster Front, Lucas. For a moment, the young girl and the knight glared at each other. Hidden beneath the shadow of Duskbringer's hood, her pumpkin-colored eyes sparkled like those of a wild animal, dragon of the evening glow. The girl bathed in the crimson sunlight was the epitome of the title. Lucas assumed a slow battle stance before her, clenching both fists and gradually raising his guard. If only I could use a wooden sword, this would be so much easier, Lucas thought. But if he did, there was a real chance of seeing blood. Duskbringer wasn't using any special abilities either. It was like they were both operating under the same self-imposed limitations. Just like the Lord advised, "Ill bide my time and go slow." Lucas clenched his jaw and slowly gathered his fighting spirit. The arena was filled with a tense atmosphere that was almost suffocating. From the stands, the sound of people swallowing their dry saliva followed one after another. Standing calmly in the center, Ada grinned and sharply dropped his hand. "Begin!" Thud. Without a moment's delay, both fighters dashed off the ground. Duskbringer made the first move. Her tiny fingers gathered strength and flicked forward. If Lucas allowed it, he could easily be knocked out of the ring by the sheer force of her attack. But Lucas did not dodge. Wham! Instead, he reached out, grabbing Duskbringer's wrist, and forcibly redirected the attack. Swoosh! The powerful flick of her fingers hit nothing but empty air. Ah! While her wrist was being held, Duskbringer sounded genuinely curious. "You're a pretty fearless kid." Fearless is the only option. Holding Duskbringer's arm with his left hand, Lucas gathered strength in his right fist and growled. "That's the only way to become a dragon slayer." Bang! Lucas' fist exploded. He intended to take his time and measure her, but when the opponent so openly displayed an opening, there was no reason not to strike. His fist connected squarely with Duskbringer's empty cheek. However, she didn't even flinch. Despite being hit squarely by Lucas' massive fist, Duskbringer's small face didn't move an inch. Instead, her tiny lips parted, revealing a wicked smile. "Why so hesitant, knight? The evil dragon is right here. Slay it and claim your glory. If you can't do that—" She easily shook off Lucas' grip on her arm and flicked her fingers forward once again. "You're just prey." Gah! Lucas barely dodged her finger flick and once more landed a hook in Duskbringer's open flank. But she remained unfazed. Thud, bang, thud, bang. Standing close to each other, the dragon and the knight exchanged blows. Lucas avoided all of Duskbringer's finger flicks and diligently landed his counterattacks. But Duskbringer was not affected. Instead, the smile on her face grew darker. "You really are tenacious, knight. It's like you've walked into a battlefield rather than a fighting tournament. How about we enjoy this a little more? We're not on a battlefield, we're in the midst of a festival. Let's play and smile." "Shut up." After exchanging over a dozen blows without a moment's rest. Struggling to catch his breath, Lucas spoke roughly to Duskbringer, who stood before him with an air of indifference. "I have to prove my worth. I have to prove in this tournament that I am a unique entity on this front line, that I am needed by my lord." Lucas' azure eyes ignited with a fearsome, murderous intent. "Don't get in my way, just fall, you wicked dragon." "Ah, I see." Duskbringer, who had been quietly observing Lucas, burst into a hearty laugh. "You were abandoned once before, weren't you? So you're desperately trying to avoid your master's disdain." Lucas' shoulders tensed up. Duskbringer burst into loud laughter, clutching his stomach. "Aha! How adorable, so adorable. Knights are all so similar. You're like my knights, only ever focused on their masters like loyal dogs." After a full round of laughter, and wiping tears from his eyes, Duskbringer let out a clear, mocking laugh. "That's why I prefer cats." Whoosh! The next moment, Duskbringer's small fist struck Lucas' guard like lightning. Despite effectively guarding, Lucas couldn't mitigate the damage. Coughing up blood, Lucas was flung across the arena floor and slammed into the edge of the ring. "A pet needs to have a bit of a sharp bite to be worth raising, don't you think?" Brushing off his fist lightly, Duskbringer shrugged his shoulders and turned away. "After all, if you could play that kind of hard to get, you wouldn't be a mere dog." Confident the match was over, Duskbringer began to walk slowly out of the arena when she sensed something amiss and looked back. Huff, huff, huff. Lucas was slowly getting up. Blue eyes flared like fire between disheveled golden locks. Steam burst out from behind his back. A flicker of interest crossed Duskbringer's eyes. The power of the beast. With a face as pretty as a saint's, you're harboring a beast inside you. But Lucas reigned in the beastly power himself. The steam puffing out from his back dissipated, and his once fiery eyes turned cold. He neatly brushed back his tousled hair. Standing once again in the arena was the impeccable knight Lucas. Duskbringer's elegant eyebrows furrowed. "Why not unleash the beast's power?" "My lord told me not to." Lucas spoke in a measured tone. As you said, wicked dragon, I was abandoned once, a long time ago. Heh, a dog with many scars, huh? So I don't want to be abandoned ever again. Lucas slowly raised his guard again and spat out, "Therefore, I will no longer use the beast's power. I'll defeat you with just my 2 fists and earn my lord's recognition." Duskbringer slowly scanned Lucas from head to toe before smirking, curling the corners of his mouth upward. "How about joining me, knight? I'll let you wield the power of the beast as much as you like. I'll even give you the ability to control it." Lucas' eyes narrowed. Duskbringer continued, "You're unable to properly wield the power of the beast because you lack control." Using the power of the beast was not unique to the beastmen, but they were far less concerned about the risks involved in the transformation. The blood of beasts flowed in their veins, serving both as a benchmark and as a brake that prevented them from going too far in their transformation. Even if they exceeded that limit, they would eventually return to their baseline state. However, those who dabbled in this transformation using human bodies lacked such benchmarks or brakes. Ultimately, they risked being consumed by the rampaging power of the beast. This wasn't just true for the transformation. It applied to all powers that had a temperament gauge. If you dabble without a controlling factor, you'll inevitably spiral into destruction. "You seem talented. I am willing to share a little of my dragon blood with you." Dragon blood. It was the legacy passed down through generations of Duskbringer and a gift she bestowed upon her knights factors of the dragon. The power of the beast is nice, but the power of the dragon is on another level. You won't regret it. You could become several times stronger. What do you say? Lucas had heard the rumors. The berserkers of the West, knights of Bringer Duchy who wielded the power of dragons through dragon blood. They were killing machines, capable of taking on 100 enemies at once. "What have you been hearing so far?" However, Lucas coldly sneered. "I aim to become stronger to gain recognition from my lord. What meaning is there in growing stronger under your banner? I refuse." That's a shame. I am my lord's escort, so," Lucas spat out, his eyes fierce. "The prize for winning the tournament, a chance to become my lord's knight, is mine." "Hey, you think you're getting it, you evil dragon?" Duskbringer, who had been momentarily stunned, hurriedly stuttered. "Wait, hold on, what did you say the first prize is?" "The first prize is becoming a knight under my lord. That's the prize." "What? Wait a minute." Sweat trickled down Duskbringer's slender chin. "Then I shouldn't win, should I? I mean, I am Duskbringer, a duchess. I would never willingly go to the southern frontlines. I just joined the tournament because it looked fun. I didn't even check the prize list." "What kind of first prize is that?" Caught off guard and flustered, Duskbringer was full of openings. "Then lose graciously, Duchess." With fierce eyes flashing, Lucas rushed forward and launched a fist toward the flustered Duskbringer. "The victory is mine." Chapter 287. To cut to the chase, Lucas had fallen. Though he managed to prolong the battle through various strategies, he was ultimately overwhelmed by the 3 consecutive jabs from Duskbringer's finger. Lucas lost consciousness and was knocked down. I covered my face with both hands, sighing in regret. Ah, what a bummer. Hoping to win a purely physical battle against a half-dragon, half-human was an unrealistic wish from the start. Hugh, standing in front of the unconscious Lucas, Duskbringer was panting heavily, only to suddenly snap back to reality. I won, didn't I?" Duskbringer shouted towards the fallen Lucas while waving her fist. "You were too relentless. I didn't even mean to win." "What? Was this some kind of new trick? As absurd as it was, awards must be given based on merit." I waved my hand to the side. "It's getting late. Let's wrap this up. Proceed with the award ceremony." "Yes, Your Majesty." The unconscious Lucas was taken away for healing by the priests, and the mumbling Duskbringer was quickly escorted off the stage by me. A podium for the awards was quickly arranged in the arena. The presentation of awards for the 3rd to 8th place was handled by Serenade, as she was the sponsor of the event. "Hello, everyone. I am Serenade from the Silver Winters Merchant Guild." The moment Serenade, standing on the podium, flashed a charming smile and greeted the audience, cheers and applause erupted from the stands. Silver Winter, Serenade. Oh my God, take me. Buy me too. I'll give it to you for free. She's really popular. Isn't she getting more cheers than me? Feeling both proud that Serenade had organized the festival well and a bit jealous at her popularity, I watched the award ceremony unfold with mixed emotions. Though the prizes for 3rd to 8th places had already been distributed, Serenade had taken the extra step to prepare plaques for each contestant. Awards may come and go, but these plaques will remain as lasting memories. Smiling at the sight of Evangeline, cheerfully receiving her plaque, Serenade whispered softly in my ear. I also made sure to engrave our guild's name on the plaques. Hee hee. Ah, indeed. Beneficial for both the winner and the sponsor, a win-win. While engaging in this small talk, it was time to present the finalists with their plaques. As the Lord, that duty fell on me. As I stepped onto the podium and Serenade stepped down, a disappointed sigh arose from the audience. Come on, people, cheer and clap for me too. First, the second-place prize. With Lucas unconscious, Evangeline accepted the award on his behalf. Holding both the second and third-place plaques in her hands, she burst into laughter. I have awards in both hands. I am the true winner of this festival. Step down, step down. Evangeline's antics amused the citizens, and I promptly ushered her off the stage. And finally, the much-awaited champion. I cleared my throat, looked down at Duskbringer, who was fidgeting before me, and announced, "The honorable winner of this year's martial arts tournament is none other than this brave soul, Dusk. The winner will be bestowed with the title of Honorary Knight of the Dueling Tournament and will have the honor of serving as a knight under me, Ash-born Hater Everblack." As I unsheathed the ceremonial sword for the knighting, Duskbringer recoiled in disgust. "No, no, I won't accept it. I don't want to be your knight, no. Would you prefer to lose then? That's what I want too, want to overturn the result." Upon hearing this, Duskbringer clutched his head in agony. That's even worse. Losing is worse than dying. Then you have to accept it. Come on, Neil. Arg! In the end, Duskbringer begrudgingly knelt in front of me, enduring the ceremonial sword touching both of his shoulders and then lifting above his head. With this, Dusk has become an honorary knight of Crossroad. Do you swear to devote the rest of your life to the peace and well-being of the city? Ah, ah. Hey, the ceremony doesn't end without the oath, dragon. It's just a formal knighting, let's get it over with. Aye, aye, Duskbringer clenched his eyes shut. I swear. Finally, after completing the oath, Duskbringer trembled as he looked up at me, his face flushed red. His pumpkin-colored eyes were even brimming with tears. I've never even sworn an oath like this to the Emperor. You humiliated me like this. I won't forget this, Ash. You earned this humiliation yourself. You swept through the tournament just to earn this humiliation. I snorted. After all, it's not a proper knighting. It's just a title for winning a gimmicky tournament. There's really no reason to be so upset. After handing over the first-place trophy made of glittering glass, Duskbringer waved her fist at me and scampered down from the podium. "I'll make you pay for this humiliation. You'll see." Is it trendy these days to exit with a third-rate villain line? I see it often. Anyway, the tournament is now over. After the final round, the spectators, who had been slowly trickling out, now exited like a receding tide, leaving the barracks suddenly deserted. I looked at the tournament bracket hanging on one wall and sighed. Oh man, it's a total mess. In the end, I couldn't prevent Duskbringer's victory. My party members who had faced him all went down in defeat. I briefly turned my head to see my party members enjoying festival foods and snacks while holding their trophies. Defeat? It seems like I am the only one who feels defeated. Don't be too sad, senior. Evangeline, who approached me, tried to comfort me while excitedly waving the trophies in her hands. The battlefield will be different from the tournament. She's right. We didn't bring out our highest firepower and jokers, Damien and Junior. If it's a 5v5 party battle, we can truly showcase our abilities. That said, Duskbringer's specs are absolutely ridiculous. It's definitely inefficient and drains quickly. But the base physical stamina and magical power are simply on an inconceivable level. The amount of resources they had left could probably last them a day or two of battle at most. I need to reassess our PvP tactics. As I was thinking this, whoa, Lucas, having regained consciousness, rushed toward me, fell to his knees in front of me, and slammed his forehead into the ground. "Please kill me." I should have seen this coming. I chuckled and patted Lucas on the shoulder. "You fought well, Lucas. Now get up." "But sir, if she was the best fighter and she's asking to be killed, what does that make me?" Evangeline also tried to calm Lucas down. "Here, the second-place badge and a full set of equipment crafting rights. Honestly, I think these are even better than the first-place prize, don't you?" Lucas took the second place badge and the voucher from Evangeline, staring at them in silence. Wah, ha, wah, rah, rah. He started making some sort of bear-like noise. A sorrowful wailing came from Lucas. Evangeline, who was watching Lucas with wide-open eyes, muttered, "Ah, he's crying." I broke into a cold sweat. What? He's crying? Seems like it. Look at those eyes filled with sorrow. Ah, tears are starting to flow. Wah, rah, rah. Following Evangeline's commentary, Lucas sat down on the ground with a face that looked like he had lost everything in the world and continued his sorrowful wailing. Is he actually crying? I just wanted to earn your praise, sir. I was only trying my best. Lucas pounded his chest with a face full of injustice. But I got slapped for using beast transformation. And then you didn't even let me escort you afterward. Wah rah rah rah. I slapped you because I was worried. And I didn't let you escort me because you hadn't fully healed yet. Wah rah rah rah. Lucas continued to wail as he pounded his chest and then the ground. I plan to win first place, earn a spot as a Knight of Honor, and naturally reconcile with you. Wah rah rah rah. I lost. It's all ruined. Everything is ruined. I was sweating bullets. It was quite disconcerting to see someone who was usually as strong as steel wail so pitifully. What's going on? What should I do? Just then, Evangeline nudged my side. What are you doing, senior? Lucas is crying. Apologize quickly. Ha, I have to apologize. Why did you even hit him? He's old enough to understand words. Well, that's true. He's 22, so he's not at an age to be physically disciplined. No, nobody should be physically disciplined at any age to begin with, but still. As a close friend, not as a lord or commander, try apologizing first. Ah, okay. Now, repeat after me. I am sorry. I opened my mouth to mimic Evangeline. Sorry, S. You crazy bastard, you were the one who used beast transformation first. Come on. Seriously. Wah rah rah. As I yelled out, Evangeline smacked her forehead, and Lucas started to wail even more sorrowfully. I apologize for the disgrace, my lord. Sniffling, Lucas apologized. I waved my hand dismissively. It's okay, man. I apologize for going overboard at that time. There was no need for me to hit you. Sniff. No, it's my fault. I was the one who disobeyed your orders. Young Lord's mansion. Drawing room. After a long time, the main party of 5 had gathered, enjoying dinner, desserts, and a drink. Lucas and I had dramatically reconciled, all thanks to Evangeline's mediation. You sometimes get really hung up on weird things. Just because you're the commander doesn't mean you have to avoid apologizing first, said Evangeline, sipping juice through a straw. I responded while gulping down a glass of cold whiskey. Hey, I gave him punishment within the military system. How would it look if I apologize first? What does appearance matter? Reconciliation among friends should be the priority. You'll regret sticking to formalities later. Anyway, I acknowledged Lucas' achievements in the last battle and offset his earlier infraction of turning feral. My personal apology to Lucas made up for the excessive punishment. It was a complicated process, but we managed to mend the rift between us. Damien, who had been awkwardly watching our interactions, finally broke the ice. So, can we all hang out together tomorrow? It seems like tomorrow will be really fun. Junior picked up where Damien left off. Junior, who had brought herbs from Silver Winter's merchant guild, tightly packed them into a pipe and started puffing away. The last day is a dance festival, they said. Seems like it'll be a lot of fun. Your Highness, you're participating too, right? Ah, right. There's a dance festival tomorrow. Reluctantly involved, I clenched my sweaty forehead and downed the remaining drink. Now I even have to dance in front of everyone. Great. While I was lost in thought, the rest of the party members started discussing their plans for tomorrow. Do whatever you want. Ha! At that moment, my eyes narrowed as I looked out the window. Am I seeing things? It seems like there's something blurry outside. Rising from the sofa, I walked over to the window and opened it. Yikes! There stood Dusk Bringer looking pitiful. Startled by my appearance, she flinched. What are you doing here? I asked, sweating nervously. What are you doing? Dusk Bringer was pressed against the drawing room window, spying on the 5 of us enjoying our snacks and drinks. Dude, it's not like you're the little match girl or something. Why are you peeping into other people's happy homes on Christmas Day? Chapter 288. An awkward silence flowed between Dusk Bringer and me. Unable to bear it, I asked again. What are you doing here? It's already late. Why haven't you gone to your lodging? Just then, a stereotypical sound of hunger, a rumble, emanated from Dusk Bringer's stomach. What the hell? Why are you making such a pitiful face? You're not some little match girl. You're a freaking duchess. If you go into town, there are restaurants open late and decent inns. Go have a look. I have none. What? I have no money. Dusk Bringer's petite shoulders slumped. I clenched the back of my neck as my blood pressure shot up. What a dramatic duchess you are. Come on, even if you're in retreat, you're still a duchess of a duchy. How can you not have money? I used all my assets and even looted items to fund the military. Of course, I have no personal wealth left. Ah, well, considering they were pretty much decimated in the war, it makes sense that the national treasury would be empty. What about that shiny crown you're wearing? Selling that could buy you at least one mansion. This symbolizes the rule of the duchy. Obviously, I can't sell it. I laughed dismally. What a farce. Talk about a fool's paradise. I did manage to escape the siege and left the duchy, but all my subordinates were injured. So I gave them all the money I had and told them to heal and follow later. I came ahead to scout if the southern front was actually safe. So you arrived and found you had no money left. Exactly. That's why I participated in the tournament. I thought he'd get some prize money if I won first place. Never thought he'd get this. Duskbringer took out the first place trophy and squawked. How could I possibly imagine that they'd give me something I couldn't even exchange for a meal, like a knightly honor? It's an honorable position, you brat. As we yelled at each other, I felt eyes on my back. Turning around, my party members were watching us, sweating bullets. Ah! I let out a long sigh and gestured towards the interior of the mansion. Come in, it'll give you something to eat and drink. Really, it's a festival, and we're not so stingy as to starve a guest. Hurry in. With a brightened face, Duskbringer bounded into the mansion like a hamster. I called Ada and instructed him to serve a meal to Duskbringer. I also made a guest room available. It's as good as me inviting her anyway. But it was a mistake. Duskbringer began devouring my kitchen supplies as if she was a dragon. What the heck is going on? The chef, summoned in the middle of the night, cooked non-stop, sweating blood and tears. But Duskbringer continued to eat voraciously. Sharp teeth, like a shark's, tore through the dishes like a saw blade. I usually don't get this hungry. Duskbringer mumbled an excuse, puffing out her small cheeks as she continued to munch away. But I exerted myself too much during the martial arts tournament. I was starving to death, you know. Ah, pass me some of that piled-up meat. And take out the bell peppers. I can't eat those. How about carrots? Oh, how did you know? I hate carrots too. Take them out. Are you a child or what? What are you doing with your age? I sighed and shook my head. The high output, low efficiency traits of a dragon were manifesting in full force. An adult human was devouring an amount of food enough for dozens. Was this much necessary to maintain that level of output? I knew dragons ate a lot, but this is crossing a line. If I were to take in Duskbringer as my vassal, the first thing to reconsider would be the food budget. Evangeline and Lucas, who were watching this spectacle, slightly opened their mouths. I thought I was the strongest among female food fighters, but turns out I was only thinking in human terms, huh? I lost in the martial arts tournament, and now I am losing in the amount of food I can eat. What can I possibly win at? Why? Don't feel defeated. It's just a different race. By the way, Damien and Junior were diligently picking out the bell peppers and carrots beside Duskbringer. Don't pick them out. Let her eat everything. While observing this miserable scene, Ada sneakily approached and whispered in my ear. Ah, my lord, the food storage is empty. What shall we do? Refill it as soon as the morning market opens. Feed her until she's satisfied. Looking at Duskbringer, who was annihilating the dining table with a happy face, I clicked my tongue. It's like a festival, a festival. If there's someone who can't enjoy it, so be it, but no one should be going hungry. Then Duskbringer cheerfully exclaimed, The food here is great. Ah, yes, thank you for the compliment. The last day of the autumn festival dawned. From midday, the entire city was filled with lively music. Citizens took out instruments from their homes, which were usually gathering dust, and played joyful music. I initially thought the dance festival would be something significant, but it wasn't. People simply gathered in the central square, dancing in the most arbitrary music. I told you, it's just a countryside festival, said Evangeline, who was observing the spectacle with me at the central square. I chuckled. It's not so bad, is it? Citizens had gathered and were singing traditional folk songs, playing various drums, string instruments, and wind instruments. Someone danced with a shoulder dance, and someone else sang out of tune with a red, drunken face. Elderly folks that you normally don't see came out and performed a slow, traditional circle dance. So this is a national dance showcase, huh? It feels quite endearing. Let's go for a round. Let's go. Before I knew it, my main party members were all swept into the huge circle dance in the central square. Evangeline took the lead, followed by Lucas, Damien, and Junior. They all held hands, awkwardly smiling while circling in the flow of the traditional dance. I stood a bit apart, watching the scene with a chuckle. There's something cute about watching kids play. Quite a festive atmosphere, isn't it? It's like a rural festival. Just then, someone came and stood beside me. I turned to find it was Dusk Bringer. He'd given her some pocket money, and she had spent it at the stalls, bringing back handfuls of snacks. She seemed to be enjoying herself more than anyone else. For some reason, her face looked slightly chubbier than yesterday as she looked up at me and blinked. Aren't you going to dance? I have a solo performance scheduled for later. I'm saving my entrance. I wasn't particularly thrilled about it, but it's a festival. If everyone can have fun, I am more than willing to contribute. My eyes scanned the square, landing on various members of my party. Everyone seemed to be having fun. Ash! Then, with a voice muffled by munching on snacks, Dusk Bringer abruptly spoke. Rebels are your country's enemies. Your father betrayed my country, which had been loyal to him for hundreds of years, and your brother led an army that trampled over my land. In the midst of a festival that was peaceful beyond words, the dragon lady abruptly jabbed me with this heavy conversation. But you invited those rebels here. You even said you would provide a chance for them to recover at this front. You knew that the moment you let the rebels into your front, you would be in conflict with your own country. And if that happens, in the worst-case scenario, I might never see this peaceful landscape again. The fight at the Empire's western front, Dragonblood Front, would not end until Dusk Bringer was captured and killed. Specifically, until her dragon blood was taken away. The moment she's discovered on my front, the flames of the western front will spread southward. Will you truly accept me despite all that? Dusk Bringer's words were laden with such implications. I listened in silence as she looked up at me intently. What exactly are your intentions? And if you do accept me, do you have a plan for what comes after? I looked at her with a faint smile. I will answer those questions when you fully join our southern front. Ha ha, so you won't show your hand till the very end. One should always make their move at the decisive moment. I shrugged nonchalantly. But let me assure you of one thing. The imperial family and the empire cannot touch this monster front. It's not just blind trust in a single declaration of independence from the past. I know what will happen in this world in the future. I am confident based on the memory of my strategies. A storm of events will descend upon the Empire in the future. I plan to sidestep that storm, unconnected to the Empire, and walk my own path, the war with the monsters, towards the true ending. As long as you cooperate with me, you'll have ample opportunity to rebuild here, I assured her. So this cooperation involves fighting monsters, is that it? Yes. I truly can't understand why, Duskbringer sighed. She gazed down at the square below where people danced in rhythm with the music and murmured softly to herself. To think that it's worth bringing someone in, even if it means destroying such a beautiful landscape. I wonder if there's any value in such rebels. It is, to be honest. You and your knights were something like a bonus in the unfolding circumstances. They're worth it. It was true that Duskbringer and her knights held tremendous power. If I could recruit them under my banner, they would play a major role in the upcoming wars against monsters. Duskbringer toyed with the snack in her hand, lost in deep thought. Just as I was about to say a few more words to her, I was interrupted. Stop spacing out, senior. My main party members rushed toward me and grabbed my arms and legs. What the heck? Stop just watching with that paternal smile. Dance with us, senior. This opportunity comes but once a year, my lord. It's way more fun than you think. Dance, your highness. Come on, no escaping. Your highness, come this way. Arg. Wait a sec. I was about to have a serious conversation for once. But there was no stopping the relentless push from my party members. Before I knew it, I was swept into the whirlpool of dance. As I joined in, the crowd somehow noticed me and cheered loudly. A sudden open space appeared in the crowded square, and there I was, thrust into the center. What's going on? My lord, our lord, we've been waiting just for today. We've been really looking forward to this. The citizens surrounding me shouted in cheers. Wait, what were they looking forward to? Dance, dance, dance. Prince dance. Prince dance. Show us the legendary dance that turned the imperial capital upside down. Within moments, the atmosphere became such that I had to dance. I covered my face and yelled. Damn it, if this was imperial capital New Terror, you'd all be executed for blasphemy. But this isn't New Terror, is it? Where are we? Crossroad. Sigh, what can I do? I saw this coming when I signed up for this. After glancing at my party members and the crowd all smiling at me, I raised my hands and snapped my fingers. Then let's get the music started, you rascals. Watch closely. I used to show off this expensive dance only when I got donations in the hundreds during my streaming days. As I started my improvised dance, my party members doubled over in laughter, and the crowd screamed in both cheer and astonishment. I willingly made a fool of myself, because after all it's a festival. Ha! I may not know much, but I do know one thing. Watching Ash's antics wide-eyed, Duskbringer finally revealed a sharp-toothed smile. You are a prince adored by your subjects, Ash. A piercing light tinged the smile that spread across the dragon lady's lips. The love of the subjects the rebels will never be able to regain. Closing her large, pumpkin-colored eyes briefly, she pulled her hood low over her face and slowly turned away from the square. I think that's enough scouting for now. She began to walk slowly towards the west gate. It was a joyful festival, crossroad. And then she disappeared into the dimming twilight. Chapter 289, Time really does fly when you're having fun, Lily murmured, shaking the drink in her hand. The festival's almost over already. The sun had already set, but Crossroads Central Square was still brightly lit, filled with people joyfully singing and dancing. As Lily watched those savoring the festival's final moments, Godhand, who was holding the handles of her wheelchair from behind, chimed in. You're right, Miss Lily. It went by in a flash. Lily chuckled softly as she looked up at Godhand. Did you enjoy the festival, Godhand? Absolutely. This was the most fun I've ever had at a festival in my entire life. Godhand grinned widely, though his hair was pulled and tugged at various places, and some strands even appeared scorched. It was a consequence of getting scolded by Lily on the first night of the festival. Still, he seemed quite cheerful, which made him look somewhat foolish. Well, he's been focusing on me since then. She felt there was no more need to scold him. Quietly, Lily deactivated a level 1 skill, fire cannon, she had stored in her magic power. Even so, walking around with this activated seemed a bit excessive. As he carefully observed Lily, Godhand hesitated before asking, Did you really enjoy yourself, Miss Lily? Um, um, it's my first time going on a date, so. Godhand scratched the back of his head awkwardly. I was worried you might not find the time spent with me enjoyable. I am not exactly the most fun guy to be around. Staring intently at the flustered Godhand, Lily burst into soft laughter. Just being with you is good enough for me. Lily didn't ask for anything extraordinary from her lover. Sharing the same space, seeing the same scenery, experiencing the same things, and creating the same memories. That was more than enough to make her happy, especially over these fleeting 2 days. Mesmerized by Lily, Godhand slowly moved to the front of her wheelchair. My, Miss Lily. Stuttering and hesitating, he slowly knelt on one knee. I know it's a bit late to say this now, but still, even if it's late. Frantically, Godhand took something out of his pocket. It was a short piece of metal rhoda bland, clunky lump of iron. But at Godhand's fingertips, that metal rod blossomed into a rose in an instant. It was a feat only possible because he was a metal mage. As Lily watched this miraculous scene in awe, Please, will you officially date me? With his eyes tightly closed, Godhand held out the metal rose. I will make you happy for as long as we're together. I can't say it'll be forever, but his speech cut off as he bit his lip. He spoke too hastily and ended up biting his lip. Despite the embarrassment and pain, Godhand somehow finished his confession. I will make you happy. Staring at the awkward Godhand, Lily let out a brief laugh. Let me see your lip. Ha! Your lip. It looks like it's bleeding. Show me. Godhand hesitantly leaned his face forward. Lily, who had been holding his chin to examine his wounded lips, lightly kissed him. Godhand's face instantly flushed red. With a similarly reddened face, Lily grinned. I'd love to date you, but there's one thing you must promise. What promise. Never lie to me. No matter the situation, always tell me the truth. Can you promise that? Without hesitation, Godhand nodded. Of course, my lady. The two awkwardly chuckled, their eyes meeting for a long moment. Just when the mood was becoming perfect, bang, thud, a sudden crashing noise came from the side. Startled, Godhand and Lily turned their heads to find Bodybag and Burnout toppled over near a trash can at the corner of the square. It looked like they had been spying and had accidentally fallen over. Sorry, I wasn't trying to eavesdrop. Bodybag hastily scrambled to her feet and flailed her arms, her face a picture of embarrassment. I was just worried, okay? Worried if Godhand, who's been forever single, could actually handle a relationship. So I was just following to see. Nod, nod, nod. Burnout fervently nodded in agreement next to her. The great mood they had been in was instantly shattered. Just as Godhand was about to reprimand his younger siblings, "Come here, Bodybag." Burnout. Lily gestured, her hand covering her smiling mouth. Let's hang out together. Surprised, Bodybag and Burnout's eyes widened. Huh, but Godhand is your brother, right? Now that he and I are dating, we should be seeing a lot more of each other. Lily beckoned the two elves. Let's get along. Now, let's enjoy the rest of the festival together. After some cautious glances, Bodybag and Burnout cautiously joined Lily and Godhand's side. Godhand looked apologetically at Lily, but she didn't mind. Having instant younger sisters felt rather nice, actually. Not bad at all. Boom, fizzle. Just then, several fireworks soared into the sky above Crossroads Central Square, scattering into embers. Bodybag pointed upward and exclaimed, "Fireworks! Really, it's a fireworks display." And so it began. Fireworks of various colors adorned the sky of Crossroad, launched from all around the city. Lily, who had been quietly watching, murmured, "The end of the fall festival really should be fireworks." They were fireworks befitting a small, rural town, small and modest. Yet they were beautiful. The crowd gathered in the square cheered and looked up at the fireworks display. Bodybag and Burnout jumped and ran under the colorful bursts. As she watched the scene, Lily quietly reached out, took Godhand's hand, and held it tightly. Godhand's long ears flushed red. Finding this adorably noticeable, Lily covered her mouth and chuckled. Elves have their charms. She had discovered an unexpected advantage. Let's watch them together next year, tooth fireworks. In response to Lily's soft whisper, Godhand smiled and replied, "Yes, next year too, definitely." Fizzle, boom, the fireworks continued to ascend. Startled, I looked up from where I was sitting on the mat in a corner of the square, drinking and chatting with my party members. What the heck? Evangeline, who had been cheerfully chewing on some grilled squid, looked up at the sky with a radiant face. It's time for the fireworks. Fireworks time. It's the grand finale of the fall festival. Ending it with fireworks is a tradition, you know. I wasn't aware of such a tradition. Quite the flashy way to wrap things up. True, the scale is much smaller than the grand fireworks of the imperial capital, so I can see why you might be surprised. I mean, that wasn't exactly my point. The truth is, I've always been more of an indoor gamer, unfamiliar with these extroverted festivities. Either way, everyone who had been loudly chatting on the mat looked up at the sky in unison, and they all quietly watched the magical fireworks bloom in various colors. Celebi was there, and so was his assistant, Hannibal, Huilan and the Penal Squad, Verdandi and the Holy Grail Seekers, Aegis Special Forces and Shadow Squad, and Lily, including Saintess Margarita and all other heroes, as well as many soldiers, and my main party members beside me. Everyone was gazing at the fireworks festival. Instead of watching the fireworks, I observed the faces of those looking up at them. Once the festival ends, we would have to return to our daily grind of battling monsters. However, the memories of such peaceful moments like these would act as a sturdy anchor, preventing our weary hearts from drifting away. People gain the strength to live another year and another through such moments. It was fun, the fall festival. Hee, wasn't it? I am looking forward to next year. As I mumbled, Evangeline and Damien responded with broad smiles. Next year, huh? Junior gave a bitter smile and took a puff of her cigar. Lucas stayed silent, only watching the dispersing fireworks. It was then, "Your Highness." A clear voice rang out from the edge of the square. I looked and saw Serenade standing there. Under the colorful lighting of bursting fireworks, and with her glossy hair fluttering in the autumn wind, Serenade somehow looked like a mermaid. Scales or no scales. I felt as if a refreshing scent, like sea foam, emanated from her. I quickly stood up and faced Serenade. Serenade, you've worked really hard throughout this festival. I awkwardly scratched the back of my neck. While you were busy working, I just enjoyed myself. I'm sorry. Hee, don't mention it. I'm glad that you had a good time, Your Highness. Serenade's silvery eyes rounded as she offered a sweet smile. Suddenly she exclaimed, "Ah," and extended one hand toward me. Your Highness, since I've worked hard throughout this festival, will you give me a reward? Of course. What would you like? As I asked with a sly grin, I remembered something Serenade had once asked me for. You know that, SSC'd. Ahem. As long as it's not that kind of thing, I can happily oblige. I waited for Serenade's response with slight tension. Then, giggling, Serenade took a step closer and opened her palm. Would you dance a song with me? Ha, you mean dance? Yes. The day of the dance festival isn't over yet, is it? Her face was flushed as she boldly made the request. Was she a bit nervous? Pausing for a moment, I broke into a carefree smile and slowly stood in front of Serenade, taking both of her hands. My pleasure, partner. Boom. Fizz. Under the bright light of the bursting fireworks, at a moment when everyone's attention was fixed on the sky, we hid outside their line of sight. Not in the center of the plaza, but in a quiet corner. We began to waltz slowly. There was no music, no chandelier, no stage, but the atmosphere had its own charm. Having spent a long time in the imperial capital, we danced together seamlessly. Serenade, her face aglow with happiness in my arms, whispered softly, Your Highness. Do you remember when I said a few days ago that I had something important to tell you? I remembered. On her first day arriving here in Crossroad, Serenade had said with a determined expression, I have something important that I must tell Your Highness directly. The message that she said she had to personally convey to me, making the long journey from the imperial capital to this place, Crossroad, her real reason for visiting this remote southern region. But whether it was because we hadn't had a chance to be alone, she hadn't told me until now. I swallowed hard. What could she possibly want to say to me? Could it be a confession? I'm not emotionally prepared for this yet. Even I think it's pathetic, but I really can't handle this kind of thing. Serenade glanced around nervously, confirming that nobody was nearby. As we continued to waltz, after making sure multiple times that no listening ears were around, Serenade whispered softly into my ear, There is a conspiracy unfolding. My mind went blank. I couldn't understand what she was saying all of a sudden. I blinked in confusion and asked nervously, What? There is a conspiracy unfolding in the imperial capital, Your Highness. Serenade repeated, her face deadly serious, whispering once more into my ear. Second Prince Fernandez is planning to rebel. Chapter 290 Central Continent. The heart of the world, the capital of the ever-black empire. Imperial capital, New Terra. In this massive port city, roughly the size of a small nation, a grand fireworks display was underway to celebrate the final day of the fall festival. Boom, bang. Brilliant fireworks embroidered the night sky. As befitting a festival held in the capital of the largest nation in the world, the fireworks that concluded the fall festival were on an enormous scale. The night sky was so dark that one could mistake the brilliance of the fireworks for a fleeting moon. Prince Fernandez, the second son of the imperial family, watched the dazzling fireworks from his office, located in the highest turret on the west side of the king's castle. Slowly, Fernandez took a sip of the liquor in his glass and began to speak. Do you know why the fall festival of the Everblack Empire is held on the night of the new moon? There was no response from his interlocutor. Standing behind Fernandez, who was looking out the window, his companion remained silent, merely listening to his monologue. One would think that the festival would be better suited for a night when the moon is bright and the mood is festive. Why choose the new moon as the start date for the festival? And why hold the festival for the 3 days it takes for the moon to wane to the new phase? From the new moon to its waning phase, the 3 darkest days of the sky, the full festival of the Everblack Empire was held during this period. It was a somewhat strange tradition to deliberately choose the darkest nights for celebration. Do you know why, Captain Riene? When Fernandez turned to ask, his silent companion Riene, the captain of the mage, corpse-bowed her head slightly. I don't know, Your Highness. There are various theories, of course. Fernandez turned his gaze back to the window, staring at the dark sky beyond, where fireworks continued to explode. In my opinion, The color of this moonless, pitch-black sky resembles the color of our country's emblematic tree, the everblack. That is my speculation. The black tree that has brought wealth and prosperity to our nation and has also helped humanity gain dominion over the world. He remembered the towering, black, thorn-covered tree that stood frozen next to the emperor's throne. Smiling wryly as he recalled the tree that had entered eternal slumber along with his father, Fernandez continued, "Well, this is just my personal theory. Most people think we hold the festival at this time because the fireworks are more visible." Riene remained silent. The old officer's face, who had sustained injuries in the south and now leaned on a cane, was stern. Whether that expression was due to the pain of his aged body, or perhaps due to admonition from a superior he had not seen in a while, or maybe due to the path that lay ahead for her, Fernandez couldn't tell, nor did he need to know. Riene was a soldier. Regardless of what she harbored within, she would eventually move as Fernandez commanded. Let's set aside trivial matters like the timing of the festival. Fernandez turned away from the window and slowly walked to the center of his office, sitting down on a sofa. "So, Captain Riene, how was your mission in the south?" It was enjoyable in its own way. Remaining standing, Riene's thoughts briefly turned to Junior. In the end, he hadn't forgiven himself, yet he had tried to keep the conversation going with that young child. And the New Age wizard, reminiscent of an old friend who had united lightning and wind. "It feels like I've been on a long vacation." "A vacation? You think it was that light-hearted?" Fernandez, sounding sarcastic, tapped the reports spread out on the table in front of the sofa. "I've received complete reports on what happened at the Southern Front. I read the report you wrote, too. And you personally destroyed the shutdown protocol that we had so painstakingly set up there, didn't you?" Shutdown protocol. A sacrificial magic circle designed to burn all humans within its radius, harnessing the immense energy extracted from their souls to magically preserve the entire area. It was a secret technique, mainly used by the Magic Brigade to intimidate either suspected rebellious areas or regions of conflict with the enemy. Its installation had been the primary objective of the Magic Brigade dispatched to Crossroad, but Riene had destroyed it during the defense of Jormungandr. "The situation unfolded that way. I apologize, Your Highness." "Tusk." Riene bowed her head, and Fernandez sank back into the sofa. "It doesn't matter. The Southern Front isn't our primary concern right now." The face of his youngest sibling, who had audaciously declared independence, flashed through his mind. The sibling had refused additional support from the imperial family, babbling about handling the monsters themselves and asking not to interfere, as if foreseeing the bloodshed that would eventually erupt in the imperial capital and trying to distance themselves from the imperial family. "What the hell are you planning, Ash? You've always had a knack for sensing things. If the Southern Front wanted to keep its distance from the imperial capital, then so much the better." From Fernandez's perspective, it eliminated one variable. There was no need to exert strong control over the Southern Front. Gazing at the beautiful scenery of the imperial capital shining through the window, Fernandez mumbled, "The most important thing is the shutdown protocol being installed here in the imperial capital." Riene slowly turned her head and took in the nighttime view of the city along with Fernandez. Countless people living under the bright lights of fireworks in the world's largest city, and the massive sacrificial magic circle being installed beneath it. Though her hands had been stained with blood throughout her life, they felt heavier now more than ever. Riene lifted her leaden fingers and clenched her fist tightly. There was no turning back now. Once you're entangled in this quagmire of blood, there's no escape. I wanted to wait for a more perfect timing, but circumstances are rapidly changing. We have no choice. Thunk. Setting down his empty glass on the table, Fernandez nodded gravely. "Please expedite the completion of the shutdown protocol, Captain Riene. I trust only you. All of this is for the future of the Everblack Empire, one of the four fates that Emperor Everblack foresaw to bring ruin to the Empire. At the heart of the central Dark Front, the Aegis Special Forces faced an unidentified dark power. Ironically, that dark power was none other than the Aegis Special Forces themselves, led by their commander, Fernandez. They conjured up non-existent enemies, inflated rumors about them, and used the pretext of fighting these imaginary foes to grow the organization and expand its influence. They deceived the imperial family, infiltrated in reverse, and burrowed deep into the darkness. The Aegis Special Forces had already seized control of the Empire's underworld. And now, the time was drawing near. Be prepared. The time for rebellion is soon. Fernandez stood up and brushed past Riene as he left. We'll have much for the mage troops to do soon, Captain Riene. Do not falter. Ah, right. A bitter smile crossed Riene's lips. Hadn't she vowed already to cast away her human skin for the Empire, gladly becoming a monster? Fernandez exited the office first. Alone in the empty room, Riene muttered softly, "Everything is for the future of the Everblack Empire." Why did it hurt, even though she had firmly resolved to do this? The bright smile of her long-gone friend Blitz flickered before her eyes, as did the trembling pupils of his adopted daughter. Staring at her motionless palm, Renee clenched her fist tightly. The wheel had already started to turn. Now no one could stop it. Second, Prince Fernandez is planning a rebellion. Serenade continued to quickly explain to my bewildered self. As per our previous agreement with the imperial family, our merchant guild has been assisting the imperial family in all areas of their work. Collaborating with the Aegis Special Forces on intelligence was part of that. But the more we assisted the Special Forces, the more strange information began pouring in. At first we thought it was nothing and were going to overlook it. As the information accumulated, the situation became all too clear, and you, Your Highness, were the only one I could trust to reveal this to. So that's why. Is that why you hurriedly came all this way? Having sensed the signs of Fernandez's rebellion, you came to tell me. Actually, even when I arrived here at Crossroad, I wasn't certain. It was a faint suspicion. Serenade bit her lower lip. But a few hours ago, after collating information sent by carrier pigeon from the Merchant Guild's headquarters in the imperial capital, it became certain. Second, Prince Fernandez is plotting a rebellion. The information is too large and weighty for me to handle. I really didn't know what to do. Truth be told, I already knew. The Fernandez Rebellion event. It's the largest turning point in the second year of Protect the Empire, where the second Prince Fernandez instigates a rebellion to seize the imperial power. If the biggest branching event of the first year was recruiting Duskbringer, then the biggest branching event of the second year is Fernandez's conspiracy. At this point, the Empire is divided into two, one faction led by first Prince Lark and another led by second Prince Fernandez. Even the Monster Front must choose a side, whom to align with, whose side to take. In the game, the structure was simpler. 1. Aligning with Crown Prince Lark would grant you access to knight troops and various soldier-related benefits. 2. Siding with Crown Prince Fernandez would grant you access to mage troops and various administrative benefits. In other words, depending on your choice, the focus of your frontline operations would differ. Additionally, minor branching paths were formed, and the game diverged up to its third-year operation. Yes, it was bound to happen. The issue was, the timing has been pushed forward. Originally, this event would only take place in the middle of the second year. But now, signs of it were already appearing in the latter half of the first year. The pace of the game was already beginning to differ from reality. Why has it sped up? Could it be because of me? I, Ash, survived and protected the Silver Winter Merchant Guild along with Serenade. The Southern Front declared its own path. I thought it was just a small snowball, a single flap of a butterfly's wings. But could it be distorting subsequent developments? It didn't matter. Though the timing had sped up, it was still within the scope of my clear experience. My 740-second strategy wasn't futile. I knew how this world would move forward. Even Fernandez's conspiracy and the subsequent trends within the Empire. Even if the pace had changed, it was still in my hands. I would stick to my plan. Serenade shivered slightly within the crook of my arm as I sorted out my thoughts. Your Highness, I am afraid. I'm scared that I've come to know such information and don't know how to handle this heavy truth. Serenade looked up at me with fear-filled eyes. Tell me, Your Highness, if Crown Prince Fernandez truly conspires against you, what will you do? What should I do? I stared intently at this intelligent yet naive person. I had instructed the Merchant Guild to cooperate on intelligence, but I didn't expect that the fragmented pieces of information exchanged would lead them to the core of the long-hidden conspiracy. How smart must you be? Her cognitive speed was likely several times faster than mine. My survival, as well as Serenade's, had a butterfly effect distorting subsequent developments. Yet I was confident. With my experience in strategy and Serenade's analytical skills, we could make it through. Through the treacherous path to clearing this volatile world, we would find the one safe route. Serenade, I have one question. So I quietly asked. If I say I have a plan, but it looks to be a very dangerous and difficult path, would you still follow me? Caught off guard by the sudden question, Serenade's face hardened, but she did not hesitate. Of course, Your Highness. The Silver Winter Merchant Guild will share its fate with you, Your Highness. We've been committed to that from the start. Chapter 291, HMPH. In a corner of the square, Ash and Serenade, who were dancing away from the gaze of others, caught Evangeline's eye. Evangeline, who was resting her chin on her hand and looking displeased, grumbled. They make quite a handsome couple. Lucas took a glance at the seemingly disgruntled Evangeline and took a sip from his drink. Why the long face, miss? I'm not upset, Evangeline pouted. I'm just jealous. Jealous. Just look at Lady Serenade. Stunningly beautiful, competent, smart, and even heads the Merchant Guild. Evangeline exaggeratedly stretched her short arms and let out a sigh. I can't even play the game right now. I wish I could grow up to be like that. I wonder if it's possible. You're not referring to that saying, are you, Evangeline? Which saying? The one about a sparrow trying to follow a crane and splitting its thighs. Uh, Instead of cheering me on, you're mocking me. Just you wait and see. Evangeline, jumping to her feet, clenched her fist. In a few years, you'll be surprised. Evangeline Cross will be as impressive as Lady Serenade. Then we'll see who's laughing. Lucas, observing the youthful face of the shouting Evangeline, coolly replied, Well, hang in there. Oh, come on, why so dry? Because no matter how old you get, you always seem like a kid to me. Evangeline lunged at Lucas, attempting to bite him. Lucas narrowly managed to push her away and mumbled. On another note, Lady Serenade has changed quite a bit. What? She has? Yeah, she used to be more. As Lucas was reminiscing, his voice trailed off because the final fireworks of the festival lit up the sky. Boom, whiz. The grand finale fireworks burst, and the crowd in the square erupted into applause and cheers. From a corner of the square, Ash and Serenade, who had stopped dancing, were seen exchanging pleasantries. Evangeline, with a sound that was almost like a groan of jealousy, murmured, Must be nice to be in a relationship. And Lucas chuckled, finishing off his drink. The festival had ended. Leaving the bustling streets after the festival, I sat in my mansion's office. While the heat of the festival still lingered in my body, I tried to cool my head. Now that I've completed up to stage 10, it's time to assess the current situation. I tapped the paper in front of me with a pen, jotting down the status of our efforts and the challenges ahead. Firstly, the status of our troops, starting with the heroes. Main party, Penal Squad, Shadow Squad, Lily, Margarita, and 3 reserve sub-parties leveling up in the lower dungeon areas. Were more short on hero parties than I expected. Only 2 parties were ready for immediate action. The Shadow Squad consisted of only 3 members. Lily and Margarita are not field operatives. The rest are reserve parties. I need to reinforce. Currently, there are 2 parties with connections to the monster frontline, the Holy Grail Seekers and the elite guards of Dusk Bringer. However, the recruitment period and conditions for these groups are yet to be finalized. Without counting on their recruitment, I should continue to obtain and train other heroes. Next, the regular soldiers. Although I had successfully secured close to 1,000 soldiers through consistent recruitment, over 200 had fallen in the last defensive battle. Regular soldiers can't rapidly level up and boost their specs like heroes. They need to patiently gain experience on the battlefield to truly become veterans. We can't afford another disaster like the last stage. I bit my lower lip slightly. Fortunately, the recruitment of heroes and soldiers was gradually becoming smoother. Certainly, the number of mercenaries visiting Crossroad had increased compared to the early stages. Come to think of it, wasn't it Jupiter's old party who said they'd spread the word? I suddenly remembered the words of the fallen old soldier. He had promised to spread the word across the lands about how well the monster frontline treated mercenaries. Could it be that the rumor is spreading far and wide across the continent? Although I couldn't confirm, the ease of recruiting mercenaries was undeniable. As the number of cleared dungeons increased, so did the number of dungeons available for farming and leveling. I need to systematically train heroes and soldiers and provide them with equipment. After briefly outlining the future training plans for heroes and soldiers, I moved on. City management and operations. The Silver Winter Merchant Guild had arrived to handle the distribution of magic stones and even paved the roads. Now, I could dispose of the magic stones that had been in stock. After supplying about half to the imperial family, a significant quantity remained. If the Silver Winter Merchant Guild sells this throughout the continent, it could generate a considerable revenue. It was about time the budget got tight. This is perfect timing. Operating a city, especially a fortress city with a military focus, was astronomically expensive, almost like a water-drinking hippopotamus. I had been spending more to ensure the welfare of the mercenaries, but if the Silver Winter Merchant Guild manages the magic stone inventory, it would be a huge relief. With more monsters appearing and an expected increase in magic stone income, I might worry less about finances. With a secured budget, kick off large-scale construction projects, building forward bases, tourist city plans. Both projects were just starting, and they'll burn through cash. But the forward base is essential for city security, and the tourist city project is vital for luring in recruiting high-ranking heroes. Let's proceed with them. I also had to account for other costs, like winter preparations and importing food from nearby cities during the harvest season. I roughly estimated these costs. I'll have to refine these numbers later with that Ada guy. All right. The Allies' part, concerning heroes and the city, seem to be settled for now. Next, the enemies, monsters and dungeons. The current dungeon capture situation. All dungeons up to Zone 5 have been cleared. Only parts of Zone 6 were cleared. And for Zone 7, only the Wolf's Den at the entrance had been completed. Let's aim to clear all of Zone 6 first. From Zone 6 onward, it's the deep parts of the dungeon, often referred to as the Deep Hell. Compared to previous zones, I need to proceed more meticulously, thoroughly, and diligently. Advancing rapidly, as we had been doing, would become more challenging, but the rewards for overcoming these challenges would also increase. I'll proceed patiently, one step at a time. I briefly mapped out the remaining areas of Zone 6 and planned my strategy. And then, the Nightmare Legion commanders. I frowned as I thought of the named monsters. 3 Nightmare Legion commanders had fallen, Orlop, Selendian, and Lunard. 2 were encountered but remained, Salome and Raven. There must be others we haven't even seen yet. It wasn't hard to guess who the unseen Nightmare Legion commanders might be, as there were only a few named monsters of this caliber in the game. I quickly wrote down the strategies for dealing with the named monsters I had encountered in the game. Not only in the defensive battles, but we would also have to confront them in the dungeons. It was essential to ensure the party members were well prepared for any encounters, since we never knew which monster we might face next. After wrapping up the notes on dungeons and monsters, I took a long, deep breath and slowly lifted my head. And then, what will happen next? The biggest event in the second year, Fernandez Rebellion, a significant event that would entirely change the course of world history. I instructed Serenade to discreetly monitor and understand the situation in the imperial capital. The rebellion was set to occur in the next few months. It was inevitable, and there was no way to prevent it. The emperor is in deep slumber, and Prince Lark, the first heir, is at the western front. Prince Fernandez, the second heir, holds the reins of the empire as the chief administrator and also commands the secret army. The rebellion had been in the works for several years. When I visited the imperial capital, I considered trying to stop it, but Fernandez already had the entire capital in his grasp. Even if I, a little lucky bastard, had attempted to expose him, people would have trusted and supported Fernandez, who had earned their trust as the chief administrator. I would have probably been silently removed by Fernandez. More importantly, I am the commander of the monster frontlines. My focus is on the monsters. The internal strife over the throne within the Empire isn't my concern. With Fernandez's rebellion, the Empire will be split in two. In the game, you had to negotiate between Lark and Fernandez, divided factions, to maximize benefits. Initially, I intended to do the same, to extract the most support from both sides and exploit them to the fullest. The Imperial support troops were potent. Considering the significant role just one party from Riene played in the last 5 defense battles, receiving more elite soldier parties from the Empire would be immensely helpful for the upcoming strategy. But aligning with one faction means becoming politically subservient to them. and these support troops would gradually try to bring the front line under their control. So, when I visited the imperial capital, I changed my mind and declared my independence. I would no longer accept support from the royal family. At the same time, I would step back from their power struggles and battles for the throne. In exchange for giving up all the benefits obtainable from the imperial family, what could I gain? I'd rally the fallen kings, with Duskbringer at the forefront. The fallen kings. Those who had lost their nations to the empire, now wandering as refugees and mercenaries, their royalty, their knights. The enslaved creatures who were forcibly subordinated by the empire. Each roamed with their own hidden grievances. I intended to recruit them as mercenaries for our front line. It was only a theoretical strategy in the game, the so-called Horde of Outsiders strategy. A romantic dream team recruitment strategy that primarily aimed at recruiting wandering mercenaries, especially those tagged as king, chieftain, or lord. If I could unite these fallen kings into one organization, in theory, they'd form an army more potent than the sum total of all the support troops one could get from the royal family. It made sense considering the individual parties of these fallen kings were powerful in data terms. After all, they were the last remnants of entire nations. But gathering them into one army was a challenge of a different caliber. Each had a difficult temperament, none wanting to be subordinate to another, and most importantly, the majority held grudges against the empire. Id tried this a few times in the game, but always failed. These kings would readily betray, starting rebellions, creating chaos, and because of their personal grudges, they often fought among themselves. But ill make it work. This strategy, although difficult, was the ultimate and most potent cultivation method in theory. To reach the true ending, conventional strategies would inevitably hit a wall. So, I'd fly, performing aerial acrobatics. I would persuade, negotiate, and win over these strong-willed individuals who wouldn't bow to anyone and rally them under my banner. Recruiting the Dragon Lady is the start. The Dragon Lady, Duskbringer, the most formidable among all the fallen kings and the key to this plan. Thinking of the petite queen who had come to play during the festival, I smirked internally. 5 versus 5 PvP, that's a joke. I'll definitely take her down. Initially, I intended to recruit her covertly while minding the imperial family's sentiments. But now there was no need. Soon the royal family would be too occupied with their internal strife, the impending split due to Fernandez's rebellion. The same applied to the other fallen kings. With Fernandez's rebellion nearing, it'd accelerate the construction of the horde of outsiders. Sigh. As I wrapped up my situation assessment and future planning, dawn was breaking. I frowned, looking at the rising sun. Damn, I haven't finished checking the equipment items for the kids. Grumbling, I took out a new piece of paper and began laying out a new equipment plan. Pulling an all-nighter wasn't new to me. During my streaming days, I frequently hosted 24-hour broadcasts under the motto "Go big or go home." Frantically jotting down magic core numbers, equipment estimates, farming plans, a thought crossed my mind. Though the festival was certainly fun, being engrossed in strategy now felt even more comforting. Maybe I truly belonged on the front lines. Shaking off the stray thought, I continued with the equipment plan. First on the list, exclusive equipment for Lucas and Evangeline. The exclusive equipment that completes an SSR-grade hero character. It was finally time to equip our 2 knights with these. Chapter 292, the day after the festival ended, everyone returned to their daily routines. The hero characters who had come out to enjoy from the dungeon's base camp were no exception. Celebi, Hannibal, the Holy Grail Seekers, and even the penal squad had all returned. Late in the afternoon, following lunch, I visited the base camp. I was a bit tired from staying up all night organizing the plan for what came next, but there was work to be done. Heading to the base camp. Let's go together, Senior. Lucas and Evangeline naturally joined as my escorts. That worked out since I was planning on making equipment for them anyway. As we passed through the teleport gate and arrived at the base camp, it was noticeably more lively than before. NPCs moved about in the brightly lit area, thanks to the torches. I didn't sense any hostility from the glances directed towards us. NPCs, not yet familiar with me, seemed wary. But after all, I was the one who had rescued many of them from captivity. Guys, unload everything over there. Yes, my lord. I instructed Lucas and Evangeline to place the festival foods they were carrying in the center of the base camp. They stacked the foods next to the biggest bonfire. It was a thoughtful gesture for those who hadn't attended the festival. They could eat or not. The choice was theirs. Hopefully, enjoying the food would build some goodwill towards our front. Grandma Coco, try some of this. I offered some food to the NPC in charge of teleportation, Coco the Severer. Well, at least you remember this old lady. Accepting the food without hesitation, Coco casually pointed to a corner of her workshop. I finished the teleport gate. Just install it. To my surprise, there lay the familiar stone chunks haphazardly piled on the ground. Those were expensive items. They were tossed aside as if they were mere roadside rocks. I finished it a few days ago. You lot were too busy with the festival to come get it. As she poured the foods I gave her into her witch's pot, Coco chuckled. If it took about 3 days to complete, does it take about a week to craft one teleport gate? I examined the completed teleport gate, pondering. Even though Coco was quite impulsive, the gate's crafting seemed to take some time. He'll need to place a lot of orders in advance so she can work non-stop. Ah, Your Highness. Uray here. Right then, Quillan and the penal squad appeared. After briefly acknowledging their enthusiastic greeting, I gestured towards the pile of teleport stones. Pick those up. What? Pick them up, those stones. We have to install them. And so the penal squad found themselves struggling under the weight of the teleport stone chunks, grumbling as they followed me. They seemed quite heavy. Good. This would be a nice strength training for you, Quillan. Our next stop was Calliope's workshop, where I found him busily crafting equipment. His assistant, Hannibal, was fervently aiding him. Looks like you're busy already, Calliope, and the festival just ended yesterday. Who do you think is the reason for all this work? Calliope glared at me, his big eyes flashing with annoyance. The day after the festival, Calliope was adjusting the 11 pieces of equipment I had procured from Nameless. Given that I had purchased 11 pieces of equipment ranging from SSR to SR grade, there was a ton of readjustment to be done. Why the hell did you hand over 11 pieces for adjustment? Hand some of this over to your local blacksmiths. I reminded him. Didn't you say to entrust you with all equipment-related requests? That others would mess it up, he retorted. That was just a figure of speech. From now on, leave the minor adjustments to others. Thud, Calliope slammed something onto the table. I mean, bring me high-end stuff like this. Only a master magical blacksmith like me can handle it. Got it. Before me lay a silvery red fur cloak. Even at first glance, it was obviously a top-tier item. I chuckled. When did you even find the time to make this? Obviously, I prioritized this one. Put off the boring adjustments for later. After a brief laugh with Celebi, I looked around. Hey, Quillan. Quillan, who was huffing and puffing from carrying the teleport stone chunks, looked at me with a puzzled expression. What now, Your Highness? Want me to carry something heavy again? No, I want you to wear something heavy. I playfully waved the cloak. Come try it on. Wait, is that for me? Yes, considering the gear you're already wearing, you're the most expensive kid in the monster front. And this cloak, it's your equipment too. Upon closer examination, Quillan's face stiffened. Don't tell me this cloak. Right on the money, I nodded slowly. This was equipment crafted using the magical core of the wolf King Lunard, the boss monster we fought during the last defense. It's the third Nightmare Slayer equipment we possess and the first piece of armor. Moonlight Massacre, SSR LV55. Type, Auxiliary Equipment, Defense. 25-50 Durability. 24/24 Stats. Health plus 10, Strength plus 10, Agility plus 10, increases attack speed by 5% with each attack. Stacks last for 10 seconds, up to 10 times. At max stacks, all attacks inflict additional magical damage. At max stacks, receive reduced damage from all enemy attacks. Unlocked based on the number of enemies defeated with this equipment's effect. Unlocked based on the number of enemies defeated with this equipment's effect. Its features were perfect for a melee damage dealer. As long as one could maintain the attack speed stacks, the additional damage and defensive bonuses made it an outstanding item. If you can't maintain the stacks, it's just an ordinary cloak. Even with conditions attached, its bonuses were stellar, especially for an auxiliary piece of equipment. Quillan hesitantly took the cloak, a mix of emotions on his face. He might have been thinking of his brother and ancestors. Without much delay, he draped the cloak over his back, its luxurious sheen reflecting his resolve. The cloak of silvery red wolf fur cascaded down the back of the towering, muscular figure, shimmering like moonlight. Everyone watching let out an impressed sigh, myself included. Clothes really do make the man, huh? Until now, Kuelan had always paraded around in ragged clothes, wearing things like sleeveless shirts. Though titled a mountain king, he sometimes resembled nothing more than a giant hobo. But now, with this distinguished cloak, he seemed entirely transformed. A newfound dignity seemed to radiate from the cloak itself. "You're starting to look the part of a mountain king, aren't you, Kuelan?" As I playfully patted his shoulder, Kuelan grinned. "I'm not a mountain king anymore, your highness." "Oh, I am the commander of the penal squad now. Would you look at that, the rascal's growing a backbone. Well, considering all the equipment I've showered upon you so far, it's high time I maxed out my affection for you." "Affection? I don't know what you're talking about, but thanks, your highness." Kuelan brought his fists together in a salute, paying his respects. "For the fate of my people and the rest of my life, I will wear this cloak." The seriousness on Kuelan's face was undeniable. I nodded in acknowledgement. I couldn't pinpoint exactly what had shifted in Kuelan's attitude since our last defense battle, but it was evident that the once rash Mountain King was maturing. He's still a bit of a brute, though. I tried to erase the memory of him getting knocked out in a single blow during a recent tournament. "I have big plans for you, Kuelan." Next, I handed out the adjusted weapons and equipment to the other 4 members of the penal squad. All were of SR grade. Considering these guys are the current backbone of our front line, it's best to invest generously. Their eyes widened with excitement as they clutched their new gear, hoping it would give them an edge against the monsters. I then pulled out 2 sets of armor from the newly adjusted gear and placed them on the table. Each set, consisting of an upper and lower piece, was covered with cloth to protect against dust. Turning around, I saw Lucas and Evangeline, their eyes shimmering with anticipation. I couldn't help but chuckle. "Here are your new armors, the ones you had are pretty much trash now." "Yahoo! I've been waiting for this," Evangeline cheered, hopping excitedly. Lucas, however, looked disheartened. He ran his hand over his current worn-out phantom armor. "I am sorry, your highness. This too was a gift from you. I intended to wear it for a lifetime." "Why are you acting so down lately? There's no need to apologize. Gear is meant to be expendable." He looked more disheartened than ever. I realized it'd been too hard on him. It'd need to be more gentle. In any case, onto the new armor. I presented Lucas first, unveiling the cloth. Midnight, SSR, LV-49, Twilight, SSR, LV-49, the upper armor Midnight, and the lower armor Twilight, combined to make a 2-piece medium plate armor set. True to its name, the armor was pitch black, and its design was absolutely striking. In the game, users who obsessed over looks often referred to this set as the Riblar Real Black Armor. Many had their eyes bloodshot, vying to obtain this set. It boasted impressive physical and magical resistances, and the set bonus wasn't half bad. Set bonus, Midnight's Twilight, 2/2. Upon equipping the entire set, for 12 hours after sunset, attack power increases by 10%, defense by 10%. For 12 hours after sunrise, movement speed increases by 20%. While it didn't have any mind-blowing capabilities, it was a powerhouse in terms of basic stats. And with armor, it's more about the specs than special abilities. Lucas silently removed his current armor and donned the new set. Celebi and Hannibal assisted Lucas, adjusting the armor to fit him perfectly. Once Lucas was fully armored, he resembled a dashing knight. His previous armor had been quite stylish, but after extended use, it had worn down. Now, clad in new armor, he looked magnificent. It was as if he was wearing a bespoke suit. "I will wear this armor for the rest of my life," Lucas solemnly vowed. "Enough with the dramatics. That armor isn't your endgame gear anyway. Wear it out, move on." Next, I handed over a new set of armor to Evangeline. "Evangeline, here's yours." Finally, Evangeline eagerly unveiled her armor, but the very next moment she screamed, What the hell is this?" jumping back in horror. Really that much of an overreaction. The armor I had prepared for Evangeline was the rare bone armor upper, SSR LV-49, bone armor lower, SSR LV-49, the bone armor series. But not just any bone armor, an SSR grade bone armor, made from the bones of mythical monsters, no less. The armor boasted overwhelming durability, immense health stat boosts, and extraordinary physical resistance. For a pure tank like her, There wasn't a better armor at this stage. From golem armor and now to bone armor. Regardless of its grade or capabilities, it's just bone armor to Evangeline. She confronted me with a grievance written all over her face. You promised the next one would be pretty. Does this armor look beautiful in your eyes? Yeah, looks super nice. For the record, I'm a practical gamer, not into aesthetics. If the gear's stats are good, I don't care if my character is dressed in a loincloth and wielding a wooden club. Which is why, when I streamed another MMORPG in the past, my viewers were screaming, begging me to wear something less painful to the eyes, and to stop obsessing over that primitive caveman look. Hey, do looks pay the bills? It's the equipment stats that keep your character alive. Ugga ugga. Anyway, from that perspective, this bone armor is stunning. Sure, in terms of appearance, it might look like the golem armor where only the gloves were made of bone, but it's almost 1.5 times better in performance. This. Evangeline, so disappointed she was almost in tears, hit the armor and then yelled at me. If you like this old, worn-out looking armor so much, why don't you wear it? Chapter 293. If you like this old, worn-out looking armor so much, why don't you wear it? After all the trouble of preparing it, Ure throwing a fit. Oh, ill wear it. I genuinely approached the bone armor, intending to try it on, but hesitated and stopped. It certainly is old armor. It was genuine armor that had been kept for hundreds of years. Celebi had diligently maintained it, but the aged feeling couldn't be eradicated. It even seemed to emit a musty odor. No wonder Evangeline feels disappointed. But don't you know about the ancient legends? The ancient legends. In a fantasy world like this, older items usually have stronger magical powers. It's a deeply rooted tradition here. Just try it on first. The performance will be superb. I had high hopes. I really did. Evangeline collapsed on the floor, sobbing and wailing. I awkwardly cleared my throat. Sorry, but there's no way to obtain your final armor, Snow White, until the second year. Because it truly is beautiful, please just wait a little longer. Tusk. I knew it'd come to this. While we were like this, Celebi, who had been shaking his head from the back, brought something else from inside the blacksmith shop. Here, I made this helmet and cloak as a complimentary service. Try them on. With Celebi, Hannibal, Lucas, and me all helping, we got the sobbing Evangeline dressed in the armor. Sniffle, Evangeline swallowed her tears and looked in the mirror. The menacing appearance of the genuine armor was now partially hidden by the deep red scale cloak that Celebi added. The helmet was made from dragon bone, with a wide white jaw that protected Evangeline's small face. Long red scales hung as decoration from the back of the helmet. If made improperly, it might have looked grotesque and fierce, but the helmet, having passed through the hands of the elder dwarf blacksmith, had an air of vintage beauty. Evangeline's eyes widened as she twirled in front of the mirror. Celebi smirked. It's a helmet and cloak made from the bone and scales of the red dragon subspecies, the same material as the genuine armor. How is it? Looks better now, right? Even though it was the same material, the helmet and cloak looked quite impressive. It really depends on the craftsman. I nodded in agreement. As expected, a full set of armor makes it look more legitimate. Lucas and Quillan chimed in from the side. It looks good. It's stylish, right? Sniffle. While still sniffling, Evangeline continued to twist and turn in front of the mirror, examining the armor's look. Even though it was the same bone armor, the freshly white new shoulder armor and helmet added to it gave it a cohesive look. It wasn't just lip service, it genuinely looked like a decent set. Evangeline, peeking through her helmet, rolled her round eyes. Is it really okay? Yeah, it looks totally cool. Everyone agrees, right? As I sharply looked around, everyone hurriedly nodded in agreement. Now, let's give a round of applause to the blacksmith who prepared this fantastic set for us. As I aimed my arrow, Celebi looked taken aback. However, when my party members began clapping in unison, his face soon beamed with satisfaction. This old man is so simple-minded. Well, it doesn't seem too bad. Evangeline pouted her small lips. Hugh, I somehow managed to impress her. And that's not all, Celebi. What now? There's a high-level request only a master blacksmith like you can fulfill. I snatched Evangeline's spear and shield and slammed them onto the workbench. Evangeline seemed startled, but Celebi, stroking his beard, grinned as if he had been waiting for this. I've been waiting for this. You're finally letting me handle these pieces of equipment. From the moment he first saw them, Calaby had been eyeing these two pieces of equipment, Cross Family's Spear SR and Cross Family's Shield SR. They were Evangeline's unique equipment that unleashed her special skill, Crossroad. Although she acquired the unique skill, the equipment hadn't truly unlocked its full potential. Still, because of the excellent unique skill and the equipment's durability, she kept using them. But they were now tattered from countless fierce battles. Coincidentally, Evangeline had reached level 50 and had awakened. It was the perfect time to upgrade her unique equipment. Calaby ventured further into his workshop and returned with two blank magic scrolls. To upgrade a unique equipment, you need the Mark of the Awakened. It's to form a soul bond between the user and the equipment. True to his title as a master blacksmith, Calaby explained with an air of expertise. So, where is your awakening mark, my lady? Ha! Well, the location of the awakening mark was a matter of privacy, but before I could ask her to show it in private, Evangeline hurriedly answered. It's, on my belly button. I see. Her belly button. Suddenly, I recalled Evangeline's soft stomach from our time at the dungeon hot spring. In a changing room inside the workshop, Evangeline imprinted her mark, or rather her belly button, onto the magic scroll. Grasping the scroll, Calaby studied the spear and shield on the workbench and rubbed his hands together. This is going to be a significant undertaking. Heh heh. I'm afraid I'll have to halt other orders. I want to focus solely on this equipment. Oh, so we can only request one unique equipment at a time. I wanted to entrust Lucas unique equipment as well. Reminded of this, I turned to Lucas. Hey, Lucas, you still have the hilt of the sword you first used, right? Ha! I mean the hilt of bestowed sword. You have it, don't you? In the game, Lucas, the protagonist, has had the unique equipment, bestowed sword, from the beginning, but it's unusable. The blade had vanished, leaving only the hilt, and it had occupied a corner of the inventory since then. It would only reveal its true worth after receiving a unique equipment upgrade. Anyway, since it was an undiscardable item in the game, he should have it, I assumed. Lucas' face paled for some reason, and he lowered his gaze, flustered. I don't have it right now. I'll look for it. Ha! Oh, all right. Make sure you find it. Yes, my lord. Since Calaby was focusing on Evangeline's equipment upgrade for the time being, I decided to deal with Lucas later. Calaby and Hannibal picked up the Cross family's spear and shield and retreated further into the workshop. Evangeline, gazing at her now empty hands, cautiously asked me, So, what weapon and shield do I use in the meantime? I knew you'd ask, so I prepared another set of backup equipment for you. I proudly unveiled two more pieces of equipment I had kept under cloth. And voila, ta-da, bone lance and bone shield. They were SR-grade bone spear and bone shield. I hate it. Evangeline raised her hands to her cheeks and screamed in exasperation. Hey, they're a high-performance gear, okay? We used the teleportation gate to travel to Lakeside Wharf, right beside the Black Lake. After loading the stack of teleportation stones into a cart we had stationed at the wharf beforehand, we journeyed north across the shimmering Black Lake. The road was treacherous. Monsters had frequently trampled on it, making it a mess. The cart shook violently and almost toppled over at times. I managed to hold back my nausea. Once the teleportation gate was set up at the forward base, there would be no need to travel this path again. After a few hours, the ruins of a small fortress came into view. The forward base, the battlefield where we faced the Black Spider army and went through the tutorial stage. The place where we lost countless soldiers, where Ken died, where Lily became disabled, and where we killed Orlop, annihilated the entire Black Spider army and survived. Mixed emotions surged within me. Quite some time had passed since that intense battle. Phew, now it'll be easier to come here, said Quillan, placing the teleportation gate stones down in the forward base's courtyard. The interior was surprisingly well organized. It appeared that the penal squad had tidied up while staying at the base camp. Let's install the gate, right here. I set up the teleportation gate in a spacious corner of the base's central courtyard. Upon activation, a system window appeared before me. Teleportation gate. A new location has been added. Forward base courtyard, new. Having the freedom to install a teleportation gate wherever I pleased was something unthinkable in the game. But in this reality, I could exploit such strategies. This is just the beginning. By twisting and using every rule at my disposal, I was determined to reach the world after the clear. Reaffirming my inner resolve, I looked around at my companions. Now, we can easily transport supplies and workers to and from here. With a round of applause, I grinned widely. Let's officially start restoring the forward base. Since it was already late, we returned to Crossroad. After feeding everyone a hearty meal and letting them rest, I embarked on a cart heading back to the city. My destination was the Craftsmen's Guild workshop. I planned to hold a meeting with all the guild leaders. While pondering the future course, I fiddled with the new equipment in my hand. I had bought a total of 11 items from Nameless. I had distributed 10 of them among the members, and the remaining one was this: a magic gun with an old-fashioned appearance. I twirled the gun in my hand, inspecting its specs. Agate SSR, LV35, type, magic gun, attack, 35-50 durability, 3/3 ammo. 3/3 leaves a mark on the target hit by a bullet. When allies attack a marked enemy, they deal extra damage. If the bullet hits an enemy within 3 meters of the user, it pushes them back 3 meters. During the last stage, when I struggled against the werewolves, I felt the need to enhance my combat capabilities. So, while shopping for equipment from Nameless, I grabbed this as soon as I saw it. It can mark a target for concentrated attacks and even knock back enemies who get too close. The damage output might be slightly lacking, but it's adequate for self-defense. Also, there are 3 other items from the loot boxes. 1 SSR grade reward box and 2 SR grade reward boxes from clearing stage 10. When I opened them last night, I found these items. Rewards: Magic Armor SSR, Suppressing Talisman SR, Blazing Pendant SR Magic Armor that converts a user's magic into a protective barrier, a Suppressing Talisman that provides bonuses when casting CC, crowd control, skills, and a Blazing Pendant that gives a bonus to fire and explosive attacks. These items seem to perfectly fit the Shadow Squad. For Godhand, a mage who often engages in melee, the armor. For Bodybag, who binds enemies with telekinesis, the talisman. And for Burnout, the explosive archer, the pendant. The equipment matched each member perfectly. While attending the guild leaders' meeting, I should also meet the Shadow Squad and hand these items over. The Shadow Squad was currently stationed at the alchemy workshop. Apparently, Godhand's prosthetic hand had accumulated wear and tear from extended use and needed repairs. They'd worked hard for the Shadow Squad, and they'd keep working hard. They deserved good equipment. Lost in such thoughts, I soon arrived at the alchemy workshop. Ha! I spotted Lily and Godhand seated side by side on a bench at the workshop's entrance. They held hands and whispered to each other. They were quite openly dating now. Life seemed good for them, huh? Still, since I secretly supported their relationship, I decided to wait for a while. They seemed to be having a sweet moment, and I didn't want to ruin it. But their affection seemed endless as they got closer and closer, their flushed faces inching toward a kiss. Feeling a bit nauseous and my eyes burning with embarrassment, I impulsively leaned out of the cart and shouted, "Hey, keep it decent in public. Eek! Ah, my lord!" Startled by my outburst, Lily and Godhand quickly separated and flustered greeted me. I gritted my teeth. "You too. While your lord is deeply engrossed in thoughts for the city's future, you're passionately romancing. Well, romance could be the most constructive and productive of all pursuits. Right. Chapter 294. Godhand had said that he would help with the reconstruction of the forward base as soon as his prosthetic was repaired. Lily decided to join him. Considering there were artifacts to be placed at the forward base, Lily's assistance was indeed necessary. Are they just going on an outdoor date? Anyway, after providing the Shadow Squad with their new equipment and gently warning them about public displays of affection, I watched the flustered couple disappear into the distance. I shook my head in amusement and entered the workshop. The other guild leaders had already gathered and were waiting for me. The Carpenter Guild Master, the Stone Mason Guild Master, the Blacksmith Guild Master, and the Alchemist Guild Master. It had been a long time since I had gathered these elders in one place. I conveyed my intentions to them, examining their faces. Crossroad will now undertake 2 construction projects simultaneously: the reconstruction of the forward base and the tourism city project. These 2 plans had been discussed numerous times before, so all that remained was to coordinate the schedule, projected costs, and other specifics with the guild masters. Also, we need to transport magical stones to the imperial capital. Collaborate with the Silver Winter Merchant Guild for that. After the construction meeting and additional comments about the magical stones, the guild masters nodded as if they had been expecting it. In fact, the head of the Silver Winter Merchant Guild visited this afternoon. We've already discussed the forthcoming tasks. Did Serenade come by earlier? I blinked in surprise. The Merchant Guild Master was always ahead of the game. We'll be very busy from now on. After the meeting, where we discussed various city matters and listened to grievances, I smiled brightly. Let's enjoy our work. It was delightful just to see the city grow and progress. Doing it joyfully seemed to take the guild masters by surprise. They all smiled in response. Yes, my lord, time flies. With the teleportation gate facilitating the transport of materials and labor, the restoration of the forward base progressed rapidly. I proudly watched as the walls, once torn down by the Black Spider Legion, were covered with robust stone and metal, and the crumbled turrets were reconstructed from the ground up. The tourism city project's centerpiece, the hotel construction, also showed swift progress. The architects quickly drafted a building perspective. The proposed hotel blended beautifully with Crossroads' exquisite natural landscape. I approved the construction, and Serenade, donning a hard hat, took the lead with a bright smile. We needed more laborers, even with the refugees we had taken in. We placed large-scale employment advertisements in nearby cities and the mercenary guild. People poured into the city, making Crossroad as lively as during a festival. Time flies, indeed. In the blink of an eye, several weeks had passed. The autumn foliage that once painted the fields had swiftly faded, and the latter part of fall greeted us with fallen leaves and frost on the ground. Stage 11, starting in 4 days the next defense battle, Stage 11, loomed right ahead. 4 days before the defense battle, at the forward base, monsters would emerge from the lake, moving north for 3 days before launching an attack on Crossroad, meaning the remaining days shown on the system window were based on Crossroad's timeline. The battle at the forward base would start 3 days ahead of that. In other words, the first wave of monsters would hit the forward base tomorrow. With the impending monster attack, all laborers had been evacuated. Although the forward base had made noticeable progress, expecting it to fully function after only a few weeks of repairs was unrealistic. The restoration of the forward base has certainly made significant progress. Lucas, who had taken a round of the forward base with me, shared the same sentiment. However, there are many challenges to stopping the monsters with its current state. I agree, I responded, standing on one of the base's partially repaired walls and giving a sly smile. But we can't just let those monster bastards trample over this place, especially after all the hard work we've put into its repairs. During the restoration, I had anticipated this outcome. It was clear that the repairs wouldn't be complete before the next stage began. We would have to juggle both defense and ongoing restoration. Hence, I had something installed in the southern field of the forward base. My gaze settled on the southern field, and Lucas followed suit. Thick wooden fences stood densely, forming a pattern. The kill zone, a basic defense game tactic that funnels enemies through obstacles and then focuses firepower on the concentrated horde. This, however, was an advanced kill zone I had set up, the death loop. While typical kill zones funnel enemies, the death loop takes it a step further, creating a maze using obstacles. Though it might sound grand, it was merely about making monsters waste time by moving in circles. It was costly, given the dense placement of fences, but its effectiveness was undeniable, especially when walls were compromised. Depending on the type of monster, the effects can vary. If the opposing force consists of large monsters, flyers, or ethereal beings, the impact diminishes. But this stage's enemies were a skeleton legion, perfect targets for the kill zone strategy. We can handle this. If things got too tough, we could escape using the teleportation gate. The primary role of the forward base wasn't to fend off the entire monster legion, but to distract a portion and reduce the burden on Crossroad. Typically, in the game, about 30% to 50% of the monster legion gets lured to the forward base. If everything goes according to my plan, we'll be able to safely handle more enemies in the future. Given the incomplete state of the base's restoration, we'd have to do our best for now. Don't worry too much, my lord, Lucas said with a confident grin. Even if it comes to it, I'll take care of everything. Suddenly, Lucas shrank, murmuring in a hesitant tone, "Of course, I won't overdo it." He seemed to be on edge ever since he had been reprimanded for launching a solo assault last time. Without saying a word, I patted him on the back and looked to the distant south. From the forward base, I could clearly see the dark lake to the south. The abyssal mouth of the lake that spat out monsters churned on the surface. It's different from the tutorial. This upcoming battle was distinct from the massive sacrifice we endured during the tutorial. I turned away from the wall and looked over the interior of the forward base. My heroes, newly equipped, and my soldiers, pristine in their southern frontline uniforms. They looked up at me with unwavering eyes. I nodded in silent acknowledgement. We were prepared, and we had become stronger. We wouldn't repeat the tragedies of the tutorial. The next day, early morning at the forward base. Creak, creak. Boom, boom, boom. The monstrous horde that had risen from the dark lake, cutting through its surface, was clearly visible as they marched northward. Ghostly skeletons, donned in armor, clutching weapons, revealed themselves one after another, their clinking sounds filling the air. The Skeleton Legion. Resurrected through magic, they were but marionettes void of any human essence except for the thirst to kill. Casually observing them, I pulled up the system window to check their stats. Enemy info, Stage 11, LV-40 Skeleton Martial Elite. 2 units, LV-35 Skeleton Mage Elite. 6 units, LV-30 Skeleton Knight. 110 units, LV-25 Skeleton Warrior. 388 units. Perhaps it was because this was right after a boss stage. But the monster count, their levels, and composition seemed relatively manageable. The Skeleton Legion itself was a mundane mob without any particular distinguishing features. Moreover, no significant dark event had been triggered in this stage 11. Has passed its turn. No dark event will occur during this stage. Why? I tried to deduce the intentions of an enemy I had never faced, but I couldn't figure it out. Why hadn't the dark event been activated? Well, it's a good thing. I should be thankful for a reduced difficulty. It's not like I had the luxury to complain about it being too easy. Boom, boom, boom. The lake and the forward base were close. In no time, the armored monsters approached the near vicinity. The empty sockets of the ghostly bone monsters flickered with eerie blue flames. Confronting those sinister gazes, as if they'd crawled straight out of hell, sent chills down my spine. It was unimpressive, lacked uniqueness. No dark event was triggered. So what? They were monsters. Ferocious predators eager to rip humans apart, not to be taken lightly even for a moment. Boom, boom, boom. The Skeleton Legion that had neared the forward base suddenly came to a halt. Leading the monstrous horde were 2 skeleton marshals, each riding a skeletal horse and wielding massive halberds. Monsters made of bones, yet they bore a title akin to a marshal. Nonetheless, these 2 elite monsters played the role of interim bosses for this stage. The 2 skeleton marshals, after a moment of apparent deliberation, exchanged glances and nodded to each other, subsequently splitting in opposite directions. Simultaneously, the ranks of the Skeleton Legion behind them also split in 2. Half of them continued their march northward, heading straight for Crossroad. The other half redirected their march toward our forward base. Only half of them. I heaved a sigh of relief. Occasionally, monster legions chose to fully focus their assault on the forward base, which had me on edge. Luckily, this wasn't one of those times. After observing the advancing skeletal half-legion, I turned to address my comrades. If we stick to our training, we can annihilate them without taking any damage. From their respective positions, waiting for the monsters to close in, my troops looked up at me. With renewed vigor, I continued, and how many times have I said it? This forward base is a disposable asset. Id invested vast sums of money and labor into restoring this forward base, but that was purely a tactical measure to protect Crossroad and the people living there. The primary objective wasn't to defend this base at all costs. There's no need to risk our lives for it. Absolutely not. If the situation turns unfavorable, use the teleport gate without hesitation and retreat to Crossroad. Got it? And remember, don't hesitate, just jump. Yes, sir. In response to my earnest plea, the soldiers chorused. Satisfied, I shifted my gaze back to the south, where the monsters were pouring in. Boom, boom, boom. At last, the vanguard of the Skeletal Legion reached the entrance of the kill zone. Without any hesitation, they stepped into the path defined by wooden fences. Now then. After confirming the dim-witted monsters funneling into the kill zone, I shouted exuberantly, "Let's begin our defense." Eager to dispatch the nearby humans, the monsters scrambled into the kill zone. Boom, kaboom! Almost immediately, they stepped on the mines I had generously laid out at the maze's entrance. With dazzling explosions, the bodies burst into pieces. Chapter 295, the Deathloop kill zone had a grandiose name, but when dissected, it wasn't that impressive. Using the trait of monsters that sought to kill the nearest human, they lured the monsters to a point close to the fortress that was directly in their line of sight. From that point to the fortress, they placed wooden fences in a zigzag pattern, making the monsters waste their movement and take a longer path. Then they would clear out the monsters, either with firepower or traps, as they wasted time moving in circles. However, creating this maze is the very charm of defense games, I thought. I preferred simple zigzag mazes, but some users enjoyed creating spiral mazes that forced monsters to move in circles, and others built genuinely intricate labyrinths. Wasn't one of the real joys of defense games watching those dumb monsters wander around, lost inside these mazes, only to get picked off one by our artillery? Clomp, clomp. The narrow path between the wooden fences was a sticky mud terrain. I wasn't sure how the skeletons, made of bones, balanced and moved, but one thing was clear. Their leg strength wasn't that formidable. Already forced to navigate the winding path, they could only move slowly. Naturally, they became easy prey for our archers. The skeleton fools were hit by arrows, fell, tangled together, and were swept away en masse by our magic and artifact barrage, while they managed to breach by forming piles of bones. Whoosh. Sorry, that's a trap. Deeply dug pit traps sent the skeleton warriors tumbling down. Cannons, already aligned for firing angles, poured their shots into the pits. Boom. Blam! The skeleton warriors inside the pit literally burned to ashes, quite a sight to behold. Realizing they couldn't advance toward the pit trap, the skeletons took a detour. Thunk, clank, whir, oh, regrettable, that's another trap. Rotating iron clubs sprung from between the wooden fences, smashing the skeletons' shin bones. With the sound of breaking bones, the skeletons fell all at once. It was an unbelievably crude device, but it was still an artifact. It was of N grade, with low durability, and its force waned after breaking a few skeletons. Yet, the halted iron club artifact, intertwined with the shattered skeleton bones, itself became a barricade. That's the advantage of low-grade artifacts. Use it once and dispose of it. Boom, crunch, creak. Other welcoming devices like acid-filled pots, metal ball artifacts, and direct line ballistas greeted the skeleton army. The skeleton horde was smashed here and broken there, struggling to pass through the Deathloop kill zone. By the time they managed to breach this delightful theme park of traps, arrows, and cannons to finally reach the fortress, their numbers had dwindled to about 50. Drenched and shattered, the leading skeleton marshal, who had spearheaded their passage through the kill zone, flashed a menacing gleam in his eyes. The remaining skeletons also radiated a terrifying aura as they gripped their weapons tightly. The forward base here hadn't been fully fortified. There were significant gaps, plenty for them to exploit. You've come a long way, and I'm sure you're eager to scale these empty walls and slice up some humans, you monstrous bastards, I smirked. While we may not have walls here, we have something just as good. No sooner had I finished speaking, shitting. Lucas drew his longsword from its scabbard, clank, rattle, and Evangeline stepped forward, equipping her bone lance and bone shield on her arms. My two most formidable vanguards, volunteering to act as our frontline, took their positions. Behind them, Damien and Junior prepared their long-range attacks. I, too, held my maestro staff in one hand and the agate pistol in the other. Behind our main party, the penal squad and the shadow squad were lined up in that order. Should any skeleton manage to get past us, the penal squad would block them, and the shadow squad would take them down with firepower. Further back, the reserve parties and soldiers were waiting, but I believed none would get that far. The skeleton marshal's jaw dropped, and he let out a silent scream. Thew-doo-doo-doo-doo. Although inaudible, some command must have been relayed among the skeletal fiends. About 50 skeletons charged at us in unison. Don't let a single one of them inside our fortified base. Take them down. As I yelled, Lucas and Evangeline charged forward, and the monsters were met with a hail of arrows from Damien and magic spells from Junior. The battle was over quickly. The fragmented and divided skeletons had diminished significantly in strength, while on the other hand, our champions were in peak condition. In front of Damien's sniping, Junior's magic, and the firepower of the Shadow Squad, the skeletons were decimated. and with Lucas and Evangeline, along with the penal squad charging at them, they were finished off. Heh heh, heh heh heh. Evangeline's performance was particularly noteworthy. For some reason, she was furiously enraged and displayed terrifying combat prowess. Usually, among the vanguards Lucas and Evangeline, Lucas would lead the offensive while Evangeline defended. But today, the roles were reversed. Lucas protected our ranks, and Evangeline plunged into the enemy lines like a bomb. Evangeline pierced skeletons with her bone lance, crushed them with her bone shield, headbutted with her bone helmet, and even engaged in close combat with her bone armors, gauntlet, and greaves. Lastly, holding the skeleton marshal by the scruff of his neck, she smashed his lower jaw with a punch and growled menacingly. "I hate bones," I said. "I hate bones." It seemed she still wasn't fond of the bone equipment set id forced her into. Ahem, Evangeline's emerald eyes darted towards me. I quickly turned my head away. Well, the bone equipment set does perform well, doesn't it? You look really powerful in it. Creak, groan. The skeleton marshal, making one last effort to twist and attack, was met with, "Quiet down." Whack. Evangeline struck the skull with her bone shield, causing it to crumple silently to the ground. Hugh, Evangeline, carelessly tossing the now silent skeleton marshal to the side, chuckled bitterly. "Yeah, now I am the one who despises bones. Bone hater." "What did you say?" Now that I think about it, isn't your middle name also Bone Hater? Do you hate bones too?" "What? What are you talking about?" "For the record, my middle name is Born Hater, not Bone Hater. It means something along the lines of born to hate or naturally detesting. One might wonder what parents would name their child something like that, but anyway, my middle name has nothing to do with bones. Hee hee." Senior Evangeline, with dangerous glint in her eyes visible through her bone helmet, approached me. "From now on, would you call me Evangeline Bone Hater Cross?" "Okay, enough with the jokes. You're scaring me." "Hee hee, jokes. Does this seem like a joke to you?" Yikes. Forcing her into a bone armor, equipping her with bone weapons, and even making her fight bone monsters might have twisted her a bit. Fortunately, Lucas stepped in, sighing. "In the Everblack Empire, only the royal family has the privilege of a middle name, Evangeline. Stop with the jokes. I just wanted to share a title with Senior." The disgruntled Evangeline, humming a strange tune that went Bone Hater, Bone Hater, I am the Bone Hater, went off to finish off the remaining skeletons. Watching her receding figure, Lucas cleared his throat. Given the circumstances, it seems she's uncomfortable wearing bone armor, probably fearing she might look like those skeletal monsters. Ah, that makes sense. Considering she's draped in bone armor, bone helmet, wielding bone weapons, and a bone shield, and the enemies are skeleton hordes. It could evoke some eerie feelings. It might have been better to exchange our armors. Ah, I had given Lucas, a damaged tank, and Evangeline, a pure tanker, armor that best suited their roles. But I didn't anticipate Evangeline despising the bone set so much. Maybe I should have given her Lucas cooler armor. "Do you want a swap now? We can adjust the size at the blacksmith's." "No, I don't want to. This one's mine." Lucas immediately declined and hugged his armor tightly. "Why did you even bring it up? You act so generous and then shoot me down. It's equipment bestowed by our Lord. I won't give it to anyone. Besides," Lucas narrowed his eyes, muttering, "it's kind of entertaining watching Evangeline struggle. You two are starting to act more and more like siblings." Anyway, setting aside the armor issue, we were able to eliminate all the skeletons that had approached the forward base. "I never realized that the kill zone strategy would be this effective," Lucas remarked. Lucas muttered as he examined the monsters that had been felled within the death loop. I shrugged. It worked because there weren't that many of the damned creatures. This time, all the right conditions had conveniently fallen into place. Besides, setting up such traps in front of Crossroad would be challenging. The southern wall in front of Crossroad is vast and expansive. The area in front of this forward base had a narrow and confined terrain, allowing for a dense deployment of the kill zone. Such an arrangement wouldn't be feasible at Crossroad. That's why we hadn't done it there before. Indeed, there are strategies and tactics that can only be utilized here at the forward base. Exactly. If we can operate this place correctly, our future defense will be much easier. When I am away, Lucas would have to act as the deputy commander. I hoped he'd use the kill zone strategy effectively. Lost in thought, Lucas stared at the kill zone, then turned to me with a sudden realization. "Ah, Do you remember where I placed those two additional teleport gates? Of course. You installed them on the path, heading north from here to Crossroad. I had set up gates at the 1/3 and 2/3 markers along the route from the Black Lake to Crossroad. They were discreetly hidden within the mountains off the path. As the creatures would take about 3 days to arrive using this route, the gates had been strategically placed to anticipate their journey of 1 or 2 days. Ah, you're not suggesting, I nodded. While they make their way north, we'll use the teleport gates to carry out guerrilla warfare. We would teleport ahead of them, lying in ambush. Once they approached, we'd launch our attack, then escape via the teleport gates. We don't need to annihilate them during this process, just inflict damage and pull out. Such a tactic. Currently, the teleport gates are temporarily installed. Later, I plan to set up dozens of them at every key point. Using the teleport gates, well ruthlessly and persistently harass the monster hordes making their 3-day journey from the Black Lake. By the time they reach Crossroad, they won't have the strength to pose a significant threat. This tactic will ensure the city's safety. I'll use any trick in the book, slyly, dishonorably, by any means necessary. Using tactics unavailable in the game, I will kill the monsters and protect the people. Of course, some monster hordes might resist this strategy. During our guerrilla attacks, some of our allies might also face danger. I nodded in agreement, but we'll optimize our approach. If a strategy doesn't work against a certain enemy, we'll find another way around. From now on, that's how we'll combat the monsters. If you have any good ideas, don't hesitate to share them, Lucas. Understand? As I spoke with a smile, Lucas looked at me with a complex expression. It was a mix of admiration and a hint of concern. Chapter 296 a few days ago. Young Prince, do you know how the teleportation magic works? When I had ordered the second and third teleport gates, the Witch of Severance, Coco, had suddenly asked this. I casually responded, I am pretty much clueless about magic. Isn't it just a matter of whooshing in and out? Teleportation is just that, isn't it? Perhaps some tips from the game director during the process, but that's about it. To put it simply, teleportation cuts through space, pushes the target into another dimension, and then pulls them out at the destination, Coco explained seriously, contrary to my casual demeanor. So, while inside the teleport gate, when you step into the magic portal, you're briefly stepping into another world. Oh, I see. I half listened. Being constantly in another world in my everyday life, another brief trip wouldn't be much of a shock. The challenge isn't entering another world, it's returning to reality. Yet Coco leaned in, her eyes narrowed and intense, urging me to pay close attention. You must have a firm beacon of light, a sense of self, to emerge back into this reality. I see, I played along, not quite grasping her point. But Coco squinted at me. That's why occasionally, those who don't possess a firm sense of self often go missing during teleportation. They lose the light of their beacon and drift away. I swallowed hard. She wasn't giving me a subtle warning, was she? It was just a user manual, right? For the same reason, beings born from nightmares can't use teleportation magic. If they enter a teleport gate, they'll be swept away to the other side, into oblivion. So, the monster bastards can't use the gates. That's reassuring. But they can destroy the teleport gates themselves. Tapping the stone structure that made up the teleport gate, Coco clarified that it was a destructible object. The reason the gates inside the dungeon remain intact is because Nameless illuminated them with a light taken from her soul, preventing monsters from approaching. I further reinforced them with a barrier. I blinked in surprise. So that's how our safe points were established. I don't know where you're going to set up these gates in the outside world, but remember this. Gates can be destroyed, they're not safe. With an uncharacteristically heavy voice, Coco spoke slowly, emphasizing every word, and if one loses their own light, they might lose their way inside. Her words were kind, but they sent a shiver down my spine. I gulped nervously. Regardless of her warning, I'm still going to set up more gates. Present time, between Crossroad and the Black Lake, we moved as a small guerrilla group using the teleport gates we had set up, ambushing the northward moving monster horde, pouring firepower onto them, and then quickly retreating became our repetitive strategy. A few days earlier, the Skeleton Legion wasn't exactly the most agile of monsters, so it was possible to safely strike and retreat. With Junior's magic and Damien's sniping barrage, we unleashed a barrage on them. Before the severely damaged monsters could retaliate in their rage, we quickly retreated to the teleport gates. But Your Highness, the monsters can't use these gates, can they? Damien tilted his head as we used one of the teleport gates, discreetly hidden in a secluded forest path. After summarizing the explanation I had heard from Coco a few days ago, Damien nodded in understanding. So, while the monsters can't use these teleport gates, they can destroy them. Exactly. But we don't have any magical means to create safe points. Our best strategy is to hide these gates as well as we can. And if they find out? In an innocent tone, Damien posed the painful question. I answered with a grimace. Well, they just destroy it. While the construction cost for the teleport gates was steep, it was a price worth paying if it meant effectively dealing damage to the monster bastards, even if they ended up being used once and destroyed. The most important thing is to ensure a safe environment where our side's heroes and soldiers can fight without being injured or killed. That was the ultimate goal. Junior, who had been listening to our conversation, chuckled. Your Highness truly values your subordinates. I hesitated. Did I truly value my subordinates, or was it just that I couldn't bear the guilt of losing them? No matter what motivates you, Your Highness, you're taking action. You value human life above all. As she entered the teleport gate, Junior flashed a knowing smile. Isn't that enough? With that, she disappeared into the magical portal. As Damien stepped forward, he exclaimed, We've almost gotten rid of all the monster bastards. Let's finish this, Your Highness. All right. Damien, with a flash, disappeared into the teleport gate's light. Taking a deep breath, I followed, pushing myself into the gate. Let's go. We were nearing the end of this stage. Thus, with the counterattack at the forward base and 2 guerrilla attacks over 3 days, we effectively reduced the number of the Skeleton Legion. By the day of the defensive battle, the monsters that reached the walls of Crossroad were a pitiful group, a mere tenth of the size of the original horde we encountered at the lake. Not only were their numbers reduced, but these creatures were also battered from our guerrilla attacks. They bore the scars of Junior's magic and Damien's sniping, making them ragged and worn. From atop the walls, as I gazed down at these creatures, I slowly raised my hand. Aim! Clink, clink. The soldiers on standby moved swiftly. The well-trained soldiers aimed the already loaded cannons with precision. A row of cannons, aligned on the steel walls, were set alight simultaneously. The skeleton horde was precisely within range. I thrust my hand forward. Fire! Boom! Kaboom! As I swung my hand down, dozens of cannonballs rained down onto the monster's ranks. Kaboom! The fiery explosion swept over the area where the skeleton horde once stood. Immediately after, a flurry of ballistae and various throwing artifacts followed. The skeletons were shattered under the crossfire from our side. After the first salvo, I clenched my fist in midair. The soldiers immediately halted their actions, and the shooting stopped. When the thick smoke cleared, no moving creature was in sight. All that remained were burnt husks. I opened the enemy status window to check for any living monsters. As expected, none were alive. No casualties, no injuries. Lucas, who came up beside me, grinned. A complete victory, my lord. I turned and smiled at my heroes and soldiers. These damn monster bastards. They're too scared to even approach our walls now. Right. At my shout, the heroes and soldiers erupted in cheers. I waited for the cheering and applause to subside, then nodded. Everyone, you've done well. Let's keep this up. Yes. Now let's eat and rest. The soldiers began tidying up the equipment on the walls, their faces gleaming with the joy of victory and relief of survival. Phew! I scanned the battlefield littered with monster remains. Although there were no casualties, the physical exhaustion was greater than the previous battles. From the forward base battle, the guerrilla operation, to the recent defense, I had been involved in operations for over 3 days. Had I overdone it? Being my first time conducting operations this way, I personally supervised every battle. I had to ensure the operation went as planned and be ready to intervene in case of unforeseen events. While the other heroes took turns, I sustained myself with short naps and rest, staying awake for 3 consecutive days. It was no wonder I was fatigued. But if I had to suffer a bit more to prevent potential losses, I'd gladly do it. I need to keep moving, find new methods, and stockpile contingency plans to secure complete victory. With these thoughts, I turned around. To my surprise, the main members of my party were standing behind me, waiting. Evangeline, with a playful smile, said, "Let's go, senior. You've worked hard these past few days. After a victory, you should rest." As she spoke, Damien and Junior grabbed me by the arms, leading me into the walls. Evangeline led the way, with Lucas following leisurely behind. The sight of the four of them escorting me made me chuckle. "All right, you rascals. I'm not going anywhere. Let go. Ill walk." Damien and Junior released me, chuckling. These brats." Just as they let go of me and I set my feet on the castle floor, a wave of dizziness hit. What the? Everything began to spin, and a numbing cold enveloped me. Nausea welled up inside, and heat rushed to my face. Cough, cough, cough. Doubling over, I coughed dryly and wiped beneath my dripping nose. Blood. Nosebleed, I murmured, dumbfounded. Simultaneously, I lost feeling in my toes. Strength drained from my body, and I collapsed. The shocked faces of my party members spun around the edges of my vision. Their urgent voices echoed in my ears. "My lord, senior, emperor, your majesty." Between the frantic hands trying to grab hold of me and the fading familiar voices, I lost consciousness and sank into a deep abyss. Stage 11 clear. Stage MVP Evangeline SSR. Level up characters main party. Ash X, LV49-1 Lucas, SSR LV52-1. Evangeline, SSR LV52-1 Damien X, LV52-1 Sub-Party 1. QLAN SR LV51-1, Tuesday RLV44-1, Wednesday RLV44-1, Becky RLV44-1. On the Rock RLV42-1, Sub-Party 2. God Hand SR LV46-1, Body Bag RLV41-1, Burnout SR LV40-1, Deceased and Injured Characters, None Acquired Items, Skeleton Legion Magic Stones, 189 Skeleton Mage Magic Core, 3 Skeleton Martial Magic Core, SR. 2 Your stage clear reward has been given. Please check your inventory. R grade reward box. 3 SR grade reward box. 1 Get ready for the next stage, stage 12. Winter is coming. Chapter 297. The first dream I had was familiar, the landscape of a chat window. Bro, a message I've seen so many times, I felt like I could recite it by heart. Bro, you're amazing. How did you clear that? The first chat that popped up on my stream in almost 6 months, a time when no one seemed to care. Even though it was just a simple, voiceless text, it felt like a powerful knock. "I've bookmarked you. Y'all stream again, right?" And so I still dream of that day. I still regret it. The problem was the dream that followed. A vast and red, unfamiliar room. I was lying on a bed, struggling to breathe heavily. As if I had a fever, my body felt burning hot, but the air felt like a freezing cold bite. Then, soothingly, a cool and gentle touch caressed my forehead. The hand pushed away the sweat-soaked hair from my face. I tried to turn, with great effort, rubbing my cheek against that hand. "Mom, don't go." As a soft sob escaped my lips, the owner of the hand whispered soothingly, "It's okay, my precious born hater." The hand paused, and then I felt a soft kiss on my forehead. "I promise, Ash." And with those words, she vanished. Suddenly, my eyes shot open. "Ha!" A ragged breath escaped my lips. "Heave! Heave!" Thankfully, a familiar ceiling came into view. Crossroad Lord's bedroom. The ceiling adorned with an old-fashioned wallpaper, which Evangeline once painted pink and then restored. As I struggled to sit up, I felt a heavy weight on my legs. What now? Looking down, I found ZZZ, purr, snore, Evangeline and Damien peacefully sleeping with their heads on my legs. What the hell happened? My legs felt numb, indicating they'd been there for a while. I gently slid my legs out from underneath them. Evangeline and Damien, unperturbed, turned over and continued to sleep, snuggling into their arms. I glanced outside. The sun was setting. Then it hit me. I fainted earlier. After the defensive battle, I had suddenly collapsed. After overworking and sleeping so little in the past days, my body couldn't cope. I didn't realize my character was so weak, even if the stamina stat was on the lower side. So after I fainted, I was brought here, and these two, exhausted from days of battle, must have stayed beside me and fallen asleep. Slowly, I propped myself up. A wet towel that had been placed on my forehead slid off. Touching my forehead, I felt the heat. I must have had a fever. Before I chastised myself for unintentionally overexerting, there's something else. What was that dream? I tried to recall the images I had seen just moments ago. The first dream I had was undoubtedly one retro-addict me experienced. The persistent shadow of guilt that trailed behind me, my personal burden, my sworn mission, all of it tied to a familiar nightmare. But the second dream, that memory isn't mine. I pondered the vivid images. Without a doubt, it was the Star Palace from when I had visited the imperial capital. And the face of the woman from the portrait, Ash's mother. In other words, that dream was Ash's memory. But why? How could I recall that memory? It was a vision of Ash being nursed by his mother during his illness as a child. I had never witnessed nor experienced such a scene, yet it appeared so clearly in my dream. Was it residual memory in this body? Or what? Lost in thought, Creak the door cautiously opened, and in came Junior and Saintess Margarita. Seeing me awake, and the two sprawled next to me, their expressions shifted from surprise to relief, rushing over. Your Highness, you're conscious. We need to check your condition immediately. This way. Fortunately, it wasn't a severe ailment, merely exhaustion. I mean, I did rest during the festival, but just a few days of overwork and I collapse. As I grumbled, Margarita, hanging a bag that appeared to be filled with saline by my bedside, replied with a stern tone. Did you truly rest during that time? Ah, your body doesn't lie, Your Highness. Your recent collapse is the result of the accumulated stress. I watched Margarita, who usually floundered in front of me. Now that I was unwell, her tone was authoritative. The body is honest, Your Highness. It's signaling that it's reaching its limits. Okay. If you ignore these warnings, more severe consequences might follow. Saintess Margarita's warning, veiled in a gentle tone, gave me chills. Without realizing, a shiver ran down my spine. For the next 3 days, you need to put all your tasks aside and rest. What? Is that even possible? It's possible. In fact, I've already informed the others. Margarita gestured to the side. Don't you have competent subordinates? Don't worry, things will run smoothly. At that, Evangeline and Damien, standing by my bed, nodded in agreement. Hey, you two, first wipe off that drool on your faces. Your Highness, you are indispensable to this city. Margarita left me with her parting words. You need to take better care of yourself. Please don't overexert yourself from now on. Watching the back of the departing saintess, I felt a bitter taste in my mouth. Then I turned to my side. Thanks for caring for me and being concerned. I softly spoke to my party members who gazed at me with worry. But today, we need to wrap up the defense battle. I hate to ask, but I need your help. Just leave it to us, Evangeline enthusiastically responded, rolling up her sleeves. Although she and Damien seemed fatigued, having been sleeping on my legs earlier, sharing the burden felt right. Where's Lucas? Lucas is outside, clearing the monster corpses. He said it was a top priority. I chuckled. At least Lucas was acting responsibly as the deputy commander, knowing what needed to be done in my absence. Damien helped Lucas with the task. Sanctifying the monster corpses will need your holy powers. Let him know I'm awake too. Got it. Junior, go to Lily and get the artifact status report. Check on the artifacts with your own eyes. As a mage, you might have a better sense than I do. Understood, Your Highness. Evangeline, take charge of the victory banquet preparations and the celebratory speech. I doubt he'll be up for attending the banquet tonight. I'm counting on you. Awesome. I've always wanted to do that. After delegating tasks, the three of them sped off. The three stopped by the door, glancing back at me with continuous nagging. You need to rest, Your Highness. Really, no more work, just rest. Well, report back tomorrow morning. Everything should be fine. I'll handle the banquet. Just take your medicine and get plenty of sleep, okay? I waved them off, urging them to leave quickly. They continued to fuss until they finally disappeared from sight. In the newly quiet room, I leaned against the bed's headrest, lost in thought. How well could the city function without me? That worry lingered. And then, I promise, Ash. Ash's biological mother. I reflected on the smile of Dustia, the second empress from the dream. Why? She was unrelated to my existence and to my objective of clearing the game. Yet I had an inexplicable feeling, a gamer's intuition, if you will. It's related. Everything is related. Everything I've encountered on my path to the true ending is interconnected in some way. My dream of her wasn't a coincidence. I just hadn't found the connection yet. Ignoring Margarita's advice to rest, I furrowed my brows, lost in thought, reflecting on all the events since I fell into this world, desperately seeking the elusive link between them. That night, the corpses of the skeleton legion scattered from the forward base to the walls of Crossroad, and it took a considerable amount of time to collect and incinerate them. Lucas arrived to visit the ailing Ash only when the moon was high in the sky. If Ash was asleep, Lucas planned to leave a report and go. If awake, he intended to inquire about his health. So, with a bundle of reports in hand, he approached the Lord's mansion, when, oh my! Almost simultaneously, the Silver Winter Merchant Guild's carriage arrived and halted at the mansion's entrance. Serenade, leaning out from the carriage, offered a strained smile. Lucas responded with an awkward, perspiring nod. Miss Serenade, Captain Lucas. In the midst of a tense atmosphere, the two exchanged greetings. They had a shared history, but were never particularly close. From their younger days, at the Star Palace of the Second Empress of Dustia, they grew up alongside Ash. Ash had always been a constant between them. Their relationship entirely stemmed from Ash. Even without the years-long gap since their last encounter, any meeting between them would have been inherently awkward. You've changed a lot, Miss Serenade. Put another way, for someone once dubbed the frostbite of Silver Winter due to your cold demeanor, you now smile as warmly as spring here. It's unsettling to see. Back in the imperial capital, when Ash was notoriously known for his deplorable behavior, the two of them, still stuck in memories from that time. You've transformed too, Captain Lucas. Clearly, they didn't get along. From born haters, mad dog, now such an esteemed knight, it's surprising. Serenade, with her smooth smile, gently responded to Lucas' sharp comment. No, I must have misremembered because it's been so long, wasn't it? The mad dog that bites its master. The two locked eyes. Their gazes were devoid of animosity, and their voices remained calm, but whoosh. For some reason, an icy tension seemed to sweep between them. Chapter 298, Frostbite. It's been a while since I heard that nickname. Serenade laughed bitterly. I was once like that. As my relationship with him grew cold, so did I. Just thinking of that time sent chills down her spine. Serenade's fingers dug into her own arm. But now that His Highness treats me warmly, I no longer need to pretend to be cold. Ice melts in spring. As ash began to warm, the frostbite receded. It was that simple. It's been a while since I was called the mad dog. A fleeting remorse passed through Lucas' stern eyes. I had those days, when he debite anything on command like a rabid dog, and even the time he almost bit the hand that fed him. Whether His Highness commands me as a mad dog, I act as one, and if commanded as a knight, I act as one. After all, he was just a sword. He moved according to the will of the one who wielded him. It was that simple. In the end, Serenade took a deep breath. It was his transformation that allowed us to change. Lucas silently agreed. Indeed, compared to Ash's transformation, the changes in Serenade and Lucas were trivial. The prince, who once pushed himself to the edge, desperate to destroy himself, had transformed. He became as warm as the spring sun. Lucas gently inquired, "Aren't you afraid of his transformation?" Lucas had been forewarned about Ash's change. "Hey, guard, from tomorrow, I'll act differently. But no matter my appearance or behavior, I am still me. Undoubtedly the Ash you've always known. Trust me and continue to support me as you have. I request this of you." The day after those words, Ash changed. Despite the warning, Lucas sometimes felt a chill down his spine. Is this thoughtful, benevolent ruler really the same person he had sworn allegiance to? What's there to be afraid of? Serenade spoke with conviction. His essence hasn't changed. From their childhood, that radiant boy's essence remained unchanged. Even if his actions, speech patterns, and even beliefs change, I can tell, the Ash I loved remains unchanged. How can you be so sure? As Lucas asked, Serenade smiled mischievously, reminiscent of her playful younger self. It's a lover's intuition. Immediately after, Serenade mumbled, twirling a strand of her hair. Well, we're divorced now. Watching her, Lucas chuckled. I feel relieved that you're here, Miss Serenade, to share these concerns. I'll trust your intuition as well, Miss Serenade. Lucas gave a soft smile, a sight that made Serenade widen her eyes in surprise. He wasn't one to smile like that. You've changed a lot, Captain Lucas. We've grown up, all of us. For a moment, Serenade and Lucas locked eyes, looking at each other, who were once on the brink of friendship but eventually remained distant. And always between them was the memory of young Ash. All I wish for is His Highness' happiness, Captain Lucas. Serenade murmured softly, to which Lucas nodded in agreement. I feel the same, Miss Serenade. Let's serve him from our respective places. Of course. Lucas stepped aside, bowing slightly. Serenade, with a gentle nod, walked into the manor first, and when the two entered Ash's bedroom on the third floor, SNNN, Ash was soundly asleep. Papers scattered across the bed. He leaned against the headboard, having left the light on. Lucas and Serenade, sharing a wry smile, tidied up Ash's sleeping area. Lucas organized Ash's writing materials, while Serenade gently laid him down, pulling the covers over him. Looking at the sleeping young man, seeing traces of the boy they knew from their youth. "Sweet dreams, Your Highness." Serenade whispered softly and withdrew. Lucas turned off the bedside lamp. With a soft click, the room was plunged into darkness. Taking a last glance at the peacefully sleeping Ash, Serenade and Lucas silently stepped out. Several days had passed. My condition hadn't improved. It seemed like fatigue and a cold had struck simultaneously. The fever wouldn't subside, and I groaned, a cold towel draped over my forehead. What rotten luck. It's the fall. As the days get colder, it's especially crucial to be cautious during these transitions, Damien, who visited me every morning and evening to provide me with holy energy, remarked. Apparently, healing magic couldn't remedy fatigue or a common cold. Its visible effects were more pronounced with more severe wounds or injuries. But being imbued with this much holy energy was believed to be beneficial for rejuvenation. Anyway, given the circumstances, I lay in bed, received brief reports, and issued general directives. Initially, I was a bit concerned, but even in my absence, Crossroad operated pretty smoothly. Of course, it wasn't as efficient as when I was on the ground, but it was moving decently well. Perhaps this is how a typical lord or a typical commander operates, not visiting the field, only issuing and receiving orders and reports through documents and messengers. Even so, this wasn't my style. I want to jump out of this bed and see the field in person. Yeah. First, you need to get better. Evangeline, who came to get my review on an independent exploration plan, chided me. Grumbling, I looked over the plan she had drafted. It was the plan to circle the cleared Zone 6 dungeon once more. We had to avoid the Midas area, since the commanders of the Nightmare Legion could appear there. I really need to hit level 50. I was currently at level 49. I wanted to quickly hit 50, just like the other main party members, and learn the ultimate move, but with my physical condition as it was. Well, take care of it ourselves, and return safely, Senior. You just take your time and rest. And true to their word, they managed just fine. In my absence, they either sought help from the Holy Grail seekers waiting at the base camp or organized teams with the likes of Jackal or even Lily, and systematically reviewed each of the Zone 6 dungeons. The other sub-parties were leveling in the early areas. Watching the party members grow stronger and level up every day even without me made me feel somewhat ambivalent. Not just the dungeon exploration, but internal affairs were handled impeccably as well. Especially after appointing Serenade as the chief advisor of internal affairs, she frankly managed things better than I did. This included maintenance of the forward base and city tourism plans. Here's the Magic Stone sales report, Your Highness. Please take your time reviewing it. Using transparent Magic Stone sales profit sharing, they greatly boosted the city's finances. The Magic Stones were safely presented to the Imperial family. From the remaining ones, they didn't touch the share for the existing Crossroad merchants. The remaining Magic Stones were then distributed and sold throughout the continent. The quality of the Magic Stones is exceptional. We started distribution primarily to allied kingdoms' royal families. We are already receiving a slew of follow-up orders. While scanning the report after hearing Serenade's update, I mumbled, to be honest, I thought the Silver Winter Merchant Guild would absorb all the smaller southern guilds. They preserved the existing Magic Stone sales routes, fairly divided the Magic Stone quantities with the existing guilds. Only the surplus from the south was managed by the Silver Winter Merchant Guild. Given the wealth of Silver Winter and their rapport with me, they could monopolize the market. But, as I told you before, our guild's goal is coexistence. Handing over a report indicating a large deposit of gold in the Crossroad City's treasury, Serenade grinned. It's easy to crush others with size and profit from it, but that's a very short-sighted way to do business. We simply choose a path that benefits us in the long run. That's really impressive. I need to learn some business philosophies later. It seems it'll help. Thus, everyone became self-reliant. The city ran smoothly and safely. 15 heroes in the reserve party, 3 parties. They're ready for frontline deployment. Several sub-parties became combat-ready due to continued independent explorations. Gasp! Did I somehow grow stronger? Lily surpassed level 35, completed her second-class job change, and unlocked the skill firewall. Hey, didn't you quit your on-site job? You keep accompanying your boyfriend on expeditions, and that's why you're leveling up. I don't even join in the explorations, so why am I growing? Saintess Margarita mumbled hesitantly. Margarita was leveling up without even taking part in combat. From her perspective, it must have been perplexing. Well, healers naturally gain experience just by healing. You're always working at the temple, so that's why your level is rising even without being on the front lines. In any case, the heroes grew steadily. We've completed the training of 2 new infantry units. The ranks of the regular soldiers were also bolstered. The repairs to the primary walls of the forward base are complete, Your Highness. Over half of the forward base had been repaired, making it now functional as a makeshift fortress. And as preparations for the winter supplies and firewood were smoothly progressing, Stage 12, time until commencement, 3 days the next defense battle loomed. This season's monsters were the Scorpion Legion. In other words, scorpions. They crawled close to the ground, their exoskeletons tough. They had high resistance to ranged weapons like arrows. Their venomous tails possessed piercing power that was incredibly threatening. Their 2 pincers were sharp and strong. They were robust, formidable, and tough warriors. Facing them head-on would not be easy. Despite their toughness, their weakness is clear. From the forward base, seated in a wheelchair that belonged to Evangeline, borrowed from Lily, and wrapped in a thick blanket atop the freshly repaired walls, I said, their underbelly isn't armored. If we can somehow target that area, they can be taken down easily. So, there are 2 methods. Either flip them over and strike. Evangeline smirked, and I mirrored her grin. Or simply attack from below. Put another way, laying mines would easily take care of them. Which is why, at this moment, the southern plains of the forward base were laden with mines. Not only that, but we also selected artifacts that activated on contact with the ground. There are more weaknesses, of course. The Scorpion Legion has low magic resistance. While they have high poison resistance, they're highly susceptible to other status effects. If we are equipped accordingly, they can easily be taken down. But the mines alone are sufficient. We're in for some fun fireworks. They're coming, a scout atop the forward base's tower, overseeing the south, shouted. Then Lucas, standing at the edge of the wall, raised his hand and shouted, all units prepare for battle. Click, click, click. Heroes and soldiers swiftly armed themselves and took aim. The command for this defense battle was handed over to Lucas from the start. I planned to just observe from the back. After all, I'm a patient. Thud, 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 thud. It didn't take long for the dust, kicked up by monsters, to appear from the southern horizon. A horde of scorpions with shimmering dark exoskeletons scuttled forward, their many legs chaotically propelling them. It was both a creepy and intimidating sight, given their sheer numbers. It seems my guys prepared hard even without me. The feeling was akin to watching a younger sibling who claims they can run errands without their older sibling, clutching their money and heading to the store. With such feelings, I intended to comfortably watch how well our troops would defend without me. Ha! Something strange caught my eye. Thud, 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 thud. From the side of the Scorpion Legion charging in from the south, clip-clop, clip-clop, clip-clop. 5 knights suddenly appeared, all mounted on horses. Leading them was a young girl with long black hair, her silver crown gleaming. Mew-ha-ha-ha! With a laugh that seemed mismatched to her slender voice, the dragon lady who had suddenly sprung into action shouted, Crossroad, I have returned. Then, without hesitation, she charged directly into the flank of the Scorpion Legion. Chapter 299, the dark event didn't occur in this stage either. Skips their turn. No dark event will be triggered in this stage. Following the last stage, the unidentified enemy skipped their turn again. The intention behind this move remained unclear, but one thing was certain. At least in this stage, the foe wasn't plotting any underhanded moves. Whoosh! The Scorpion Legion, without any tricks up their sleeve, simply crawled on the ground. And the dragon lady Duskbringer and her personal guard found such ground-crawling creatures barely worthy opponents. Whoa-ha-ha-ha-hat! With a booming laugh, Duskbringer, followed closely by 4 knights clad in red armor, charged. Together, the party of 5 dragon knights relentlessly assaulted the side of the Scorpion Legion. Clip-clop, 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 crunch, snap. They tore through the Legion's ranks, breaking from one side and emerging from the opposite end in a breathtaking maneuver. Duskbringer, at the forefront, unleashed her mighty magical prowess, and the 4 knights brandished their weapons with violent force. Their steeds were dragon-blooded warhorses, 1.5 times the size of a regular warhorse with 3 times the power. They were monstrous mounts that likely also had their own levels. Following the Dragon Knight's breakthrough, these mighty warhorses trampled over the Scorpion Legion. The torn chitin and flesh of the scorpion monsters scattered everywhere. Witnessing this shocking scene, I glanced sideways. My own heroes wore expressions of disbelief. Should we go support them, senior? Evangeline asked hesitantly, to which I slowly shook my head. No, they seemed to want to show off their skills. Matching the monster's entrance, they'd appeared as if waiting for the perfect moment to flaunt their might. This couldn't be a mere coincidence. The Duchess seems to want to have her fun. Let's let her have it. I gestured, and a scout brought a telescope to me. Looking through it, I chuckled. Let's watch and see just how strong the last knights of the Bringer Empire are. After punching a significant hole through the Scorpion Legion's ranks, how exhilarating! Crushing these insects without a sweat isn't usually my taste. Duskbringer laughed, revealing sharp, shark-like teeth. Splatters of the black blood from the scorpion monsters stained her fair cheeks. A battle I cannot lose has been too long overdue. It's immensely satisfying. Ahaha! My lady, an elder knight with a neatly trimmed white beard addressed her. The monsters are encircling us. Oh, Duskbringer raised an eyebrow in amusement, surveying her surroundings. So these bugs do know some tactics. The scorpion monsters quickly reformed their ranks, seamlessly filling in the gaps left by their fallen comrades. Simultaneously, in the blink of an eye, they spread across the ground, intending to encircle the 5 dragon knights. How would you like to proceed? Break through before we're encircled? Or, whether they encircle us or lay a trap, let them do as they please. Duskbringer turned her massive steed's head towards the thickest cluster of monsters and bared her teeth with a fierce grin. It's been a while since I've enjoyed a battle on a whim. Well, simply follow your lead, my lady. The elder knight nodded after a quick glance behind him. Follow? Yes. Ha! Clip-clop, clip-clop, clip-clop. The 5 dragon knights began their charge again, not towards the thinnest part of the encirclement, but straight into the heart of the enemy forces. The scorpion monsters readied their sharp pincers and tails, assuming a defensive stance, as if preparing for an onslaught. You fools! Do you really think you stand a chance? Duskbringer's thundering roar, the dragon roar, left them paralyzed with fear. It was the dragon's inherent ability, a power that instills an overwhelming fear simply by its presence, commonly termed as dragon fear. The Scorpion Legion, nearly void of any resistance to this fear, trembled and lowered their weapons before her might. Underneath the heavy hooves of the warhorses, they were trampled, crushed. Once again, the Scorpion Legion was effortlessly overwhelmed by the 5 dragon knights, pierced and torn apart. Duskbringer led the charge, unleashing waves of her fierce magic to pave the way. Immediately behind her, the elder knight with white hair and the middle-aged knight swung their long swords to assist. 2 young dragon knights expanded their formation like spreading wings and finished off any remaining monsters with their spears. In a V formation, they breezily cut through the Scorpion Legion. Move aside if you don't want to die. At Duskbringer's roar, the monsters parted to either side, reminiscent of the Red Sea parting before Moses. It might have been just the dragon fear, but it seemed as though they understood her words. Of course, moving aside won't spare you. Ahaha! Laughing gleefully as she trampled the flattened monsters, Duskbringer's gaze caught something. Far behind the retreating Scorpion Legion stood a gigantic monster exuding a menacing aura. It looked like a monstrous hybrid, with the lower half of a scorpion and an armored humanoid upper body. Atop its armored helmet, sharp venomous spikes protruded like a crown. The Scorpion King, the ruler of this Scorpion Legion and the boss monster of this stage. Aha, there's their leader. Exhilarated, Duskbringer spurred her dragon steed, which responded with a fiery snort, accelerating forward. Quickly, faster, hurry, hurry up. However, despite Duskbringer's urgency, the dragon steed's speed didn't increase dramatically. Unable to wait any longer, Duskbringer, in her frustration, propelled herself off the saddle. Fine, I'll go ahead. You all catch up at your own pace. My lady, wait. Before the Elder Knight could stop her, Duskbringer leapt into the air, amassing magic behind her, propelling herself forward like a rocket. Whoosh! The energy field forming behind the Duchess looked like wings attached to her back, flapping. Duskbringer darted across the sky, making a beeline for the Scorpion King. The beast let out a defiant roar. You mere half-dragon. I've lived in the same era as your ancestors and— Oh, the monsters here can speak. Her round, surprised eyes quickly filled with mischief. Ahaha, this is fun. No wonder the third prince wanted me here. Be silent, half-breed dragon. I am the great ancient. Before the Scorpion King could finish, drawing two venomous stingers from its tails like sabers, its gaze was drawn to the unfolding spectacle in front of it. Roar! A massive torrent of magical energy converged between Duskbringer's hands. At first, the magic glowed red, but soon blended with a pumpkin hue, eventually radiating a brilliant crimson. Reminiscent of the hues of a sunset, the energy began to take shape in Duskbringer's petite hands. Materializing magic is, the Scorpion King muttered in shock. Shaping the energy released from oneself into a different form was an endeavor not even the greatest magicians of ancient times would attempt. Clearly, this was a feat only someone possessing the blood of a dragon could achieve. It's an extravagant waste of power, the epitome of inefficiency. Definitely not a technique recommended for real battles. But isn't it cool? It was cool, and that was reason enough for her to use it. Harnessing that power, Duskbringer fashioned a large sword made purely of energy, larger than her own frame. I don't care who or what you were in the past. With a fiendish grin, Duskbringer growled. I am here and now, ready to prove myself on this monster frontier. You know what that means? Wah, what? It's the perfect time to leave a lasting impression during my initiation. Having closed the distance between them unnoticed, Duskbringer raised her energy sword high. So make sure to die spectacularly, monster. With a resounding slash, the sword of energy descended. The Scorpion King's elite guards stepped forward, holding up their armored shells as shields. Still, the blazing heat emanating from the energy sword instantly melted their defenses. The immense surge of magic struck vertically, engulfing the Scorpion King and his elite guards in a blinding flash and intense heatwave. Kaya Harak! The guards, attempting to protect their king, exploded in a burst, shattering and scattering in all directions. Clank! The twin venomous stingers of the Scorpion King, held crosswise, shattered like fragile glass. And you half-dragon. This can't be. With a loud thud, the enormous form of the Scorpion King split from head to tail. Boom! The aftershock of the attack ravaged the ground, creating a storm of dust and debris. Moments later, emerging from the settling dust, Duskbringer could be seen catching her breath, her slender shoulders rising and falling rapidly. Her small hands looked as though they had suffered burns, a deep red hue replacing the glow of the magic, which now dissipated like a mirage. Heh, even if I am a half-dragon, a dragon's still a dragon. Looking down at the fallen Scorpion King, Duskbringer smirked with a mischievous glint in her eyes. You're a nothing more than an insect compared to me. Clatter, clatter. The other dragon knights and her dragon steed arrived behind Duskbringer, albeit belatedly. That was an impressive strike, my lady. Gazing at the devastation left behind from her attack, the Elder Knight spoke slowly, but it was quite wasteful. HMPH, I had to assert dominance. Of course, Duskbringer wasn't referring to the monsters, but to Ash and his subordinates who were watching the skirmish. As a newcomer throwing my lot in with the southern front line, I need to show how formidable and useful I am. And moreover, she had promised Ash a one-on-one showdown for control of this southern front line. Making a bold entrance was essential. Maybe it was a bit of an overkill, but this should do. There was no need to deal with the remaining monsters. Having dispatched their leader, she could leave the stragglers to Ash and his crew. With that decision made, Duskbringer gracefully mounted her dragon steed. The 5 dragon knights then slowly steered their mounts towards the forward base where Ash was located. The monsters, trembling in fear, steered clear of their path. Yawn. Having expended so much energy, she felt a tinge of fatigue. As she let out a stretchy yawn, she glanced towards the forward base. Ash, standing atop the ramparts, was frantically waving his arms, shouting something. It wasn't just Ash. All the soldiers around him were also raising their arms, yelling out. A smirk formed on Duskbringer's lips. Ha ha, there's no need to welcome me with such enthusiasm. As they got closer, she could faintly hear Ash's shouts. Don't come this way, turn back. Ha, turn back. Duskbringer tilted her head in confusion. Why? And then it happened. Suddenly, the ground trembled. Duskbringer's dragon steed stepped on something, and the sound of machinery echoed. Ha! She glanced down at the ground beneath her. There it was, a mechanical device emitting an ominous, blinking red light. Duskbringer blinked her large eyes, and with a cold sweat breaking out, uttered tersely, "What's this?" It was a landmine. One of many Ash had installed in front of the forward base, specifically to counter the scorpion monsters. Boom! In the next instant, both Duskbringer and her steed were engulfed by an explosion, sending them spiraling into the air. Chapter 300. An oppressive silence hung in the air. Before me sat Duskbringer, her body wrapped in layers of bandages. Her raven-black hair, which had once cascaded like flowing silk, was now singed and curled from the blast's aftermath. Her once radiant alabaster skin and her gleaming silver crown were both stained with soot. Only her pumpkin-colored eyes still shimmered with their usual luster, now filled with a resentful glow. I, drenched in cold sweat, tried to explain nervously, "Look, I set up those traps to deal with the monsters. I didn't expect you to march straight into them. It's risky, naturally. I never imagined you wouldn't detect the mines." At this, Duskbringer leaned in, her pointed teeth bared in annoyance. It wasn't a magic-operated artifact. It wasn't something that would shoot out malice. It was just a mechanical device. Of course I might not detect it. Well, she was just caught off guard. Anyway, despite stepping on the landmine, her dragon steed only sustained a minor scrape on its leg. The dragon lady herself only suffered light burns. She truly had a formidable resilience. However, the problem wasn't the physical injuries, but the scratch on her pride. Duskbringer gritted her teeth, seething. How could this? How could this happen? I used magic materialization to make a grand entrance, and then stepped on a landmine at the very end, exploding spectacularly. I nodded in agreement. I didn't expect you to soar like a scene straight out of an anime. I bet no one will ever forget that sight. Arg! Ahhhhhhhhh! Duskbringer covered her ears and screamed. Now that it's come to this, I'll have to use magic to make everyone forget. You can use such magic. In the game, Duskbringer was a warrior class. Born with overwhelming magic power and physical prowess, she was in the front lines, battering foes. Magic wasn't her strong suit. To this, Duskbringer laughed weakly and raised her fist. If I give a strong blow to the head, one could forget about a day's memory, right? No, if we're hit by your punch, it wouldn't be just a day's memory. We'd probably lose our lives. Not just memories, we'd be dead. I swallowed nervously and glanced outside. We were inside the commander's tent at the forward base. Duskbringer's 4 elite knights stood outside, waiting. My heroes, part of my entourage, also waited outside. Zing! A palpable tension. All of Duskbringer's 4 knights were men. An elderly man with white hair and beard, wielding a longsword. A middle-aged man with long dark hair holding a long blade, and 2 young men, each carrying a lance. They watched my party with cold, calculating eyes, standing tall, exuding an air of silent authority. Ahem! Facing them, Quillan made a show of puffing out his chest, flexing his muscles for all they were worth. Was this really the time for a muscle showdown? Aha! The oppressive silence continued. Next to Quillan, Evangeline and Damien also tried to puff out their non-existent chests, mimicking his posture. What were they doing? Pretending to be frilled lizards. Ugh! A short distance away, Junior hid her face in apparent embarrassment. Don't feel shy. Either stop them or join in. Shuffling feet announced Lucas' approach from the southern wall. I had entrusted him with taking care of the remnants of the Scorpion Legion. Seems he was done. Lucas, taken aback by the odd standoff outside the commander's tent, hesitated for a moment. Inhale. He too straightened his posture, chest out, and with deliberate steps headed inside. Oh great, another frilled lizard to the party. Entering the tent, Lucas reported in an exaggerated, forceful tone, "We've dealt with all the remaining scorpion monsters, my lord." After a quick glance at Duskbringer seated in front of me, he added, "Thanks to the Grand Duchess' assistance, we encountered no issues. None of our allies were harmed. Well done. Ensure the disposal of the monster corpses and collect any spoils." Understood. Lucas, after a crisp salute, turned and with the same exaggerated steps left the tent. Adorable bunch. I pulled my attention back to the scene inside, facing Duskbringer with her now explosive hairdo. So, after you've actively helped us fend off these monsters, should we take it that you're joining our front line? HMPH, absolutely not. Duskbringer smirked threateningly. Didn't we agree beforehand? We will compete for control of this front line with a 5v5 showdown. With her small fist clenched, she wagged it in front of me. Ready for a showdown with the rebels, Ash. Fight is a fight, I snorted, but there was no need for you to grandly assist us in this monster defense. Not if you plan to compete. Heh, didn't I say it? I wanted to make a grand impression, to break your momentum. Just be straightforward, Grand Duchess. Upon my blunt remark, her expression hardened. It was a bit strange. Why would the Grand Duchess take so long to escape from the Empire? Murmuring, I counted on my fingers. With the strength of the Grand Duchess and her knights, no matter how tight the Empire's siege, it shouldn't be hard or take long to break through. I found it odd during the last festival too. If it was only the Grand Duchess and her knights, or maybe that servant, there was no need for the Grand Duchess to scout alone. Their mobility is unmatched. They could have come together. Now I understand why. Back in Stage 10, when facing the werewolves, I opted not to select the map creation trait, which limited me to only 3 traits. Deprived of the minimap, I suffered significant losses. An oppressive silence hung between us. After that incident, I always wore the map creation trait. So, during this defense, I could use my minimap to survey my surroundings. Though the minimap had limited use, just a few minutes a day, it was more than enough to locate what I needed. The monsters to the south, the allies at the advance base, and then, crouching in the west, a group of NPCs. You brought the citizens with you, didn't you? They took time to protect while escaping. You had to sell every last possession to feed and shelter them. You overextended in this battle to prove your might alongside the citizens, right? Duskbringer's trembling lips parted. There were less than 1,000. Her amber eyes looked away, uncharacteristically downcast. Deep within those usually fierce dragon eyes, a profound regret and sorrow could be seen. The rebels told their followers to stay. Remaining in the Empire would give them a chance to beg the Imperial forces for mercy, but leaving with the rebels would only bring hardship and death. But, despite most staying behind, 1,000 chose to follow the incompetent king who let the nation fall and failed to protect its citizens. Duskbringer clutched her chest over her heart. Because I couldn't let go of this measly dragon bloodline, I let centuries of history burn and let the entire nation be trampled by the enemy. With sharp teeth biting her lips, Duskbringer looked me straight in the eyes. They followed me to the death, Ash. Do you understand the weight of that? How could I? The despair of a fallen king, the thirst for revenge, and the overwhelming responsibility for those who chose to follow, how could I understand? Accept them. Protect the citizens of the rebels. I remained silent, lost in thought. Accommodating Duskbringer and her knights might be manageable. I could hide them from the Imperial First Army on the Western Front. But 1,000 refugees, that's a different scale. Accepting them here would alert the Imperial First Army on the Western Front and its commander, Crown Prince Lark, instantly. They would know Duskbringer is here, that the owner of the dragon bloodline has joined the Southern Front. The flames of war ignited in the west would spread to the south. And that would happen now. Seeing my hesitation, Duskbringer urgently implored, I have to protect them. So I have a proposal. A proposal. The 5v5 war we agreed upon. Let's do it now. I need control of this front line to ensure my people's safety. So immediately, I sighed softly. While we did agree to compete for control here, we didn't set a date. I pointed to the wheelchair I sat in and the blanket draped over me. As you can see, I'm not in the best condition right now. It's not possible at the moment. My people, Duskbringer's voice was filled with desperation. If not now, they'll die. If we don't act now. Duskbringer, desperate, quickly stood in front of me with a pained expression. Fight me. If that's too hard, Ash. Trembling, Duskbringer reached up and grasped her silver crown, the emblem of her rule over the Bringer Duchy. She slowly removed the crown she had never before taken off. Let's consider the rebels defeated. Duchess, you've won. I'll respect your authority. If you wish, I'll become your loyal knight, as I swore during the tournament. My people are starving. They are sick. They've exhausted all their strength escaping to the southern front, and winter is coming. Holding the worn-out crown stained with blood, Duskbringer closed her eyes and extended it to me. They're at their limit. For every day you hesitate, half of the rebels' citizens will die. I didn't take the crown. I just stared at the desperate girl in front of me who bore the weight of a fallen kingdom. Please save them, Ash. Save my people. As Duskbringer was about to kneel, thud, I quickly stood up, grabbed her arm, preventing her from kneeling. Taking the crown from her, I placed it back on her head. Though old and stained in my hands, the crown seemed unremarkable. But atop its rightful owner, it exuded an unmatched dignity. Duskbringer, surprised, looked up at me. I smiled bitterly. Your efforts during this defense were clearly evident. Possibly, Duskbringer's reason for fighting so fiercely was to secure any chance, however small, in such a situation. The monster frontline accepts anyone who is willing to fight against the monsters. And Duchess, you've already proven yourself. I grinned. So, I am more than happy to accommodate the guests from the Bringer Duchy. You've come a long way. Welcome. Holding back tears, Duskbringer looked at me, gratitude in her eyes. I made a welcoming gesture. This southern fortress city crossroad is exclusively for those who fight monsters. With a faint smile, Duskbringer whispered, I warn you, Ash. You'll regret this decision. Perhaps. But I will make this promise. I'll do my best to erase that regret. I smiled back. Though unsaid, I made a silent vow to her. I wouldn't regret this decision. Whatever the future held, this was my chosen path. Stage 12 clear. Stage MVP Duskbringer SSR level up character. None injured or deceased character. None new ally characters. Duskbringer SSR Endymion SSR Berlin SSR Sheen SSR Jet SSR acquired items. Scorpion Legion Magic Stones. 274 Scorpion Warrior Magic Core. 5 Scorpion King Magic Core. SR 1 Stage clear rewards have been distributed. Please check your inventory. R-grade reward box. 5 Get ready for the next stage. Stage 13. Winter is coming too. Chapter 301 refugees from the Bringer Duchy were initially accommodated in a shelter to the north of Crossroad. Originally, this facility was built for citizens to evacuate when monsters invaded. It was the very place where citizens took refuge whenever an emergency arose. Equipped with emergency beds, medicines, emergency rations, water, and makeshift accommodations, it could effortlessly shelter over 1,000 refugees. The plan was to first accommodate them here and gradually settle them inside the city. Those in need of medical attention, please line up in an orderly manner. We have ample food supplies, so let's start with some warm tea. The northern shelter was abuzz. Priests administered medicines and healing magic to the sick refugees, while the famished were provided with food rations. Duskbringer handed out blankets to her people, and the knights poured hot tea into cups for them. Despite their fatigue from the late autumn cold and their long journey, hope remained in the refugees' eyes. As they wrapped themselves in blankets and sipped on tea, a faint vitality returned to their pale faces. Watching this scene from a distance, I heard a familiar set of footsteps approach me. Without turning, I inquired, worried Lucas. I did anticipate this to some extent. As expected, it was Lucas who stood beside me. Silently observing the bustling shelter, Lucas let out a soft sigh. I am concerned about what lies ahead. What concerns you? Mainly two things. I gestured for Lucas to continue. Nodding slightly, he began. First, without a doubt, is the Western Front, Prince Lark, and the Imperial Army's 1st Division. The most immediate problem surfaced. Even if you've declared your independent course of action, accepting the Duchess of Bringer, whom the 1st Division of the Imperial Army is keenly searching for, is no ordinary risk. Lucas then discreetly gauged my reaction. But in my opinion, you must have a contingency plan for this issue. Oh, what makes you think so? If I may say, you never engage in battles without the odds in your favor. I couldn't help but smile. This guy has gotten the hang of my strategic style. You never make a move without solid evidence. You prefer battles where victory is certain, and even if the odds are high, you avoid gambles. Therefore, I surmise that by the time you accepted the Duchess of Bringer, you already had preparations in place for the Western Front. Sharp, Lucas, just as you said. From a few months back, when I decided to recruit Duskbringer, the simulation for how to win over the Western Front had been running non-stop. The situation isn't bad. In fact, it's promising. I felt fairly confident about this aspect. Grinning, I gestured for Lucas to continue. Let's set aside the first concern for now. What's the second? Without hesitation, Lucas continued. It's the citizens of Crossroad. It was an unexpected response. As I looked at him in surprise, Lucas began to explain. Since you began governing here, the proportion of foreigners in Crossroad has increased sharply. Yes, that's true. Especially, you haven't just hired foreign mercenaries, but have also actively employed mercenaries of different races. The view towards them is still somewhat cold. From the perspective of someone who lived in this world, rather than an outsider possessing someone, Lucas candidly spoke of the realities. But my lord, if the majority of the Empire's citizens see the different races as uncomfortable outsiders, their view of the people from the Bringer Duchy is an enemy to be confronted. The Empire and the Bringer Duchy are currently at war. Even before this, there has been a rising animosity between them. The Everblack Empire and the Bringer Duchy once shared a relationship like that of sibling nations, but now they were at war. Naturally, their feelings towards each other weren't amicable. Accepting 1,000 refugees in this situation might indeed be taken as a bolt from the blue from the perspective of the existing citizens. I stroked my chin, deep in thought. Still, isn't this place fundamentally a fortress for military purposes? And I'm a member of the imperial family and a commander. The citizens can't really oppose such a decision. Yes, at its core, it's a fortress, but it's also a city where people have lived for generations. A fortress and a city. A place where soldiers and civilians coexist. That was Crossroad. Of course, you could suppress any opposing opinions by using your name as an imperial, your rights as a lord, and your command as a commander. You have the power in this city. No one can object. But the unresolved conflict will simmer below the surface. The world isn't just innocent and beautiful. Showing compassion to the refugees who lost their country and providing them with blankets and tea won't solve the issue. No, the real problem starts right there. How should we resolve this? I had some thoughts but sought Lucas' opinion. After pondering for a moment, Lucas nodded. Reflecting on the integration process of the Shadow Squad, Penal Squad, and the refugees they brought with them might be helpful. Indeed. Our thoughts aligned once more. They worked hard and proved their worth voluntarily. They demonstrated their usefulness to this city. In the end, practical utility. This was the most effective way to persuade people. The power of Duchess Duskbringer and her knights is already well established. So now, Lucas looked back at the shelter. These 1,000 refugees must also show the existing citizens of Crossroad what they can contribute to the city. It might sound harsh, but currently the refugees were in a vulnerable position. They need to prove their worth and prepare to integrate into this place. Only after this process could the people of Crossroad gradually open their hearts and accept them. That's how relationships work. It's not resolved by one side opening their heart and extending their hand. Both sides needed to make efforts and reach an agreement. What I could do was create opportunities and environments for that. I can't precisely foresee the future vision you have for this city, Lucas said with a rueful smile, but I am well aware that it won't be an easy path. That's what makes it worthwhile. To gain significant benefits, one must be willing to take significant risks. I aim to assemble a dream team consisting of the mightiest heroes. To achieve that, it was essential to untangle the complex web of relationships and loyalties among them. The integration of the 1,000 refugees could serve as a practice run for this. Well, in the case of the citizens, it's one thing. For the soldiers, it might be a bit easier. Oh, why's that? Most are mercenaries who have roamed from other lands. They have a lot in common as fellow outsiders. And above all, Lucas grinned, on this monster frontier, the more powerful allies one has, the better. They can literally save one's life. In that regard, proving the strength of Duchess Duskbringer and her knights during the recent defense was quite effective. Having demonstrated their formidable power, other soldiers had little reason to object to their inclusion. The Knights of Bringer, known as warriors of the Western Front, have long been the envy of those who revere martial prowess. While Duchess Duskbringer and her knights were still assisting the refugees, Lucas trailed off, watching them. As a warrior myself, I respect them. I eagerly await the day I can test my sword against their esteemed blades. That night, at the Central Plaza, a banquet celebrated the defensive victory. Bringer's knights, lead knight, and Endymion, the knight with neatly groomed white hair and beard, the most senior knight of Duchess Duskbringer, Sir Endymion roared. I will show you the skills I have honed all my life. He then took out instruments similar to tambourines. As he made a rhythmic sound, he started a vigorous hula dance with a stern face. Given the gap between his stern appearance and the lively dance, the scene was hilariously incongruent. The mercenaries, already tipsy from the drink, laughed until they were breathless. The atmosphere in the plaza instantly warmed up. Watching this spectacle, Lucas froze, his face pale. Beside him, I muttered, a proud sword, an object of envy. I see. No, no, this isn't it. Here's what happened. After a round of drinks at the banquet, noticing that the newly arrived knights were still feeling a bit awkward, the senior knight, Sir Endymion, decided to take the lead to liven up the mood. And that's how the grand hula dance unfolded. After concluding his dance, the elderly knight struck a final pose and swiftly exited the plaza. The other mercenaries erupted in thunderous applause. After that, the long-haired middle-aged knight, Sir Berlin, and the twin young knights, Sion and Jet, took turns getting on the stage. Each danced skillfully, bringing humor and easing the atmosphere. What on earth are they doing? Why are they so good at it? Typically, in a gathering with alcohol, someone acting the fool tends to lighten the mood. Given that those breaking the ice were the knights everyone had been wary of, the atmosphere quickly improved. The central plaza became as lively as it usually was during victory banquets. Isn't it tolerable? Duchess Duskbringer chuckled as she watched. It's a tradition of the knights under my command. It's for entertaining at drinking parties. Those cute dances were honed for just such occasions. They're quite the crowd pleasers. Beside her, Sir Endymion, now sweaty, slicked back his damp white hair, commenting stoically, I've done far crazier things to entertain you. This is easy. Isn't that mistreatment within the squad? Far from it. You saved us and gave us new lives. If we can make you smile, even with such trivial acts, it's our joy. Duchess Duskbringer playfully messed up the serious Endymion's white hair, always saying sweet things, Endymion. When I first recruited you, you were a tiny kid who could hardly speak. I don't recall such times, Mom. It's embarrassing. You went through puberty saying I won't play with you, avoiding me, and once you crossed 20, you even confessed your love for me. But look at you now, your hair's all white. Please stop mocking my immature days. Sir Endymion turned away, clearly embarrassed. Has the old man always been this gullible, and should one really spill another's embarrassing past like that? Isn't that also mistreatment? Well, that's enough entertainment for now. Duchess Duskbringer, removing her hand from Endymion's hair, grew serious. I want to discuss our plans going forward. Ash, I straightened up. Lucas and Sir Endymion respectfully cleared the area, leaving Duchess Duskbringer and me facing each other. While I entrust you with command, as we integrate my people, I also want to hear about your future plans. Lark and the First Legion of the Empire's forces will soon arrive here. I want to know how you plan to stop them. And Duchess Duskbringer glanced briefly to the north, where her people took refuge. What my people should do here, she knew as well. For her foreign people to settle in this city, they'd first need to prove their worth. I smiled confidently, pushing my glass forward. We have a lot to do, Duchess. Just trust and follow me. It seems tonight's discussion will be long. Duchess Duskbringer observed me for a moment, then pushed her glass towards mine. Cheers! The clinking of glasses echoed through the night. Crossroad had always grappled with a chronic labor shortage. Located at the southernmost tip of the world, the fortress was a perilous battlefield, as monsters constantly besieged it. Especially during the preparations for the upcoming winter, there was always a lack of helping hands. In such circumstances, the refugees from the Bringer Duchy willingly took on the arduous tasks. They prepared for winter by chopping firewood, repairing frozen canals, and filling the storages with dry straw. Duchess Duskbringer took the lead in these endeavors. She didn't hesitate to get her hands dirty or allow her crown to be stained. She worked tirelessly alongside her people. The citizens of Crossroad still regarded the people of the Bringer Duchy with caution. But seeing them take charge of the laborious tasks of late autumn, their animosity began to soften. There were continuous, albeit minor, clashes, but their frequency noticeably decreased over time. Most importantly, my will was firm. Crossroad was a city fully within my grasp. Its citizens respected my decisions. People adapt, as they say. The once chaotic city quickly regained its stability. On a night, a week after welcoming Duchess Duskbringer and the refugees, a guest arrived. My lord, late at night, in the lord's office. Recovering from my illness, I had gradually extended my working hours. Ada entered my room with a sense of urgency. The guest you were expecting has arrived. They're awaiting at the mansion's entrance. Take them to the reception room. It'll be right down. After taking a deep breath and adjusting my attire, I descended to the first floor's reception room. Standing silently in the room was a large figure. Functional metal armor, a white cloak draped over it, and a hood linked to the cloak pulled low over his face. It's been a while. A few months, I believe. Recognizing the awaited visitor, I managed a composed smile. Brother, the first prince of the Everblack Empire. Lark Avalanche Everblack, with his piercing blue eyes gleaming like blade edges, slowly removed his hood. Chapter 302, Lark gazed at me for a while before finally speaking. Ash. I was inwardly tense, given that the situation was such that it wouldn't have been odd if Lark had suddenly thrown a punch or spat out a curse. But instead, this first prince suddenly spread his arms wide and exclaimed, "It's time for a hug," he bellowed while wearing a broad smile. Right, this guy had such a character. Surprised, I froze. Lark approached me with big strides and tightly embraced me with his thick arms. Ugh, he laughed heartily. It's been a while, my younger brother. Have you been well? Ugh. I was doing fine until moments ago, but now, thanks to your spine-crushing hug, not so much. Let me go, it feels like I am dying. After a short while, Lark released me from his embrace. I took heavy breaths and checked if my ribs were intact. That jerk, he squeezed me on purpose. You seem to be governing this place quite well, Ash. While I was checking on the health of my spinal erector, Lark casually gestured towards the mansion's surroundings. I observed the expressions of the citizens on my way here. Everyone seemed happy. I never thought you'd have such talent for governance. My expression isn't too bright because of your hug. In the imperial capital, you only caused problems. But now seeing you again makes me proud. You only brought that up because you wanted to play on words, didn't you? In the imperial capital, I remember speaking formally to this gentleman, but now our conversation flowed more naturally. Let's chalk it up to an increased sense of brotherly intimacy. I guided Lark to a table and took my seat first. Lark sat down across from me. When Ada served the tea, Lark declined with a wave of his hand and asked, "Don't you have milk?" Milk. What's with this health-conscious guy? Is that why he's so tall? Ada quickly served a cold glass of milk, which Lark gulped down with satisfaction. I cautiously brought up a topic. Did you come alone, brother? I assumed you'd bring your subordinates with you. All I desire is peace, Ash. Thud, setting down his empty glass of milk and wiping his lips with the back of his hand, Lark spoke. Peace for this country and the children who will live here. It's my duty to protect it. Children. I remembered this guy was married. He even had 3 kids. A flashback of Lark, harmoniously interacting with his wife at the Imperial Capital's party, crossed my mind. Ash, you're obviously included in the list of people I need to protect. If I punished you for every mistake you made, would you still be alive? I gave a bitter smile. So, you thought it would be enough to discipline me alone, and that's why you came by yourself. You're an adult too. It's not discipline. I came to persuade you. It's basically the same thing, just different wording. This powerful knight believed that he alone would be sufficient to persuade me. Hence he came alone. My eyes drifted to the longsword at his waist. If Lark wanted to, he could probably turn this entire mansion upside down with me inside. I'll cut to the chase and speak my mind. Hand over Duchess Bringer and her knights to me. Lark stated bluntly, fixing his eyes on me. Do that, and I will overlook your acts of treachery. Neither father nor anyone else in the imperial family will know of the deeds you've done. Treachery, you say? Ash, right now, our Everblack Empire is fighting enemies on 4 fronts. I remember. The Guardians' meeting held in the imperial capital. I recall the content vividly. The Divine Front, led by Father to fend off the foreign gods in the northern territories. Fernandez's covert front, holding off the underground forces in the center of the imperial capital. And my dragon-blooded front, at war with the Bringer Duchy in the west. Lastly, your monster front here, repelling the beasts. 4 destinies threatening the downfall of the empire. The emperor and his sons were each fighting on their designated fronts. Duchess Bringer is one of the 4 fates identified to bring down the empire. We must kill her. In order to do that, I personally set fire to the Bringer Duchy, our longtime allies and brother nation. Countless people died. But if we don't capture the Duchess, this war won't end. All those sacrifices will be in vain. He didn't need to voice the implied so, hand her over. He had laid out his cards. Now he simply stared at me, waiting for my response. Such a straightforward personality. A low chuckle escaped my lips and I smirked. And if I can't? Excuse me. If I can't hand over Duchess Bringer to you, what will you do? You're planning to obstruct the imperial orders. Forgot my autonomous declaration. I was granted self-governance for 3 years. Whether to shelter or protect those who seek refuge here is up to me. As I casually leaned back on the sofa, Lark's demeanor turned menacing. The room's temperature seemed to plummet, and the furniture shook as if there was an earthquake. Just a slight release of his aura caused this much havoc. His massive hand slowly moved to the hilt of his sword. Then I have no choice but to persuade you. I didn't want to resort to force, but Xing Lark slightly unsheathed his blade. The blade's dull metallic shimmer was suddenly infused with a vivid blue magic power, scattering a hazy chill and remnants of magical power like frost. I was choking. With my level of combat skills, resisting him would result in being torn to shreds. But I'll give you one last chance, Ash. Hand over Duchess Bringer to me immediately, or with this sword, You can't. Cutting off Lark, I replied coldly. You can't swing your sword at me, can you, brother? What? You aren't cold-hearted enough to strike down your own kin, are you? Confusion clouded Lark's eyes, and I wore a leisurely smile. The reason I could remain so calm, even with the world's strongest knight before me. Because in the game, I had thoroughly analyzed what kind of character this human named Lark was. In the game, just because they were brothers, Lark couldn't kill Fernandez, who had committed treason. He was a person with too much sentimentality. If he couldn't kill Fernandez, who had plotted a rebellion, there was no way he would raise his sword to me just for hiding an enemy leader. Seriously. True to my expectations, Lark grimaced, sheathing his sword back into its scabbard, and released his grip on the handle. The suffocating pressure and the trembling atmosphere quickly returned to normal. Always the cunning one, aren't you? You claim to have lost your memory, but you sure remember how to handle your brother. Old habits die hard, don't they? Matching his rhythm, my smile deepened. However, in the same vein, although I might not be able to confront you directly, my troops are stationed just 3 days' distance from here in Crossroad. Oh, if I give the order, they'll storm Crossroad, burn down the southern front, capture you and Duchess Bringer, and drag you both to the imperial capital. You can't. I was sure of it. Brother, you can't do that. What? This southern front also stands against one of the dooms that threaten our empire. If you burn it, then what? Who will stop the monsters emerging from the south? Given the number and maliciousness of monsters emerging from the Black Lake, reports would surely have reached him by now. These monsters grew stronger and more terrifying by the day. To plunge the southern front into civil war under such circumstances, when and where would he establish a new front line and mobilize troops to defend it? Both logistically and tactically, it made no sense. Moreover, if the western and southern fronts clash, resulting in mutual annihilation, who stands to benefit? Certainly not our empire. But still, most importantly, you can't. Not with matters of such significance, unless someone gives you an order. Lark blinked blankly. I now had to stifle my laughter. The foundation of my belief that I could persuade Lark. It was none other than my experience from 742 gameplay walkthroughs. In the second year, when I had to choose between allying with either Lark or Fernandez, I often sided with Lark, because he was easier to handle. Lark Avalanche, Everblack, is the Empire's most formidable knight. His capabilities had long surpassed human limits, and his martial prowess was said to have reached the realm of legends. However, nevertheless, because his incredible power could, with a single mistake, destroy his own homeland and even his cherished subordinates. From a young age, he had restrained his strength, always seeking peaceful resolutions to conflicts. This temperament persisted into his adulthood. To put it kindly, he was compassionate. To put it bluntly, he was indecisive. He's a knight who prefers his sword to stay sheathed. To draw a parallel, it's like wielding a nuclear weapon to intimidate, but lacking the courage to actually launch it. His recent war with the Bringer Duchy showcased this nature perfectly. Had he wanted to, he could have decimated the Bringer Duchy and killed Duchess Bringer to seize her dragon blood. But he couldn't resort to unnecessary brutality. nor could he extend mercy to the people of the duchy. Duchess Bringer had never surrendered, and the war dragged on ambiguously. The casualties on both sides piled up like accumulating snow. Even after holding a victory celebration in the imperial capital, he still hadn't finalized matters, allowing Duchess Bringer to escape. And here he was, trying to persuade me. When executing orders, he might be a competent field commander. But as a decisive leader acting on his own volition, he falls short. In some ways, a true soldier that was Lark, and this nature would later become his critical weakness in the war for the throne against Fernandez. Well, stories of the future can wait. To my brother, who was naturally inclined towards peace, yet encased in a killer's instinct, I decided to provide a way out. Swoosh, I handed Lark the prepared documents. He accepted them with a puzzled look. What's this? Just read. With a skeptical look, Lark spread out the contents of the folder. Soon after, his eyes widened in shock. Of course, this folder contained information Serenade had collected from the imperial capital. In other words, it was a collection of evidence of Fernandez's treason. Thud. After quickly scanning the contents, Lark slammed the folder onto the table, snarling menacingly at me. This is a lie. Do you really believe that? It's a lie. Why would Fernandez commit treason? He has no reason. Typical of you, starting by searching for a reason for the treason. The subversive forces within the imperial capital were actually the Aegis Special Forces. They had secretly installed a human sacrifice magic circle called the Shutdown Protocol in the underground of the imperial capital. Under the guise of eliminating subversive forces, Fernandez's political enemies were being eliminated one by one. Most of those so-called enemies were nobles who supported Lark. With so much evidence laid bare, Lark's blind faith in Fernandez was all too typical of him. This indecisive embodiment of a man. Was it because he drank too much milk? Let's say, for argument's sake, that it's all lies, brother. Even so, shouldn't you go to the imperial capital first to verify this information? If it's false, then come back and mete out a suitable punishment to me for defaming your innocent younger brother. But if it's true, you can prevent a crisis in the imperial capital in due time. Wouldn't that be far more urgent than dealing with Duchess Bringer? Looking down at the folder with trembling eyes, Lark seemed on the edge. I sighed, pushing him further. Think about it. If hypothetically Fernandez does rebel, who in the imperial capital would face the greatest danger? Father. Oh, come on, brother, that's not it. Can't you really see the bigger picture? I slowly pointed my forefinger toward Lark's chest. My beloved sister-in-law and 3 lovely nieces and nephews, your wife and children. They're in danger. Will be the first ones targeted. I snapped this clueless soldier back to reality. Lark's face drained of color. I clicked my tongue. The primary reason to kill Duchess Bringer is because of the dragon blood, right? An almost limitless source of magic power. The heart of magic left behind by the last dragon. That's what dragon blood is. The prophecy of annihilation is just a secondary reason. The imperial family attacked the Bringer duchy and tried to kill Duchess Bringer to steal it. Lark silently nodded in agreement, and I added, let's assume you kill Duchess Bringer and present the dragon blood to the imperial family. What if Fernandez truly rebels and in the process gets his hands on this dragon blood? Fernandez is a very competent magician. If he acquires the dragon blood, the situation becomes irreparable. Lark was already half convinced by my words. I smoothly concluded. So, ill-detained Duchess Bringer here on the southern front. Better to have this fearsome dragon lady under surveillance in the southern front fighting against monsters than to let her escape and scheme somewhere unknown. It's far more assured and safe from a management perspective, right? While I keep Duchess Bringer safely detained here, you return to the imperial capital and verify the truth of the documents I gave you. How does that sound? As I said earlier, if it turns out to be false, come back and happily capture both me and the Duchess. It's that simple. Of course, that wouldn't happen, because Fernandez's rebellion is real. Fernandez has expedited his rebellion. In that case, to align with the game and tempo I've experienced before, Lark, who stands against Fernandez, must also expedite his countermeasures against that rebellion. It's an inevitable family feud after all. Now, let's accelerate it. The bloody civil war among members of the imperial family, to exploit everything available for my benefit. Chapter 303, My meeting with Lark had drawn to a close as dawn approached. As commanders of the western and southern fronts, we had our heated arguments, but eventually came to moderate agreements. Ash, but in the end, our conversation always came back to one personal topic, our brotherhood. Never forget, we are brothers. Lark stared at me intently before nodding. That's why I want to trust you. Feel free to trust me, brother. With a slight smile, Lark added, and I want to trust Fernandez as well. No matter how much I earnestly warned him about potentially going head-to-head with Fernandez, it was like talking to a wall. You two are both my precious siblings. I don't want the guardians of our empire us to be divided and at odds. With a stern face, but seemingly resolute, Lark continued, if you genuinely wish for Duchess Bringer's survival, I'll turn a blind eye. And if Fernandez wants the throne, I'll gladly step aside. I was left speechless by his declaration. Was he going this far just to keep the familial bond intact? This elder brother of mine. All I wish, Ash, my brother, is for us siblings to live in harmony and love. That's all I hope for, Lark said, pushing his white hair back. I responded with a warm smile. Me too, brother. Though it felt like an obligatory response, it was needed for family. Hopefully, misunderstandings are cleared, and once again, as siblings, as guardians, we can peacefully share our thoughts and decisions. But that won't happen. The imperial capital will be engulfed in the flames of a civil war, and the empire will be split in two. There's no going back to the days when the four of us held guardians meetings. However, much like when someone says, let's grab a meal, more as a way to check in rather than a genuine invitation, I simply conveyed my wish. Lark, sensing the sentiment, smiled bitterly, stood up, and donned his hood. Until next time, little brother. He left, this time with a gentler embrace. Lark strode away from my mansion with long strides. Without venturing too far, I watched his retreating figure from the entrance of my mansion. Given his height and stride, he quickly became distant. Is he gone? After Lark was completely out of sight, Duskbringer peeked her head from the roof of the mansion. Is he really gone, Lark? Without drawing his sword, without causing an earthquake or uprooting buildings, just a little chat and he quietly left. Duskbringer looked down at me, disbelief evident on her face. I shrugged. Brotherly love is quite special to him. I am dear to him, and so is Fernandez. He had no choice but to rush to the imperial capital right now. The change of direction, given the magnitude of the crisis, came unexpectedly easily. My meeting with Lark had come to a close more conveniently, thanks to his timely rebellion. Thud. Following Duskbringer on the rooftop, her knights descended one by one. From the storage area in the backyard of my mansion, my heroic characters under my command had also gathered swiftly. I clicked my tongue. I didn't even call for them, and they're all battle-ready. When such a powerful figure openly displays his might in front of you, do you think your subordinates could just stand by? It seemed everyone was preparing to jump in should I face any danger. All of my party members looked drenched in cold sweat. Observing these subordinates who resembled wet puppies, I chuckled softly. With his immense strength, clearly beyond human bounds, Lark had exerted a pressure that was more intense than most boss monsters in the game. All of them had clearly felt the tension. I playfully patted them on their backs. The crisis is over. Go get some rest. They returned to their quarters with weary faces. By the way, what exactly did you discuss with Lark to make him retreat? With her dragon-like eyes, after confirming Lark had left through the southern gate to the crossroad, Duskbringer questioned me. I briefly explained. Fernandez would instigate a rebellion, and Lark was heading to the imperial capital to stop it. A rebellion? So, issues like the rebels or the southern front are mere trifles in the face of such a grand event. Duskbringer acknowledged, rolling her eyes. Ash, do you know that every descendant of the imperial family receives a divine prophecy? She suddenly broached a new topic. A divine prophecy. It was entirely unfamiliar to me, so I furrowed my brows. The guardian tree of the empire, Everblack, serves as a magical beacon that can foresee the future. She referred to the dark thorny tree, frozen alongside the emperor in the deepest part of the imperial palace, the very tree after which the empire was named. The fate of the direct descendants of the imperial family is intertwined with the future of the empire. Thus, princes receive a prophecy even before they're born. Given that Duskbringer was a Duchess of Bringer, which was once friendly with the empire, she was well versed in the customs of the empire. This prophecy determines their middle name. I see. I had wondered about the origins of the middle names of the imperial family, so it came from predictions made by that black thorn tree. I was also present at that prophecy ceremony. At Emperor Traha's request, I gazed into the future of Everblack with him. She casually mentioned Emperor Traha Peacemaker Everblack. It seemed that before their countries grew apart, they had a cordial relationship. After all, considering age and rank, Duskbringer held a higher position. To the Emperor, she could be like a distant aunt. Anyway, what was the future you saw? Traha saw 3 sons as his successors. I was genuinely surprised. I had assumed such a future prophecy would be as vague as weather forecasting, but it was spot on, right down to the number of children. The first son's personality was predicted to be too warm-hearted and generous, leading him to face hardships, while the second son's nature was foreseen as too cold, causing problems. Everblack had prophesied. Wow, that's some impressive accuracy. If that thorn tree was a fortune teller in Korea, it would have made a fortune. Duskbringer chuckled lightly. That's why Traha named his 2 sons in opposition to the prophecy. Ha! Exactly that. He gave them middle names opposite to their prophecies. To the warm-hearted Lark, he gave the name Avalanche, and to the cold-natured Fernandez, he assigned Ember Keeper. Perhaps in hopes of them compromising and balancing each other's inherent destinies, I sighed heavily, amazed. That's intriguing. Though I am not a fatalist, such stories always fascinated me. So, in reality, Lark is Ember Keeper and Fernandez is Avalanche. Well, the middle name is at the Emperor's discretion after all. Duskbringer folded her arms and let out a light sigh. As I hear of Lark and Fernandez, I am reminded of an event from decades ago. A sudden chill ran down my neck. Winter was approaching. Perhaps it would snow soon. After hearing the story of their middle names, I had such a thought. So the upcoming winter storm, the avalanche that would befall this empire, would it be Lark or Fernandez? Who truly embodies this winter's spirit? Duchess. I timidly approached Duskbringer, poking her side with my elbow. What prophecy did the third child like me receive? Ha! I am curious about the fate that led to my middle name. Born Hater, what horrific prophecy had been seen that this adorable youngest child received such a name? Curiosity had me poking her side, but Duskbringer diverted the topic with a cough. I can't remember. What? How is that possible? You remember the other 2 but not me. To be fair, Lark and Fernandez are considered geniuses in the history of the Everblack royal family. You, on the other hand, have been a bit of a troublemaker since you were young. Compared to your brothers, you weren't as noteworthy. Duskbringer pointedly remarked on my mischievous, rogue-like upbringing. Seeing my hurt expression, she cleared her throat again, looking slightly awkward. So, it seems I've forgotten. Please understand. That's just mean, leaving me in suspense. As I grumbled, another question popped into my mind. Moving to Duskbringer's other side, I poked her opposite side with my elbow, making her jump. Stop that. Just ask verbally. Why the constant poking? It's just a friendly gesture. Anyway, I've been wondering. It had been on my mind from the start. Why is your grace named Duskbringer? How could a person's name be Duskbringer? I wasn't mocking. I genuinely wanted to know. The young duchess before me bore the same name as one of her distant ancestors. It was the name of the legendary Red Dragon, the guardian dragon of the Empire and the last fire dragon. Hundreds of years ago, this dragon married an emperor of the Empire and birthed the first Duke of Bringer. This dragon's name was none other than Duskbringer. She was the same dragon who stopped the world-turning serpent Jormungand and protected the Empire. Duskbringer had inherited that very name. For what reason? Was it like being named Jupiter Jr.? At this, Duskbringer only looked up at me. Why was she looking at me like that? Had I asked something offensive? Ash, you've earned the right. Excuse me, the right. What was she talking about? We were discussing names. You've taken in my followers, and as promised, you've successfully fended off Lark and his pursuit troops. Rejected by all other alliances and abandoned by the world, you welcomed us. You've already won my faith. Well, haha, thank you for your kind words. But why did the topic shift from a simple question about her name? However, it's not yet time. Excuse me. I want to observe a bit longer to decide if you truly deserve to know the meaning behind my name. Slowly removing her gaze from me, Duskbringer whispered softly, when the time is right, I will reveal the meaning of my name to you. Ah, okay. I hadn't expected such a weighty response to a light-hearted question. Feeling a little awkward, I scratched the back of my head. Seems like names hold deep meanings in this part of the world. They inscribed destinies in middle names and bore names with meanings too profound to share. Now, enough about names. Duskbringer, back to her playful demeanor, grinned, showing off her sharp teeth. You did great today, Ash. I'll trust your word even more from now on. Seeing as Lark and the Imperial Army's 1st Division retreated without a fight, her biggest concern seemed to have been alleviated. She looked visibly relieved. I returned her smile. I'll keep a close watch on the Western Front and the Imperial capital's movements. You can relax and spend your winter here. Yes, thank you very much. With a smile, Duskbringer bowed slightly in gratitude, then led her knights out of the mansion. I watched her head north before turning my gaze westward. Lark had disappeared without a trace. The world was now in turmoil. All I could do was run desperately alongside a crumbling cliff. Heading to the refugee camp outside the north gate, Duskbringer was deep in thought. In truth, she remembered very clearly the destined fate of the 3rd prince of the imperial family, the curse-like prophecy that the Black Ever Tree had spoken to the emperor. Your 3rd son will tear the empire to shreds and bring about its downfall. Yet at the same time, your 3rd son will ensure the empire's prosperity for all eternity. Chapter 304. Your 3rd son will tear the empire to shreds and bring about its downfall. Yet at the same time, your 3rd son will ensure the empire's prosperity for all eternity. The 3rd son of the imperial family had received these two conflicting prophecies, destruction and prosperity. Although the emperor tried to keep it a secret, whispers of the prophecy stealthily spread. The high officials of the empire paid no attention to the latter prophecy. Their focus was solely on the first, the child destined to ruin the empire. Thus, even before his birth, Ash became a target of curses and hatred. Numerous demands arose, advising against even conceiving a 3rd child, and the emperor himself considered heeding these warnings. After the birth of his 2nd son, Fernandez, he ceased his marital duties with the empress. However, on the battlefield, the emperor met Dustia. He fell in love with her. Defying all political barriers, he crowned Dustia as the 2nd empress. When she became pregnant, there were daily outcries from courtiers demanding the unborn child's life. But the emperor ignored them, staying steadfastly by his beloved's side for 10 months. And against all odds, Ash was born. Holding his newborn for the first time, the emperor named his 3rd son, Born Hater. From that moment, Ash's middle name was solidified. A child born amidst hatred, and a child destined to spread hatred. Yet, contrary to the grand prophecy, Ash was rather mediocre. He displayed no aptitude in arts or martial abilities. Instead, after his mother's death, he became immersed in indulgence, causing trouble and wasting his time. Public attention waned, and the prophecy was reduced to a laughable rumor. In a modern age driven by magical technology, people scoffed at the idea of ancient prophecies. The prophecy gradually faded into obscurity, or so it seemed. Duskbringer bit her lip. Ash was nothing like the rumors suggested. He was bold, meticulous, and had a profound charisma. It was as if his years of recklessness in the imperial capital were a ruse, a grand strategy to conceal his true nature. They say like father, like son. Truly, an Everblack is an Everblack. Entering the refugee camp outside the north gate, Duskbringer was greeted with smiles from her followers. She surveyed their conditions as she moved to the center of the camp. So, Ash, if the prophecy of that dark thorn tree Everblack was true, how do you plan to destroy the empire and then bring it to prosperity? She couldn't even begin to guess. Yet she had a strong premonition that her destiny was deeply intertwined with this youngest prince. Perhaps you will be the one to reveal the meaning of my name, Ash. Throughout her life, spanning over 120 years, she sensed the twilight or dusk that would soon mark its end. Duskbringer felt it. With a flawless, youthful hand, she clutched her chest, as if grasping her own aged and tarnished soul. A few days later, the 1st Imperial Army, stationed to the west of Crossroad, was observed moving. Some headed west, while others went north. After they had completely left the Crossroad zone, I decided to enter the dungeon, leading a massive group of playable hero character parties. Whether Lark and Fernandez have a showdown is one thing, I thought. I need to do what I am supposed to, preparing for the next stage and the stage after that. Regardless of how the world moves, my goal ultimately concludes in a battle with the monsters here, and the purpose of this free exploration was to reach level 50. It was for my third-class change. Even in the main party, I was the only one who hadn't awakened, and compared to other party leaders, my level was notably lower. It was about time I paid attention. I feel mostly healed now. My fever had subsided and I felt refreshed. I was definitely ready for battle. "Are you sure you're A-okay, my lord?" Lucas asked. "Just rest, senior. We'll clear the dungeon for you," Evangeline interjected. "Since you've rested now, maybe you should consider not going into the battlefield in the future, your highness," Junior suggested. "That's right, Prince. We had a manpower shortage before, but now we have enough forces," Damien chimed in. "Everyone seemed to wish for me to stay back and relax." "Heh! However, you think I'm going to step back? I'm not done yet, you fools. Without me, you lot would struggle. Without my attributes, passive skill buffs, and strategic commands, you'd face challenges." Ignoring their pleas, I stood in front of the teleport gate, and all 4 members of the main party sighed heavily, their heads shaking. I get there worried, but I have to reach level 52. I swiftly entered the teleport gate. Flash. Now loading. Tip raid parties become more powerful as the number of members increases, but detailed control becomes difficult. Adjust your party's composition depending on the dungeon and stage situation. Upon arriving at the base camp, the Penal Squad and Shadow Squad were waiting. "Hey, your highness," Huelan, with his blazing red mane in its beastly form, casually greeted, raising his hand. "Have you arrived, your highness?" Godhand greeted with a polite bow. I chuckled, observing their condition. "Yep, I've arrived. Everything ready for the expedition." "We're ready to go anytime," Huelan responded. "We're prepared as well," Godhand added. Flash, flash. Party members continued to arrive through the teleport gate behind me. Watching this, Huelan groaned. "The scale, it's grown considerably." Hearing that, I looked back. In front of the teleport gate, a total of 4 parties had assembled. The main party of 5, Penal Squad of 5, Shadow Squad of 3, with the addition of Lily and Margarita making 5. Lastly, the newly joined Dusk Bringer and her 4-knight squad. In total, 20 members, 4 full parties. "It's like we're preparing for a war, huh?" "Well, something similar," I responded. "Some dungeons require large party formations. Today's aim was to explore such a dungeon." Wow, wow. To think that such a dungeon still exists in this day and age. Upon her first entrance into the dungeon, Duskbringer had opened her mouth slightly, scanning the surroundings with wonder. Approaching the awestruck Duskbringer, I asked, "Have you ever played in a dungeon before, Duchess?" "Haha, of course. Who do you think I am? I'm the Dragon King of the Evening Glow, Duskbringer. Dungeons, rare items, labyrinths. All these places suit a dragon. I feel a sense of comfort, as if I've returned to my homeland." "Aren't you supposed to be in the Principality's office or something?" Duskbringer, laughing heartily, hurried inside the base camp to explore. Meanwhile, someone was shivering as he watched Duskbringer's cheerful figure. It was Godhand. "Are you okay, Godhand?" "Why, yes, I am fine." I approached and inquired, and Godhand replied with a pale face, "It's just remembering the torment I suffered at her hands." Right. It was Godhand who delivered my letter to Duskbringer. He had a rough time back then. It was really tough. After torturing me for information, she did heal me, but, to be honest, it's not a pleasant memory. "I am sorry, Dude. But sire, thanks to you, we've gained a powerful ally in the monster frontline." Despite Godhand's understanding, both Bodybag and Burnout were still visibly shaken. They seemed traumatized by their previous encounters with Duskbringer. I get it from Duskbringer's perspective. These 3 are from the Aegis Special Forces, implicated in an assassination that could have started a war. But they're also my most trusted allies. As I brooded over this, Lily approached in her wheelchair, holding Godhand's hand. "I'll protect you, Godhand. No matter who we're up against, we'll fend them off together." "Lily." This inseparable duo exchanged syrupy, sweet looks. There they go again. These 2 lovebirds are just too much sometimes. Ignoring the overly affectionate couple, I headed into the base camp. I had some business here too. "Ah, Ash. It's been a while." Greeting me with a bright smile was Verdandi, the leader of the Holy Grail Seekers. I returned the smile. "Verdandi, how have you been? Are your teammates all recovered?" "Yes. Thanks to the continuous supply of food you've been sending, especially the sunflower seeds, everyone's doing much better." Even though I couldn't move much, I had kept sending them supplies, including sunflower seeds. Perhaps because of that, Verdandie's formerly pallid cheeks now bore a healthy color. A few days ago, we even went on a light exploration. We've pretty much fully recovered now. That's good to hear. But still, be careful out there. Wow, oh, but we've finally found a trace during our exploration. We've pinpointed the location of the Holy Grail. Verdandie's voice trailed off, her face growing serious. Huh, why's that? Huh. Wah, with a ghastly expression, Verdandie, trembling, pointed at Duskbringer, who was busy examining the base camp. The Dragon King of the Evening Glow. Why are you here? At that, Duskbringer, turning her gaze to Verdandie, showed a hint of recognition. Wait, isn't that? Ah, wait, hold on. Frantically, Verdandie waved her hands, as if urging Duskbringer to stop speaking. But Duskbringer blurted out without hesitation, the pure second daughter of the World Tree, the rightful heir of the Fairy Kingdom. Verdandie, isn't it? I thought you died after disappearing at the end of the war 100 years ago, searching for the Holy Grail. I never expected to reunite in such a place. Though we were enemies once, it's a pleasure to meet a long-lived species in this short-lived world. How have you been, heir of the Fairy Kingdom? Verdandie was visibly stunned. So were Godhand and the other elves, who had been quietly watching the exchange from a distance. Ha! What's row? Oh, realizing her blunder, Duskbringer quickly covered her mouth and darted her eyes around, asking hesitantly, "Was that supposed to be a secret?" I chuckled softly. Well, I knew about it because Id played the game. Verdandie had always wanted to keep it a secret. I gave a wry smile. This is why. Tears glistened in Verdandie's green eyes, filled with resentment, as she pointed accusingly at Duskbringer, shouting, "This is why I hate dragons." All the other elves nodded in fierce agreement. Crossing her arms, Duskbringer sighed deeply and lowered her head. "Rebels, you pointed-eared traitors, you think I like you?" Watching the bickering dragon and elves, I pondered to myself, but really, are there any races in this fantasy world that actually get along? Chapter 305. The children of the World Tree, known as the Fairy Royal Family, are said to have had three princesses in the current generation. The eldest, Erd; the second, Verdandie; the youngest, Skuld. Princesses named after the three goddesses of fate, representing the past, present, and future. Of them, the eldest Princess Erd ascended to the throne. However, she fell in battle 100 years ago during the racial war when the allied races retreated against humans. After that, the throne should have naturally passed to Verdandie, but she had already embarked on her quest for the Holy Grail under Erd's orders. Now, in the Elven Autonomous District, leading the enslaved elves is the youngest, Skuld, who holds the throne in name only. Verdandie must be a key part of the fallen king's plan, intending to gather the scattered races from various parts of the continent to the southern front. In the long run, Verdandie, who will establish a connection with the Elven Kingdom, was an important client to me. I intended to stay silent until she revealed her intentions, but Duskbringer spoiled everything. You were at the forefront of burning our kingdom during the war 100 years ago, weren't you? Why are you acting so friendly now? As Verdandie sharply yelled. I apologize for that time. I had no ill feelings towards you, but when the Emperor orders, I must follow. With an insincere tone, Duskbringer perked up his ears. After all, aren't we all now under Ash, merely as guests? Let's get along. Who said I was a guest? As Verdandie retorted sharply, I looked at her with a hurt expression. Really? No, no. You gave me sunflower seeds, food, and took care of many things. On second thought, I am indeed in a guest-like situation. Verdandie's eyes trembled in confusion. I smiled inwardly. Yes, I've fed her after all. She'll be under my command eventually. It's okay, Verdandie. I don't care about your status. Though I've been really curious from the start, I showed a genuine smile. We became friends, right? Ash, Verdandie moved, tightly held my hand. Yep, you're mine. So the dragon and the elf were arguing, and as a human caught in between, I was looking for an angle to benefit. Hey, young prince, why are you here now? From the base camp center, a familiar dwarf popped out. It was the master blacksmith Celebi. Covered in soot, Celebi shouted urgently with a sweat-drenched face. Come here quickly. The equipment you entrusted is fucked up. What? The equipment is messed up. Before I could react, really. Again, Duskbringer stepped forward with a pleased expression towards Celebi. Who's this now? Celebi, what? Golden Branch Mining Team's youngest, right? Why are you here? Recognizing Duskbringer, a shocked Kellerby yelled. This damn Duskbringer, why is this dragon old bastard here? Hey, that's harsh. Calling me an old bastard. By that measure, aren't you a super old-timer since you're older than me? Duskbringer grumbled and lightly tapped her silver crown. I owe a lot to your two older brothers. This crown was even forged by them when I ascended. So where are they? I'd like to greet them. With a sigh, Kellerby reluctantly answered, They're dead. What? While searching for the golden branch in the deep darkness of this place, they were killed by a monster. Kellerby's brothers were killed by the vampire Lord Selendian. That's one reason why Kellerby liked me, since I killed Selendian. Sorry about that. Duskbringer awkwardly apologized, scratching the back of her head. You seem particularly oblivious today. She was the target of everyone's piercing gaze, but with brazenness befitting her age, Duskbringer casually brushed it off and whispered to me, This is quite interesting, Ash. Ha! All the fugitives seem to be hiding here on the southern front, from elves to dwarves and now beastmen. After glancing at the beastmen of the penal squad in the distance, Duskbringer smirked. If we have merfolk too, we'd have all four major races in one camp. We do. We have merfolk. Thoughts of Serenade with her water-hued hair flashed in my mind. Was she working hard in Crossroad right now? Then Duskbringer began murmuring to herself, gathering every race in one place. Does that mean I can gather the guardian trees of every race too? Perhaps coming to you was inevitable. What are you talking about? If you keep having these monologues that only make sense to you, huh? If this were a mystery novel, you'd have been killed by the culprit already. I quickly distanced myself from Duskbringer, who began to mumble incomprehensibly. I've got enough on my plate without trying to understand your cryptic breadcrumbs. Of all the weirdos you could recruit, now there's a mischievous dragon too. As I approached Kellerby, he let out a sigh and gave me a side-eye. You sure have a distasteful bunch, kid, or should I say good taste in comrades? Ha ha, I responded with a neutral laugh. I'm going to keep on recruiting even weirder folks, so brace yourself. Anyway, come on. The equipment you entrusted is on the brink of destruction. We rushed to Kellerby's magical blacksmith shop. It looked like the forge was in full swing, with strange-colored flames bursting from the furnace, radiating intense heat. What a mess this has become, damn it! What Kellerby was currently working on was Evangeline's personal equipment, the Cross family's spear and Cross family's shield. I thought it was just a matter of supplying materials and upgrading, but something went wrong as the equipment was still in this state, well past its deadline. Clang, clang, clang. Kellerby, with a welding mask flipped up, desperately tried to control the magical flames, striking the equipment hard. He then quickly glanced at me. Can you see the state of your equipment? Even though I was completely ignorant about blacksmithing, seeing the surface of the spear and shield turning pitch black and writhing like tentacles, it was clear something had gone wrong. Splat. One of the tentacles splashed a dark liquid, narrowly missing my face. Eek! I screamed and clutched my head. What on earth did you do? It was just supposed to be a simple upgrade. I tried to improve it, but got a little overzealous. It was fine until a few hours ago, but something went wrong during the additional enchantment process. At this rate, it's fucked. It already looks pretty fucked up to me. It's just erupting everywhere. A lot, damn. Forget it, you were going to enter a dungeon today anyway, right? Kellerby started scribbling something on a piece of paper on his workshop table. Once done, he tossed the note at me. Hurry up and fetch the materials. Unless you want to see this precious equipment go up in smoke. Emergency equipment, repair quest. An urgent quest popped up. Materials that could only be found in the deepest parts of the dungeon. A ridiculously large quantity was needed. And the remaining time? Oh shit, only 6 hours. With a rush, I gripped the list Kellerby handed me and sprinted to my party members. Seeing this, Evangeline, with twinkling eyes, eagerly jumped forward. Senior, my equipment, is it being crafted properly? I've been really looking forward to it. I'm curious about how our family heirloom will be upgraded. Cold sweat poured down my back, drenching my shirt. Visions of Evangeline's spear and shield, writhing like octopus tentacles, flashed in my mind. If I handed over such equipment as her personal set, staring into Evangeline's innocently sparkling green eyes, I was certain. Rebellions on the horizon. With 2 consecutive disappointments involving her golem armor and bone armor, her equipment satisfaction had already plummeted. If I presented the family's ancestral spear and shield in this tentacle-ridden state, all hell would break loose. She might even try to kill me. Gently, I grabbed Evangeline's shoulders and offered a reassuring smile. Your equipment is turning out fantastic. I'm sure Yao'll love it. Just wait a little longer. Wow, Evangeline beamed brilliantly. It was the most beautiful smile I'd seen in a while. Damn, I am in too deep now. All right, let's get going. Let's head in. I urgently assembled all the party members. In the process, I also dragged Verdandi along by the arm. Having been intending to watch from afar, Verdandi followed with a puzzled expression. Ah, Ash, Verdandi, I'm in deep trouble right now. I need your help. Can you bring your colleagues? After surveying the area for more recruits, it seemed the available members were all present. Including Verdandi's Holy Grail Seekers, we had 5 parties, a total of 25 members. It was the largest dungeon raid team to date. Gathering them, I announced, we have 6 hours. We need to gather all the materials listed here within that time. Upon hearing the materials and quantities, the party members' faces turned pale. Don't give me that look, guys. If you don't want to see the Lord perish, help me out. Today's dungeon concept is hunt and loot, an age-old gaming term. Hunt and loot. When you need to grind for item drops, nothing beats this. Attack every monster you see, loot them, and raid treasure chests. It's a blitz. We strike like lightning, loot, and get out. It might not have been the original intention of a blitz, but who cares? Most of the parties were already familiar with the dungeon, and with Duskbringer and the knights having excellent stats, even the first-timers would do fine. We don't have time. Let's roll. Upon my shout, the party members, not quite understanding the full picture, hastily followed me into the dungeon. The monster of the season was the iconic fantasy world creature, the troll. Known for its high regeneration and sturdy physique, it's a typical tank monster. If you don't take them down in one shot, they can be quite a hassle due to their ability to heal quickly. However, wipe them all out. That's only if your firepower is lacking. Smack, smack, boom. Under the storm of swords, magic, arrows, and more, the horde of trolls fell without even having the chance to scream. The enemy isn't falling easily. Then perhaps we should check if we're lacking in numbers on our end. The force of the 25-member dungeon raid team was terrifying. Moreover, each of the parties was elite, so the pace was insanely fast. It took us 5 minutes to carve a path to the boss room after entering the dungeon, and just 3 minutes to defeat the boss. After raiding a few places like this, it felt wasteful to have everyone enter the same dungeon. The space was limited, and our firepower was overwhelming, resulting in constant overkills. Hey, I'll assign each of you a dungeon, rotate through them. So I divided the 5 parties into 5 different dungeons. Each party diligently cleared one dungeon at a time, after tirelessly raiding and raiding and raiding. We've cleaned them all out. In no time, all the dungeons in the 6th sector were drained dry. As for the materials, they were still insufficient. I shivered as I reviewed the slightly short quantities. Time was ticking. Behind me, Evangeline leaned in close, casting a round-eyed glance and whispered, "Senior, you aren't hiding something from me, are you?" "No, hell no. Have you ever seen me lie to you?" Right, I knew it," Evangeline smirked slyly. "Did she catch on? Save me, damn it." "Regroup." With my desperate bellow, our 5 parties reconvened in front of the last remaining dungeon in the 6th sector. After a brief rest and healing minor injuries, we entered the largest and most perilous place in the 6th sector, the massive dungeon. We entered the research lab. I will gather all the materials and return no matter what, to prevent the future where Evangeline stabs me in the back. No, no, to safeguard our precious comrades' equipment. Chapter 306, in the 6th zone of the Lake Kingdom's Dungeon Research Lab. Fully named Magical Research Lab, it was one of the largest dungeons deep within Lake Kingdom. Heh. Atop the grand facility of this lab, a woman, perched on the rooftop, revealed a sinister grin. One of the Nightmare Legion's commanders, the leader of the Unholy Legion. She was the succubus queen, Salome. Heh. Salome watched as Ash and his team approached. Her captivating lips curved into a clear line. "I've been waiting for the day to see you again, Ash." After being thoroughly defeated by Ash previously, Salome reorganized her legion and waited for Ash's return. Predicting that Ash would someday come to this research lab, dungeon, the largest in the 6th zone, she nested here, laying various traps. And after a long wait, Ash finally arrived. This time, it'll definitely make you submit. The malevolent smile on Salome's lips grew increasingly wicked. And once I've captured you, like this and like that, heh. Oh, blushing while lost in her fantasies, Salome quickly snapped back to reality. Her underling succubi stared intently at her. Ahem, ahem. Aha! Regaining her dignity with a forced cough, she signaled with her hand, and her succubi flew to her, presenting a full-length mirror. Salome adjusted her alluring pink hair, added decorations to the horns on her forehead, and tied a ribbon on her swaying tail. She even changed out of her usual ragged monk's outfit into a new one, following her subordinate's advice that being more modest was trending in the sex industry. She buttoned up to her neck. Her clinging succubi then applied makeup to her face. Salome gazed at her reflection, twisting and turning her body. How do I look? Do I look good? This should work, right? While she could seduce anyone in the dream world, Ash was immune to any mental disturbances. Though not a typical succubi method, she needed to lure him with her physical charms. Salome, seeking validation, received approving nods and thumbs up from her succubi. She grinned broadly and raised her fist triumphantly. It's time for revenge, Ash. Prepare for a fiery defeat. Watching Ash's face as he entered the dungeon, Salome smiled confidently. You're mine. Cut the crap and buzz off. Ah! In the large hall of the 6th Zone Dungeon Research Lab, I punched with all my might, striking Salome's jaw. She shrieked and tumbled around on the ground. It's you again, Salome. Relaxing my fist, I gritted my teeth. Of all the Nightmare Legion commanders, she was probably the least threatening. Holding her jaw and blinking, Salome's eyes lit up. Oh, you remember me. I am so happy. Why are you even happy about that? I looked around, rolling my eyes. The hall was filled with the bodies of defeated trolls. However, unlike the ordinary troll legions we've faced, these had a distinctive faint pink aura emanating from them. The remaining standing trolls also emitted this pink aura. I sighed. You might act like a fool, but you're not completely brainless, are you? My passive skill unyielding commander nullified all mental disturbances. It even covered a radius of several meters around me. I could single-handedly counter the entire unholy legion. And then, these fiends changed their tactics. Instead of targeting me and my party members, they enchanted what could be considered their allies, the Troll Legion. Enchanting allies, forcefully casting a frenzy spell on them and squeezing out every last bit of their life force to make them fight. Interesting use of enchantment. I've learned something new. Hee, that's a compliment, right? You're complimenting me now. Yeah, great job. Now die here. I drew my staff, Maestro, and unleashed a barrage of magical blades. Kyra! Salome scrambled on the ground, desperately dodging my onslaught. Just die and make things easier for both of us, will ya? Ha! That's so mean. Salome, using the enchanted ally trolls as meat shields against my attacks, yelled in frustration. There are too many of you. On our side, there were 25, 5 full parties. Whether she enchanted trolls or laid traps, she was no match in sheer power. Salome's prepared troops were being torn to shreds before us. And you're too strong. Such brutal violence is too harsh for a delicate succubus like me. So, what did you plan on doing with me? Ha! After subduing us with your troops, what was your plan for me? You were going to kill us brutally, right? That was the implication of my question. Salome, who blinked in confusion at my query, scratched the back of her head shyly. Well, of course, it'd wrap you up gently without a scratch, and take you to my lair, kidnap me to your lair, and then, naturally, you'd spend heavenly, blissful, luxurious time with me, the succubus queen Salome, offering you a happiness you couldn't experience on such a brutal battlefield. Oh, but of course, you'd remain tied up. It didn't make much sense to me. Kidnap and mentally torture. A truly vile idea, fitting for an evil Nightmare Legion commander. Evangeline, who had been listening, whistled. Wow, restraint, kidnapping, and confinement. True Nightmare Legion commander material. Pretty hardcore play, isn't it? Miners should cover their ears. Then, on the other side, Lily, who had been listening, quickly covered Godhand's ears. Godhand, what were you thinking while glancing at me just now? I wasn't thinking anything. Both of you cover your ears. Ignoring the annoying couple, I took a deep breath, put my magic staff into my robe, and approached Salome with large strides. Salome paled and spread her arms wide. Have you finally accepted my offer, Ash? Heh, that's it, good boy. Now join me in a sweet dream. Bang, bang, bang. As soon as I approached, I drew my gun-type magic gun agate and fired 3 shots into Salome's stomach. Kaira! Thanks to Agate's unique knockback effect during close-range firing, Salome was sent flying backward. This new weapon's effect is great. Just die already. I'm super busy. We're in the middle of a time attack, you see. Gritting my teeth, I checked the emergency equipment repair quest. Window. Thanks to this damn Nightmare Legion commander's persistent interference, our time was quickly depleting. She should have been near death, given my 3 shots and the typically low HP of the succubi. But Salome, clutching her stomach, laughed weakly with a pale face. Hee, Harrier, you're the first man to treat me this coldly, Ash. First slapping me and now shooting me in the stomach. Really, you're the first monster I've met that talks this much. I get chills down my spine. Yes, this is the feeling. The love the Supreme King talked about. Shut it, please. I drew out my staff once more to finish off Salome, unleashing a barrage of magical blades. She was an annoyingly chatty opponent, but if I could easily defeat one Nightmare Legion commander like this, it was a win. Wham, wham. But then another troll inserted itself between Salome and me. Simultaneously, the remaining alive trolls rushed in, forming a human shield around Salome. Damn it, everyone, unleash your firepower. Upon my command, my party members launched a full assault. Once the meat shield trolls were all down, succubi and incubi, emerging from within the trolls, tried to block the onslaught but were instantly wiped out. Amidst it all, Salome, with a few of her minions, began to fade, turning translucent and merging with the air. Well, meet again, Ash. Next time, I'll surely seduce you. Sure, I am game, but don't run away, just come here. I'll hit you only 3 more times, then let's hang out. Hey, don't run, hey. But Salome disappeared, leaving behind a battlefield littered with the corpses of trolls and the Nightmare Legion. She had actually fled. Damien lowered his targeting magic gun, his eyes wide. She vanished, like she moved to another dimension. It's the succubi's escape skill, reality escape. Given it causes the user to disappear from reality, even with Damien's farsight, sniping would be impossible. Such a potent escape comes at a high cost. Salome must have paid a significant price to use it. Damien tilted his head, furrowing his brows. She felt different from other Nightmare Legion commanders we've encountered. How so? The others radiate clear hostility. They seethe with intense malice, as if denying our very existence. But she didn't have that. Damien, cradling his gun, looked up at me and added, and she's incredibly weak. Well, matchup issues played a huge role. Without my passive skill, the Unholy Legion would have been one of the most formidable of all monster legions. However, my passive made them more of a pushover. They're the least threatening of the Nightmare Legion commanders, but they're like annoying summer flies, sticking everywhere. I sighed softly. I expected frequent encounters with Nightmare Legion commanders, but the nonchalance of their appearance was still unsettling. We managed to win easily this time, because they were the relatively weak Unholy Legion. If we had encountered another Nightmare Legion commander, it would have been dangerous. But the real threat now was the remaining time on the urgent quest. There was less than 30 minutes left. Watching the ticking clock made my mouth dry. Luckily, most of the dungeon's monsters had been lured out and enchanted by the unholy, meaning I didn't have to hunt them down. Originally, this lab-like dungeon was vast, with various mechanisms in each room. But since the monsters had taken care of themselves, most traps had been disabled. In this sense, maybe the Unholy Legion actually saved us some time. Thank you so much. Next time we meet, I'll thank you properly by killing you, Salome. Leading my party members, we delved deeper into the research facility. As its name suggested, the dungeon's interior was unlike other areas, featuring bright and clean equipment. Inside the dungeon room, various unidentified materials and specimens floated in a green liquid. If there had been more time, I would have explored every nook and cranny for information. Sadly, I was in the midst of a time attack. Skipping non-essential rooms within the spacious dungeon, I pushed forward, obtaining the necessary keys and codes to access the next room. Emergency equipment, repair quest. Time remaining. 15 minutes. The urgency was palpable. Finally, I was able to enter the boss room. Kagagang. Upon entering the deepest part of the laboratory's boss room, I saw a large contraption with a geometric design. It was an alchemical device, intricately intertwined in motion. Those damned nameless traitors. In front of the device stood a massive troll in a lab coat, grinding its teeth as it turned around. Having leached under the protection of the Lake Kingdom, you should be grateful to be used as research material for dark magic here. Wow, a troll wearing glasses. Wait a moment. Is this some kind of racism? You think you can ride the chaos outside and cause a riot as mere test subjects? Ha! Don't make me laugh. Not a single one of you will escape. I'll throw you all into this device. As I watched the eloquently speaking boss monster, a thought occurred to me. During my dungeon exploration, I encountered monsters that spoke like Lake Kingdom citizens. Become fertilizer for the future of humanity, you traitorous bastards. Were these people's souls intact, with only their physical bodies transformed into monsters? Or was it a monster that devoured a person's soul, reading their memories, mimicking human voices, merely imitating human speech? Lab, boss room, defeat the boss. LV-45 Troll Sorcerer Dark Magic Lab Director Durandahi, the director of the Dark Magic Lab, a rare mage-type boss monster. As the creature raised its staff, magic surged, resonating with the magical apparatus behind him. Lucas, with his sword raised in the front lines, urgently shouted, "My lord, give us the tactical directive." I nodded, voicing a strategy I had considered earlier. Jurachigi. At my words, the party members tilted their heads in confusion. Juru. Chigi. What do you mean, my lord? It's a very traditional and prestigious pork stir-fry recipe. No, I mean it's the strategy for a big boss. Jurachigi. Going around and smacking the shit out of everything. In other words, swarm. With our sheer numbers, high levels, and above all, the ticking clock, what's the need for a strategy? Just everyone attack full force. Chapter 307. Originally, this boss monster had various gimmicks. It was equipped with the alchemical apparatus in the boss room, ready to amplify magic or summon test subjects. But there was no time, and no reason to hold back. We unleashed our firepower all at once, and the overwhelming onslaught made short work of the boss monster. Damage dealers really are the best. I nodded in agreement as I observed the boss's emptied HP bar and its pitiful fallen form. At that moment, Junior, standing next to me, murmured with disappointment. I thought I could finally show off my skills after so long. She had seemingly hoped to showcase her talents against a high-level mage. Though watching a magic duel between high-level wizards might have been interesting, I can't stress enough. We were on a time attack. There wasn't time for that. With the lives of the traitors. If this experiment succeeds, the fallen boss Monster Lab director Durandahi murmured weakly, to present my thesis at the Magic Tower, to finally gain recognition, to synthesize a new guardian tree. Just hurry up and die. We need to loot and get out of here. Every second was precious. Without hesitation, I delivered the finishing blow. The troll sorcerer fell lifelessly. Ding! The dungeon clear notification appeared, and the treasure chest inside the boss room unlocked. Without even checking the loot, I hastily stashed everything into my inventory. There's not much time left. The timer for the emergency equipment repair quest now read 3 minutes. Fortunately, all the required materials were gathered. It was time to head back. Upon clearing the dungeon, a safe zone appeared, and a familiar teleport gate activated, opening a portal. As I was about to dash into it, Verdandi stopped me with urgency. Ash, there's something I must say. Ha, what? Make it quick. This dungeon, there are still monsters left and unexplored areas. Can our party explore a bit more? Verdandi and the Holy Grail Seekers looked at me earnestly with their request. You guys aren't even under my command. Why ask for permission? Just go for it. Or maybe you already feel like part of my crew. I waved my hand dismissively. Fine, only my party and I will return. The rest of you can help the Holy Grail Seekers explore the remaining areas. Okay, Verdandi's face lit up. Thank you, Ash. No problem, let's go. I threw myself into the teleport gate. Only 1 minute left. Zap. The moment I emerged from the teleport gate at the base camp, I sprinted towards Kellyby's blacksmith shop. Kellyby, I'm back. Inside the forge was complete chaos, with dark tentacles sprawling everywhere. What the hell happened to the equipment? As Kellyby swung his hammer to beat back the tentacles, he looked at me with a gleam in his eye. Did you bring all the materials? Here you go. I threw him the bag of materials. Catching it effortlessly, he grinned mischievously. Perfect. Now, you tentacled freak, meet your doom. He spread out the materials I had brought, sprinkled various ingredients on his hammer, and proceeded to whack the tentacles one by one. A warning, perhaps, this is a scene of refining a weapon in a blacksmith's forge, was probably necessary. How was this scene in any way related to equipment refining? Ha! Evangeline, who was watching the scene from behind me, asked in a creepy voice. Senior, those tentacle masses, they aren't my family's equipment, are they? No, no, no way. Why would that be the case? Am I sweating? Heh, right, that wouldn't happen. Heh, Evangeline, with her large green eyes twinkling, drew her bone spear and teasingly licked the blade with her tiny tongue. Just if that had happened, I might have been a bit disappointed with you, Senior. Heh, yikes. Thankfully, Calliope's emergency equipment repair was effective. Every time his hammer imbued with magical light struck, the writhing tentacles shrunk and melted back into the equipment. As the dark tentacle energy dissipated, the beautifully refined spear and shield emerged. What had been a faded, rusted, battle-damaged piece patched with metal plates was now returned to its original grandeur through Calliope's craftsmanship. Its beautiful design was white with gold ornaments. Phew! Drenched in sweat, Calliope sighed in relief as he set down his hammer, revealing the Cross family's spear and shield in pristine condition. After removing his welding mask and peeling off his gloves, Calliope gestured to them. It's done. Check it out. Evangeline, who a moment ago had a fierce look on her face, now appeared like a child receiving a Christmas present. Wide-eyed and slightly open-mouthed, she approached the table and gasped. My God! Gently tracing her fingers over the spear and shield, Calliope let out a chuckle. So, are you pleased? If that dwarf grandfather was 50 years younger, not bald, and without a beard, I would have given him a kiss. I'm that pleased. Calliope furrowed his brow at me. Was that an insult just now? From her perspective, it seemed like a compliment. Fortunately, it looked like Evangeline was pleased. Her eyes sparkled as she carefully equipped herself with the items. It's fascinating. It looks completely different, but the weight and balance feel the same. Of course, its essence remains unchanged. Everything else was upgraded. Embedded in the spear and shield were new red and blue gems. Evangeline inspected them with curiosity. What are these? Those were the tricky parts. As Calliope sighed, the two gems emitted a magical light and, whoa! From each gem, a fairy with butterfly wings emerged. A startled Evangeline exclaimed, could it be elementals? From the cavalry spear in her right hand, a fire elemental twirled around the conical blade. From the shield in her left, an ice elemental playfully slid down the metal surface. I blurted out in surprise. Elemental weapons. Elemental enchantments were among the top-tier options for all equipment enhancements. In the game, they were extremely rare drops. Calliope, can you really add elementals to equipment on your own? Such a talented blacksmith. As I asked in excitement, Calliope pointed to the side. It wasn't me. It was Hannibal's doing. Then, from the inner workshop, a burly boy cautiously stepped out. It was Hannibal, the N-grade mercenary I'd hired to assist Calliope. Hannibal is an elemental mage. He can communicate with elementals. An elemental mage. I thought that was a lost profession from the past. It was a profession only known in the game lore, never one to hire. So he had a hidden talent, and it was elemental magic. Seeing everyone's surprise, Hannibal bowed deeply. I'm sorry. I thought infusing it with a spirit might make it a better piece of equipment, so I attempted the enchantment on my own, which led to this. According to Hannibal's explanation, Evangeline's equipment had such high potential that in trying to improve it by infusing it with a spirit, the spirit went wild, leading to the black tentacle incident. So those wriggling tentacles from earlier were the same spirits. I stared at the fire and ice spirits that Evangeline was joyfully interacting with. I truly apologize. I won't overstep like this again. Hannibal, looking disheartened, sniffled. I crouched down in front of him and gently grabbed his shoulders. What are you saying, Hannibal? Thanks to you, we have this magnificent equipment. Why, Your Highness? It's okay to fail, so keep pushing forward and never give up. Elemental weapons are so valuable and precious. With you around, we can keep creating more. Never give up, Pipsqueak. I mean Hannibal. Anyway, the finalized stats for Evangeline's personalized weapon were Cross-Family Spear Revised Ifrit Edition, SSR LV75, Cross-Family's Shield Revised Glacier Edition, SSR LV75. The revised indicated an upgrade. When affixed to personalized weapons, it signifies the weapon is functioning at its original performance. And the appended, addition, is an adjective exclusive to elemental weapons, indicating which elemental spirit is infused. The spear was imbued with the fire spirit, Ifrit, and the shield with the ice spirit, Glacier. At first, the spirits might be a bit rebellious, but as you become more accustomed to them, they'll become a significant power. As Hannibal finished speaking, Evangeline, while frolicking with the two elementals, found herself caught between the fiery and icy embraces, screaming, "Grow stronger, Evangeline." Moving on, the weapon's inherent features were Crossroad, Evangeline Cross exclusive trait, a trait developed from the accumulated deeds of the Cross family, known for slaying monsters and protecting people, allows the user to perceive and move along the optimal path in any combat environment. When active, it continually consumes MP. This near-intuitive trait, Crossroad, originally drained Evangeline's magic power when active, but with the upgraded personalized equipment, it could remain constantly activated without consuming any magic power. Now, Evangeline would never be caught off guard and would always move optimally. Additionally, the special function booster was available. Thrust. Evangeline lunged with her spear, and from the guard of her cavalry spear, a blaze of magical fire surged backward. The spear, propelled at an incredible speed, suddenly came to a halt midair due to a counteracting blast of magical fire from the spear's tip. Evangeline exclaimed, "Wow, what's this? Awesome. I can control the acceleration and deceleration as I wish. Not just the spear, but the shield too." She could accelerate or decelerate its movement by expelling a jet of magical fire in the desired direction. And on top of that, her tremendous stats. Until now, the most powerful equipment we acquired were known as Nightmare Slayers. Equipment forged from the power cores of the Nightmare Legion leaders, Damien's Black Queen, Junior's Lord of Crimson, and Kuelan's Slayer of the Full Moonlight. The upgraded personalized equipment boasted performance on par with the Nightmare Slayers. It was essentially an endgame piece, and that said it all, though the Black Queen is somewhat non-standard. But that's because the user is also non-standard. Regardless, all of them were endgame gear. After setting down her equipment, Evangeline, deep in thought, turned to Calliope and Hannibal and asked, "Should I give you a kiss as a thank you?" A flustered Hannibal quickly hid behind Calliope, who waved his hands dismissively. "No need, young lady. An old, bald dwarf with a beard doesn't need such gestures. If you feel like it, give your commander one." At that, Evangeline swiftly turned to me with open arms. "Great, I'm in the mood. Commander, come on. I'll just accept the thought, just the thought. You know, opportunities like this don't come often." I'd decline even if given 3 chances, cheeky girl. Evangeline playfully puckered her lips and hummed. Shaking my head to ignore her antics, I signaled to Lucas. "Did you see that, Lucas? The power of upgraded personal gear. Next time I'll repair your bequeathed sword, so make sure to bring it." Lucas responded with a wry smile and then slowly nodded. "Yes, my lord, I'll prepare it." I tilted my head. Why did he seem uneasy every time the bequeathed sword came up? It's one of the most powerful pieces of equipment in this game world once upgraded. Did he possibly lose it or trade it for something else? Next, chapter 308, having received their equipment, Calliope and Hannibal declared a week's vacation, refusing any further requests, and departed. My main party and I decided to re-enter the dungeon to rendezvous with the other party members who were still exploring, aiming to finish our search. We used the teleport gate to return to the research lab dungeon, but guys were whoosh, flames crackled and roared everywhere. What's happening? The research lab was already in ruins, with fires raging in various locations. About 20 other party members sat dazed and covered in ash in the safety zone. What the hell happened? A disheveled Verdandi, her usually shimmering green hair now a mess, approached me with a weary face. "Lord Ash, you're back." "Yes, Verdandi. What exactly happened?" "Let me explain from the beginning." She began with a defeated expression. "We had received information that the Holy Grail we were seeking was located in this research facility." "Ah, so that's why you volunteered to search." "Yes. It was the most promising lead we've had in the past 100 years. We were actively searching every corner when..." Verdandi presented a leaf, which, despite the surrounding inferno, radiated a refreshing green hue. "It's a leaf from our world tree. This confirmed we were in the right place. The Holy Grail Seeker's mission was to revive the World Tree, and the Grail was deeply connected to it. We were confident the Holy Grail was here. I see. But why was this place a blazing inferno? As we excitedly ventured further in, she shot a resentful glance to the side. Beside her, Duskbringer, attempting to act innocent, put her hands behind her head and casually whistled. That dragon suddenly unleashed a breath attack, destroying the research facility's structures. The resulting collapse and fire forced us to flee here. A dragon's breath, like a beam from her mouth. She can do that. And why did she? Trying to justify herself, Duskbringer cut in. Well, there were trolls hiding. They ambushed us. I was so shocked that I accidentally hiccuped. When you hiccup, you breath fire. Sometimes, Duskbringer smirked confidently. This wasn't the time for showing off. While Verdandi looked ready to draw her sword and attack Duskbringer, she was clearly outmatched in terms of combat capability and only fumed silently. I tried to reassure her by patting her shoulder. Just wait a bit. Once the fire dies down, we'll re-enter and continue the exploration. Before I could finish, BOOM. A deafening explosion erupted from the research facility. Intense heat waves followed, and debris from the facility rained down like hail. Rushing to our aid, Evangeline extended her shield. Swoosh! The ice elemental glacier, housed within the shield, started spinning rapidly, extending an icy barrier that multiplied the shield's size by tens of times. Thud! The massive shield caught all the debris from the collapsing facility. Evangeline, her face flushed with excitement, cheered. Woohoo! My new shield rocks! Hey, that's great and all, but read the room. The crystal-clear ice shield provided a clear view, showcasing the entirety of the research lab as it was obliterated in the explosion. Verdandi dropped to her knees, a lost expression on her face. It's all over. No, Verdandi, not yet. It's over. All our efforts over the past 100 years, our race's future, it's all gone. She held the leaf of the world tree, which fluttered desolately in her hand. Embracing it, Verdandi let out a hollow laugh. It's the end for elves, accept our demise. Hey, snap out of it, Verdandi. I quickly took out an emergency sunflower seed and popped it into her mouth. Preparing to sing an elvish lament, I finally told Verdandi the other piece of information. The Holy Grail isn't here. I know where it is. Her clouded eyes cleared instantly. She hurriedly swallowed the sunflower seed in her mouth and asked, What? It's not here. I know its location in the game. It's in the 8th Zone Tower. The 8th Zone Dungeon, the Mage Tower, was the advanced version of this research facility. Think of it as the difference between college and graduate school. She looked up at me with her moist eyes, licking the sunflower seed crumbs from the corner of her lips, and hesitantly asked, You're not lying to me, are you? No, I am not, I promise. If it's not there, I'll personally ensure that your race survives. How will you take responsibility? Even without the Grail, I'll ensure your race thrives. Really, don't worry. Well, it's bound to appear in that location anyway. Verdandi cautiously reached out her hand. Promise. Yeah, promise. I shook her hand. She grasped it tightly, shaking up and down with enthusiasm. The situation was finally under control, and with the dungeon in ruins, there was no reason to stay. I ordered a retreat. As the other parties vanished one by one through the teleport gate, I approached Duskbringer, frowning. Your Grace, why would you suddenly unleash a breath attack and blow the dungeon to smithereens? If it's destroyed to this extent, the dungeon's function is nullified. The monsters that would respawn every season won't return. We lost a farming spot. What's this right after the dungeon debut? Duskbringer shrugged nonchalantly. I had my reasons for burying this place. What? The breath wasn't an accident. Do you think I, a dragon, can't control my own breath? She flashed a shark-like grin, revealing sharp teeth, and pulled something out. Do you know what this is? It was a small, black piece of thorny wood. I took it, puzzled. What's this? This is a branch from the guardian tree of humanity, the black thorn tree that has been with the Empire since its foundation, Everblack. What? I found it in this research facility, so I destroyed the place to prevent others from delving deeper. I examined the wooden piece more closely. Now that I thought about it, it did resemble the enormous tree I saw in the Imperial Palace's reality. But why is it here? The tree connected to the origins of the Everblack Empire. Why was it discovered in the ancient ruins of the Lake Kingdom, hundreds of years old? Well, it's worth pondering upon. Duskbringer, shrugging her shoulders, headed for the teleport gate. It seems the secrets of the Lake Kingdom are deeper than we anticipated. Flash. She disappeared into the gate, leaving me standing there, stunned. Everything is connected. All the events leading to the true ending are linked in one way or another. I had an intuition. Just like in the game, simply defeating monsters and clearing dungeons wouldn't lead to the true ending. Only after uncovering the truths hidden behind this world would I finally grasp it. But how? How? The free exploration ended. The exploration was easy since it was an unusually large party of 25 members. However, the problem was, since we split the XP, I didn't get much. The experience needed to level up from 49 to 50 was significant. Even though we defeated many monsters and gained a lot of experience, splitting it among 25 members wasn't enough for me to level up. Thus, my awakening was delayed. There were downsides to operating such a large party. I can't wait to unlock my ultimate skill. I was curious about which ultimate skill I would acquire. Anyway, no need to rush. I'll safely earn my experience, and eventually I'll reach level 50. Ah! Upon returning to Crossroad from the dungeon, I stepped into the backyard of the manor. I felt something cold touch my cheek. Looking up, I saw white snowflakes falling. It's snowing, I muttered, catching the snowflakes. The fluffy snow painted the sky and ground white. The younger members of the party had already started a snowball fight. Watching them laughing and tossing snowballs, a smile formed on my face. They weren't even tired after the dungeon raid. It's still late fall, but the first snow came early this year. Lucas, who was next to me watching the sky, calmly said. A white breath escaped his lips. Winter is approaching fast. The season when I first set foot in this world. And also the season of drastic changes. My first year in this world was coming to an end. Soon, the second year of my conquest would begin. Free exploration ended. Leveled up characters. Sub-Party 1 Penal Squad Tuesday, RLV 45-1. Wednesday, RLV 45-1. Bucky, RLV 45-1. On the Rock, RLV 43-1. Sub-Party 2 Shadow Squad Godhand, SRLV 47-1. Bodybag, RLV 42-1. Burnout, SRLV 41-1. Lily, RLV 37-1. Margarita, RLV 40-1. Deceased or injured characters. None acquired equipment. Cross-Family Spear Ifrit Edition, SSR, Cavalry Spear Cross-Family Shield Glacier Edition, SSR, Shield Acquired Items, Summon Scroll, Magic Tower Player Skill, Standard High-Grade Magic Core, SR, 5 Standard Advanced Magic Core, R10 Troll Legion Fluid, 40 Troll Legion Magic Stone, 52 a few days later. With the next stage drawing near, I was finalizing our defense strategies and inspecting the soldiers' weapons and equipment one last time when, Your Highness, Serenade burst into my mansion, gasping for breath. Perched gently on her shoulder was a massive eagle, glaring at us with sharp eyes. It was the messenger hawk the Silver Winter Merchant Guild used for fast, long-distance information exchange. This was my first time seeing one in person, and with Serenade arriving in such haste with the hawk, there could only be one piece of news urgent enough to warrant such urgency. Catching her breath, Serenade exclaimed, News from the central continent. The Imperial Army's 1st Division has clashed with the Imperial Capital Defense Force. The party members who were with me gasped in unison, and I clenched my fist tightly. The 1st Legion of the Everblack Empire, responsible for the Western Front and border defense. The Imperial Capital Defense Force of New Terra, a standing army directly under the Imperial family, responsible for the outer defense of the Imperial capital. The fact that these two forces had clashed meant, in other words, and on the same day, Prince Lark, the 1st Crown Prince, and Prince Fernandez, the 2nd Crown Prince, declared war on each other. A bloody internal strife. The civil war within the Everblack Imperial family had finally begun. Chapter 309, a river flowed through the central continent. This river, named Iris, separated the southwestern and northeastern parts of the continent. It was a large river flowing from the inland sea adjacent to the imperial capital of New Terra to the outer sea in the east, serving as the lifeline of civilization, making the central continent prosperous and fertile. The Everblack Empire, which had greedily consumed the center of the continent, viewed this river as both the actual boundary of their dominion over the imperial capital and an absolute defensive line against any external invasion. Thud, thud, thud. Troops began to appear from the west side of the river. The force that had led the charge against the Empire's enemies for a long time, acting as the Empire's spear and shield against outsiders. The First Legion of the Imperial Army. This division, known as the Pilgrims of the Border, because they had never once moved from their post at the national border since their inception, was now heading towards the imperial capital. At the forefront stood the commander of the First Legion, the supreme commander of the imperial forces, and the first crown prince. Lark Avalanche Everblack slowed his horse's pace as the river came into view. His knights and soldiers halted as well. Lark looked straight ahead in silence. In front of him stood a massive bridge built to span the Iris River, and on that bridge, clank, 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 stood an array of troops that had seized control of it, the Imperial Capital Defense Force, the standing army directly under the Imperial family, responsible for the outer defense and internal security of New Terra. The supreme commander of the Empire, Lark, couldn't even issue them an order. Their commander was, "It's been a while, brother." Fernandez Ember Keeper Everblack, the Imperial Chief Administrator, the commander of the Aegis Special Forces, and the second Crown Prince, dressed not in armor, but in the formal attire of a civil official, unlike his fully armored brother, Fernandez greeted Lark from his horse. "Why are you here, brother? As far as I know, the situation in the Bringer Duchy hasn't stabilized yet." Behind his monocle, the second Crown Prince's reddish eyes hinted at a smirk. "Or perhaps you've secretly executed the Duchess of Bringer and stolen her dragon's blood without my knowledge. Even if that were the case, it's astonishing that you've returned leading the entire First Legion. You are aware, are you not? Only the Imperial Capital Defense Force is allowed to conduct military operations in the Imperial capital." Lark remained silent, simply gazing intently at his brother. "He'd rather not mention it, but brother." Fernandez hesitated momentarily before smoothly declaring, "Beyond this river lies the territory of the imperial capital. The moment you cross this bridge with your troops, I can't help but suspect treason. To avoid any misunderstandings about your intentions, I had to block the way like this. You understand, right, Fernandez?" After long moments of silent observation, Lark finally spoke. "Are you aware of the disturbances in the imperial capital?" "Disturbances? Yes. That's why I came here personally to find out the truth." Fernandez slightly tilted his head, then laughed lightly. "Are you referring to the shadow factions? Haven't I been working hard to curb their nefarious activities? And what if those shadow factions never actually existed?" At Lark's pointed question, Fernandez's smile froze. "What if all of this is just a play you've staged? Brother, I don't know who fed you such nonsense, but—" Fernandez sighed lightly, raising both hands in a placating gesture. "Wouldn't it be a bit unfair to nullify all the hard work I've put in over the past 7 years? I am sorry, Fernandez, but I have no intention of continuing this conversation with you." Rumble, a massive steed beneath Lark, snorted heavily. Petting its mane to calm it, Lark spoke coolly. "I must see Father. Where is he? Don't you know? Father is still logged into Everblack in the Abyss, protecting the Empire." Fernandez smirked. "He wouldn't be aware of the affairs outside, after all. He's likely caught in an endless battle with the deities on the other side." Lark closed his eyes tightly. If only their father had been able to manage the Empire's affairs properly, this internal decay would not have occurred. "Brother, you handle the affairs outside, and I handle the inside. Isn't that what Father entrusted us with? We should both do our best, in our own places, in our own roles. This is my last warning, brother." As Fernandez waved his hand, vroomum, a flying vessel from the skies behind landed just behind Fernandez. It was a vessel from the Imperial Capital Defense Force. The menacing engine roar echoed from the metallic body of the flying ship. "The interior of our nation is my responsibility, and the exterior is yours, as Father wished. We can remain as amicable brothers. Pull back your troops and return to where you belong. This incident will remain a secret. Father will never know." But then Lark, drawing in a deep breath, declared, "I am Lark Avalanche Everblack." His shout was so powerful it seemed to ripple the waters of the Iris River. The startled Imperial Capital Defense Force soldiers took steps back. "I am the eldest son of the great Emperor, the rightful heir, and the legitimate commander of the army. SSSK." Drawing his sword, Lark growled fiercely, reminiscent of a roaring tiger. You have no right to block my path to the imperial capital. Make way, for I will uncover and punish the real traitors. Fernandez, if you are truly innocent, trust me and step aside. If I am mistaken, I will take the appropriate punishment myself. Fernandez smirked bitterly. While Lark truly was a trustworthy person, the problem was that Fernandez himself was far from innocent. Lark's suspicions were entirely correct. The shadow factions in the imperial capital never existed, and it was Fernandez who had plotted treason. And Lark, realizing this far sooner than expected, had rushed to the imperial capital. Where did he get his information? From whom? Fernandez narrowed his eyes. But that wasn't what mattered now. The imminent confrontation was the real issue. If you refuse to yield even after all I've said. The first crown prince pointed his gleaming sword forward. I will consider anyone who obstructs me as a traitor. The undefeated knight, the most powerful human. Although the Imperial Capital Defense Force was well aware of the achievements and dedication of the first crown prince to the empire, they held their weapons steadfast, refusing to yield. Defending the imperial capital from external forces was their very reason for existence. Make way! Whack! With a kick to his horse, Lark charged forward, his white cloak flapping in the wind. Following closely behind the charging first crown prince were his knights. In silence, with icy stares, the soldiers of the First Legion raced behind them. Thump, 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 thump. Watching his charging brother and the knights, Fernandez murmured under his breath, "Brother, I repeat." The second crown prince waved his hand toward the sky. "I hold no personal grudges." Vroom. With a sharp engine sound, the flying vessel released a burst of fire from its thrusters. Magic flames from the mana engine propelled the vessel at an incredible speed, charging toward enemy lines. Clank, clank. The front of the vessel transformed, revealing dozens of mana cannons. The ship intended to approach, fire, then quickly retreat. Overwhelming firepower, incredible agility, and layers upon layers of protective magic spells provided extraordinary defenses. A flawless weapon equipped with firepower, agility, and defense. This was the pinnacle of modern magic engineering. Such a strategic vessel, rumored to cost as much as a small nation's annual budget, now approached. Yet Lark didn't flinch. Instead, he charged directly towards the vessels. Thump, thump, thump. Lark's steed was exceptional among warhorses. Darting forward, he reached the forefront just as the vessel closed in and leaped up from his saddle. Pew, pew, pew. Dozens of mana cannons fired from the ship. Hundreds of magic-infused shells rained down like hail. However, flash, boom. When Lark swung his sword horizontally, all projectiles exploded midair. Lark saw the pilot inside the cockpit. With his sword, he whispered, "I am sorry." Thud. Landing on top of the vessel, Lark's sword pierced its hull. A blue blade's energy clashed with the ship's protective spells, sending red sparks flying. But Lark's sword triumphed, cleaving deep into the vessel. Lark held onto his embedded sword, charging from the vessel's nose to its tail, slicing it open. Whack! As he reclaimed his sword and landed back onto his horse's saddle, boom! The vessel exploded in a massive fireball. This impossible feat left every soldier of the Imperial Capital Defense Force agape. Fernandez muttered incredulously, "That's a bit much." Yet, as he mumbled, Lark was already closing in on him. The Imperial Capital Defense Force was decimated. While Lark's power was awe-inspiring, the stark difference between the First Legion and the Defense Force's battle capabilities was also evident. The First Legion, which spent its life battling enemies at the borders, was significantly more experienced than the Imperial Capital Defense Force, which had mainly maintained order within the city. To compensate for this gap in power, the Defense Force relied on modern technology like the flying vessels. But against Lark's sword, they proved meaningless. Even so, Lark did not kill most of the defense force. He subdued them. Those who resisted to the end were executed, but those who surrendered peacefully were captured alive. He still didn't see them as enemies. "I have just one question, Fernandez." From within the subdued Imperial Capital Defense Force, Lark asked coldly, "I understand everything else, but there's one thing I can't grasp. I wanted to ask you directly." Fernandez was also captured. From the start, the second crown prince didn't put up much resistance. After the vessel crashed and the tide of battle turned, he peacefully raised both hands, waiting for his brother. Lark approached his younger brother with his sword drawn and gently asked, "Why? What purpose does all this serve?" Why did you do this? You wouldn't understand, brother. Even in this situation, hearing his elder brother's compassionate voice, Fernandez gave a bitter laugh. People like you, brother, who are whole, just, and believe in a kind world where everything is warm, don't understand that this world is fundamentally flawed. What? In that sense, Ash would probably relate more to me. Thinking of their youngest sibling who wasn't present, Fernandez chuckled. That guy always knew. He understood that this world is twisted from its very foundation. What the hell are you? Lark couldn't finish his sentence. Thud. Before he could react, Fernandez had lunged forward, impaling his own throat on the sword Lark held aimed at him. Chapter 310. Blood splattered everywhere. Fernandez collapsed forward, pouring blood from his elongated neck. Soldiers watching were startled, letting out screams of horror. Fernandez, what have you done? A distraught Lark quickly embraced the collapsing Fernandez. But a moment later, shock painted his face. This is. With a sizzling sound, Fernandez's face contorted and then completely changed into another person's visage. His stature shrunk, appearing much less imposing. In Lark's arms was not Fernandez, but another mage dressed in the robe of the magic core. Illusion magic. It was then that Lark remembered Fernandez's expertise. Illusory magic. Fernandez had a talent for deceiving and confusing his foes. Indeed, he was proficient in various types of magic, but he delved deepest into illusion magic. It was fitting for a leader of the Shadow Squad, but the thought that he could deceive even Lark with such a refined illusion. I used mind control, illusion magic, disguise skills, and items to trick you. I am honored that I could even deceive you, brother. From a device attached to the neck of the dead mage, Fernandez's voice echoed. Lark angrily ripped the device off. Where are you, Fernandez? I value my life too, brother. I'm not bold enough to stand right in front of you with your sword drawn. Fernandez chuckled faintly. You asked earlier, brother, why I conspired this way. Now, Fernandez didn't even deny his treachery, and Lark's eyes narrowed in frustration. Is it for the throne? If it is, I'll gladly concede it to you. No, it's not that, brother. I care little for power. Then what is it? Has someone wronged you? Tell me, I, Lark, will solve it for you. We are brothers bound by blood, Fernandez. Whatever I can help with, I will. So abandon this treacherous plan. Please. After a brief silence, Fernandez exhaled a weary sigh. You do love us, your siblings, but the problem is you still see us as children in need of protection. What? We've grown up already. Fernandez's voice suddenly became icy. Father, the other gods, and even the goddess who graces our empire all see us this way. We've matured enough to stand on our own. What the hell are you? You'll understand in time, brother. Everything I've done is for the empire and for humanity. Fernandez's voice began to fade from the device. I'll see you again, brother. Well, if you survive my trap, that is. What? The communication cut off abruptly. Lark, staring at the device with wide eyes, suddenly sensed something amiss. Bubbling. The water below the bridge was boiling. Red lights pulsated from beneath the river's surface. A panicked Lark shouted, Everyone, get O, before he could finish warning them, flash. The shutdown protocol installed on the Iris Bridge activated, engulfing and preserving all living beings within its vicinity. Not far from the Iris Bridge, surrounded by a circular red magic circle atop a nearby hill, an elderly woman observing the activation of the shutdown protocol through a telescope slowly folded it. It was Riene, the commander of the Magic Corps. With a relaxed demeanor, Riene reported her findings. The shutdown protocol has been activated and the spatial preservation is complete. The operation is a success. As Riene turned to her side, Fernandez, seated on a chair, was visible, diligently attending to the documents in his hand. Riene took the initiative to add, Congratulations on the victory, Your Highness. Victory? Ha! Fernandez's reply was dripping with sarcasm. Do you know how monstrous my brother is? A little event like this wouldn't even leave a scratch on him. But didn't we annihilate the vanguard of the First Legion? She swallowed the part about sacrificing their own men as bait. Regardless, they'd managed to thwart the spearhead of the invincible legion led by the undefeated knight. To Riene, it was a significant achievement from the outset. However, Fernandez heaved a shallow sigh. It's just the vanguard of the First Legion. The rest of the forces are spreading and advancing from the west. They'll keep pushing. You were once part of the First Legion, weren't you, Captain Riene? You know how thorough and formidable they are. That's why I mentioned it. Riene offered a sly smile. We've managed to score against those monsters. Originally, the Magic Corps was a part of the First Legion, but 15 years ago, during the conquest of the Camilla Kingdom, due to the rebellion led by Vice Commander Jupiter, they admitted to war crimes and left a black mark under the Emperor's command. The Magic Corps was disgracefully expelled from the First Legion and drifted aimlessly, nearly disbanding until Fernandez rescued them. They later changed their affiliation to directly serve the royal family, but in reality, they had become Fernandez's personal troops, maintaining their ranks till today. Riene knew all too well. She knew the strength of the knights and soldiers in that group and how dedicated they were to the Empire. And now, in the current situation, they had to kill them, all for the sake of the Empire. It gave her the chills. Although Riene had frequently turned on her allies due to orders from higher-ups, the First Legion was a different beast. It's a fun game of friendly fire. It's maddening. The thought of killing her former comrades one by one made it hard to keep a straight face. But this had been set in motion 15 years ago, the moment she grabbed Fernandez's hand. She had already sold her soul to the devil. What was there left to hesitate about? Anyway, my brother won't just stop here. He will continue his march to the imperial capital. Fernandez replied to Riene's inquiry. And what do? We need more time. We need to engage in delaying tactics, drag it out as long as possible. Fernandez said calmly, rising from his chair. We've only used a portion of the capital defense force. Deploy the rest. Whatever it takes, delay him by a day, an hour, even a second. Delay my brother's arrival at the imperial capital. Many will die. Why aren't we prepared for this from the beginning? For a greater cause, this level of sacrifice is minor. Understood, Your Highness. Riene bowed her head silently, and I regret this concerning my sister-in-law. Fernandez recalled Lark's wife and their 3 children, clicking his tongue. They'll have to be our hostages. My brother is terribly sentimental. Our troops are already on standby. Should I issue the capture order? As humanely as possible. They are my beloved sister-in-law and nieces and nephews, after all. Riene hesitated momentarily before carefully asking, after capturing them, what happens if something goes wrong? What could go wrong? Fernandez nonchalantly shrugged. Why keep a horse that has lost its value? Understood. I'll issue the capture order immediately. Though it wasn't an easy decision to articulate, kidnapping was the forte of the covert unit. Riene was certain that soon Lark's wife and children would be taken hostage. As for their fate afterward, nothing was certain. Lark's wife and 3 children resided in a mansion on the outskirts of the imperial capital. She had relatives there. When she missed her husband, who was away on the battlefield, she often visited her parental home with her children. They had decided to spend this winter there. In preparation for the chilly new Terra winter, the mansion had been furnished days ago with thick carpets and heavy curtains, bought from merchants. Although the wife usually had a modest retinue, this year was different. Perhaps it was to ensure a warm environment for the young royal children. The Aegis Special Forces already had all the information. The family of Lark, the first prince, had always been a high priority target, and now it was time for that long surveillance to pay off. Internal check. Shadows are moving by the living room and kitchen windows. No movement overnight, so everyone should be inside. Good. What about the front door? No abnormalities. And the back and side doors? Same, no abnormalities. All right, let's move in. Don't miss anyone. The Aegis Special Forces Team 7, specialized in kidnapping, surrounded the mansion. After exchanging signals, they stormed in simultaneously. The team leader of the 7th Unit monitored the situation from a nearby building rooftop, a vantage point that offered a full view of the mansion. It was a routine task they performed almost daily. Even if they were the royal family, with only a few knights for protection, this operation shouldn't have been any different than the usual. However, report. The feedback from the subordinates who entered the building was surprising. There's no one inside. What? Exactly as I said, sir. The building is empty. Then what about those moving shadows at the window? It was clothes on hangers, moved back and forth by a mechanism. They all seemed to be set up like this. The thick curtains had prevented them from seeing clearly inside. The leader felt a cold shiver down his spine. Did they know they were being watched? And they had planned an escape all along. Since when? Damn it, they were here just yesterday. Yes, we confirmed their presence last night. Then they can't be far, Start the search now. The leader slammed down the communication device. Just who beat us to it and kidnapped them first? At the same time, a line of carriages passed through the southern gate of the imperial capital. It was the Silver Winter Merchant Guild. The guild was so large and had such high trade volume that it almost always received special treatment at checkpoints. Lately, it was practically a free pass. Hey, another busy day, captain of the guard. Thanks to Alberto, the former palace steward who became an executive of the guild, they enjoyed such privileges. Alberto was already well connected throughout the imperial capital, especially close to the guard units. He and the guards had shared the trouble of raising the mischievous prince, Ash. They often collaborated when Ash caused trouble, searching for him together. The guard captain greeted Alberto with a warm smile. Today, you're personally traveling, Mr. Alberto. Ha ha, it's an important trade. I thought I'd feel more at ease if I went myself. It sounds like a lot of work for you. While engaging in a friendly conversation with the guard captain, Alberto casually pulled out a wrapped gift from his possession and handed it over. The guard captain hesitated, showing reluctance, but after hearing Alberto's twisted logic that it wasn't a bribe but a gift between friends, he begrudgingly accepted. Safe travels, Mr. Alberto. Yes, yes. Let's grab a drink sometime. As Alberto waved back to the saluting guard captain, his demeanor immediately stiffened. He stepped into the carriage. We've made it through. Thank goodness. I was worried we'd have to resort to force. A woman dressed as a maid, sitting beside him, let out a sigh of relief and sheathed her sword. It was Elise, a direct subordinate of Serenade. For this mission, she had been dispatched early and had been waiting inside the imperial capital. So, we've made it out of the imperial capital. From the front seat, a woman who was wrapped in a blanket pulled it back to reveal her face. Where should we head now? Following her, three young faces peeked out from beneath the blanket. It was Lark's wife and their three children. Under Ash's directive, Alberto and Elise had been tasked with their rescue mission. The region will soon be engulfed in a civil war, Alberto said, stroking his stylish mustache. Sides will form and battle against each other. Nowhere is safe. Anywhere in the Empire. That's right. Ideally, if you could make it to the Western Front where Prince Lark is, but Alberto trailed off. The First Legion and the Imperial City Defense Forces were already clashing. Heading west would be an excessively perilous choice. So where should we seek refuge? As Lark's wife murmured, Elise hesitated before speaking. There's a place that's politically safe. However, monsters will attack. At that, Lark's wife smirked. What's there to fear about monsters compared to humans? It will be a long journey. That's all right. As long as I am not a burden to my husband, a long journey is nothing. Lark's wife spoke with determination. The three children chimed in with a resounding, yeah. Alberto and Elise exchanged glances. They both nodded slowly. Then let's move. Alberto leaned out of the carriage and shouted to the driver. To Crossroad, Chapter 311, reporting, Your Highness. Serenade arrived with a second dispatch in hand, passing it to me. Following the news of the outbreak of war, this was the second official message. Operation to evacuate close relatives of Prince Lark has succeeded. All have safely escaped outside the imperial capital. Seems like Alberto and Elise have done their part. Well done. I nodded, picturing the faces of the steward and the maid knight. Serenade bowed gracefully and stepped back. The plan to remove Lark's wife and three children from the imperial capital had been prepared well in advance. It was also a part I had promised to play when I met Lark a few days ago. Having his family held hostage would restrict Lark's actions. I wouldn't want that. I wanted the two brothers to clash fiercely. That way, more opportunities would open up for me to act. When whales fight, it's the shrimp's back that gets broken. But for the third whale who eats the shattered shrimp, it's an excellent opportunity. Lucas, who had been listening to the rapidly changing imperial situation, groaned. Why would Prince Fernandez conspire to? Ah, the reason. Reasons can be just an excuse. What did the reason matter? Even if there was a plausible cause, I had no interest. What mattered was the outcome this event would bring. The empire would be split in two, and the entire world would hold its breath, watching the direction of the civil war. Everyone would be calculating which side to join. Are we then joining Prince Lark? Evangeline, who seemed to have the same concern, asked hastily. As the heir to the Margrave of the Crossroad, she must be more anxious. I answered straightforwardly, no. Then why did you evacuate the family of Prince Lark? Are you going to offer them to Prince Fernandez? That's not it either. On the surface, it was a humanitarian action for Lark. To be more honest, it was a safety mechanism to ensure that Lark's army wouldn't attack us. If we were protecting Lark's wife and children here, at the very least, the Imperial forces under Lark wouldn't bother us. Also, if Fernandez's army tried to attack us, the likelihood that Lark's army would intervene increased. It almost feels like they're hostages, but not quite. Well, let's just say there's mutual understanding. I have no intention of threatening or forcing them to stay. We declared our independence, remember? I looked around at my subordinates and made it clear once more. We are not joining anyone. We are taking the third path. In the clash between the two princes, it was obvious that the winner would be closer to becoming the next emperor. In other words, for the surrounding forces observing this, choosing the wrong side could mean the end. Some forces would confidently support one side, but there would definitely be those who would want to hold off their choice. To them, I approach as an alternative. For those factions that want to show good faith to the Everblack Empire and the Imperial family, but don't yet know which prince to support, the idea is to coax them into showing faith in me for now. That way, I can vouch for them once the next emperor is decided. Not a bad offer. It might not be as effective as directly choosing a side, but at least it removes the risk of facing the Empire's blade. My position is really strange. Being a part of the royal family means I'm not entirely detached from their quarrels, but having declared independence gives me the space to distance myself. In a close battle between two similar forces, the one I choose to support is likely to win. My worth continues to rise. Optimization by picking up crumbs, that's what it meant. Let's make do with what we have. At the same time, while they're busy fighting amongst themselves in the imperial capital, we absorb the powers in the grey areas. Since they'd be preoccupied with fighting amongst themselves, there was an opportunity to actively recruit the fallen kings without worrying about the older leaders. While the world's attention was focused on new terror in the imperial capital, I'd bring the fallen kings who were lying low in the shadows under my command. I'd establish a safe zone where all the oppressed could safely reside and form alliances with them. I'd gather the largest force I could create. I don't need the imperial throne. I don't need wealth, honor, or power. Just to stand against the monsters and protect this world, I would do everything I could. I need to organize special envoys. Each of the fallen kings had different persuaders. Fortunately, I had several competent individuals around me, so it seemed I could send special envoys tailored to the opponents. As I thought, I sighed and scratched my chin. So I'm getting involved in the outside world after all. Defense Battle Dungeon, Exploration City Administration. I wanted to infinitely loop through these three phases like in the game. But for a more assured victory, for a bigger picture, I ended up getting involved in diplomacy, which was not part of the plan. If it's necessary, I have to do it. Looking around at my subordinates whose eyes were shining toward me, I bitterly smiled inside. I have a lot of people to take responsibility for already. Amid the shifting political landscape, I explained the future direction of our monster front to my subordinates, listened to their opinions, and held discussions and meetings late into the night. The relay meeting lasted until dawn. Around the time everyone's faces were becoming tired and drained, Ada and Serenade came into the reception room with hot tea and refreshments. I applauded. Looks like the meeting is almost over, so let's catch our breath with a cup of tea. While Ada served tea and refreshments to the others, Serenade came over to me with a cup and poured the tea. The red and transparent tea swirled in the cup. Thank you. As I expressed my gratitude for the cup, Serenade's silver eyes softened. You're welcome. Thanks not just for the tea, but also for making a big decision. I was talking about the Silver Winter Merchant Guild. The Silver Winter Merchant Guild had long been spreading their business out from the imperial capital. Fearing what could happen in the imperial capital if Fernandez revolted, they decentralized their operations to surrounding cities. The task was carried out covertly, and fortunately it was completed just a few days ago. It was a decision that could overturn the fate of a guild built up by 3 generations, but Serenade followed without any questions. I was both grateful and sorry. It's also for the good of our guild. Serenade smiled warmly, like the aroma of the tea she held. The life of a lowly merchant like us can turn into dew on the gallows with just one word from Empire. Yet our guild has been too dependent on the protection of the imperial family. Being close to the imperial family and enjoying their privileges meant that a single word from the emperor could ruin them. A change in our constitution was a necessity. This was a good opportunity to catch it. I thought back to the incident in the imperial capital. The guild building was set ablaze, and Serenade had almost died several times. Serenade must have felt it then, that things couldn't continue like this. I am the one who should be thanking you, your highness. Serenade took a step closer to me and whispered in my ear, if it weren't for your highness, both I and our merchant guild would have been forever stuck in that narrow world. Ah, It was a good and correct point, but why was she whispering so quietly in my ear? And why did her voice sound as sweet as sugar? It felt like it would melt me. Gasp! That's when I felt gazes staring in our direction. Turning in surprise, I saw my party members looking at us with round eyes, their faces somehow encouraging. Stop giving a thumbs up, and quit nodding your heads, especially the God Hand Lily couple. They were nodding with expressions like good for you. We had our times too, as if they were veterans in love. Then, as if reminiscing old memories, they held each other's hands tightly. What's up with you guys, seriously? Ahem, clearing my throat, I addressed Serenade with a serious tone. Still, we do need a central branch, right? The Imperial Capital branch has been compromised. Where will you move it to? There were several nearby cities that had bustling commercial activities, not just the imperial capital. Maybe I should pick one among those. I doubt anyone would refuse Silver Winter's merchant guild. I've been pondering that issue as well. Serenade, leaning against me, gave a faint smile as she tightly held her teacup. I am thinking of making a bold investment now that we've raised the stakes. Raise the stakes to invest more. She's not going to say something like setting up the guild headquarters in Crossroad, right? Even though this place is a fortress city in the southern outskirts, I don't think Serenade would be so reckless. I'll inform you once we make a decision, Your Highness. All right, thanks. I really don't know how I would have handled everything without you. Genuine gratitude in my words made Serenade's cheeks flush. Her slender fingers fidgeting around the teacup, Serenade quickly turned her body to the side and gulped down her tea. Isn't it hot? Feeling a bit awkward, I slowly sipped my tea as well. Ahem, this tea is really good. Hugh, a whistle sound flew in from the other side. Damn it, everyone's watching. What's with this lover-dovey atmosphere? I quickly downed the remaining tea in one go and stood up. I believe we have sufficiently shared our frontline directions and future visions. My previously grinning subordinates all straightened up and listened as I spoke with a serious face. I nodded. However, regardless of how the world changes or how this frontline shifts, never forget our original goal. I reiterate our flagger missioners, if I've said it hundreds of times before, to kill monsters and protect people. Everything else is a secondary matter to this main objective. After all, the very definition of this monster frontline is to act as an absolute defense line that protects humanity from monsters. We must be loyal to our role as the last stronghold in this defense game. Let's prepare for the next defensive battle. The next stage is just around the corner. It's time to turn our eyes away from the typhoons swirling in the teacup and face the nightmares that are coming from the outside. The forward base is almost fully repaired. Waiting for the monster horde to arrive, I look at the stage information. Enemy info, stage 13. LV. 1 unit, LV-40 Troll Sorcerer Elite. 2 units, LV-40 Troll Royal Guard Elite. 10 units, LV-35 Troll Shield Bearer. 190 units, LV-30 Troll Foot Soldier. 344 units. The opponents for this stage were the Troll Legion, whom Wed faced during the previous free exploration. Tanker monsters with robust regenerative abilities and well-rounded physical/magical defenses. Their attack power, however, was relatively weak. I shouldn't let my guard down, but objectively speaking, the power difference is significant. We could easily overpower them. And then, I frowned as I opened another system window. An unwelcome message appeared before my eyes. Passes their turn. No dark event will be triggered in this stage. Even in this stage, no dark event was activated. I clenched my lips tightly. I was slowly beginning to feel it. My nemesis, the Demon King who has been pulling strings in the Lake Kingdom, is plotting something. He skipped the dark event 3 times in a row, a feature he had been consistently using. Unless he suddenly quit the game and left it open, it was more likely he was cooking up some nefarious scheme. The problem was that I knew next to nothing about these dark events. They were elements that didn't exist when I was just gaming, and now they're being sprung on me since I've entered this world. I'll have to consult with Ada about this. As I was thinking this, swoosh, thud, 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 monsters began to surface, cutting through the lake. It was the Troll Legion, whose faces had become familiar after beating them up throughout this season's dungeon explorations. I was relaxed, and so were my party members. We had been dealing with these bastards for weeks now, so everyone was familiar with them. But then, kai ha ha ha, a raucous laughter suddenly erupted from the Troll Legion. Despite the distance, the laughter rang clear and resounded in our ears. The aura of malevolence emanating from this boss monster made my troops waver. Ha! Confused, I quickly lifted my telescope. Wait, was there a unit with this level of presence among the named trolls? As soon as I looked through the telescope, I saw it immediately. A troll of grand stature was sitting on a magic carpet, wearing a turban adorned with gems, and holding a female troll in each hand. Holy shit! The apex entity of the Troll Legion and an ultra-rare monster with a presumed encounter rate below decimals in the game. The king of the Troll Legion, whose name had been given due to his role in ruining the gamut trolling, was trolling. I pulled away from the telescope and shouted at the top of my lungs. We're fucked. We stepped in it. Damn this shit. Chapter 312, Bam Pa Bam Bam Pa Bam Bam. A boisterous march echoed throughout the area. The military band under the command of the Troll King was playing instruments like drums, gongs, and trumpets, announcing the arrival of the king with an impressive march. What? Am I in some kind of Aladdin scenario? I couldn't help but gape at the absurdly noisy entrance. Eventually, the advancing troll army settled in a clearing to the south of our forward base. Donning a jeweled turban and sitting on a magic carpet, the gigantic troll king surveyed our fortifications before gesturing to his side. Then a smaller troll scurried out and bellowed towards us. Listen up, surface-dwelling humans. Surprisingly fluent human speech erupted from its mouth. Pay homage to the great conqueror, the nomadic executioner, and the living muscle, the chieftain of the rock troll tribe and the king of all trolls, Lord Tradunumahatran, Evangeline mumbled. Quite the name. Indeed. Regardless of what we thought, the Troll King's emissary continued. His Excellency Tradunumahatran does not wish for war. Simply surrender and open your castle gates. Then what? The Troll Env scanned the walls and ominously declared, the beautiful ones will be taken as concubines. The ugly ones will be killed on sight. A panicked Evangeline wrapped her arms around herself. Oh my God, what do we do? I think that Troll is targeting me. The Troll Env suddenly roared, we have no need for something as ugly as you. Eek! Evangeline collapsed, vomiting blood. As she lay there, she tearfully mumbled, to be called ugly by a troll. Calm down, Evangeline. There are different species. Their beauty standards are different. It must be because of the bone armor. It's definitely the bone armor. While we were having this conversation, the Troll King's envoy continued to speak. True beauty is born of muscle. Such frail bodies are despised by our king. Ha, where have I heard that philosophy before? Among you, the one worthy of our king's affection is. The Troll King's emissary stretched out his arm and pointed at Kuelan atop the wall. Just about him. Kuelan pointed to himself with trembling hands. Me. For reference, Kuelan was currently in his beastman form. His muscles were much more bulging than usual, and he was rather furry. With what seemed to be a touched voice, Kuelan mumbled, You're the first to say you like my wolf form. No, don't get carried away. They're not even human. Don't get swayed by their trolling. While we were in disarray, the Troll King's env continued. By the way, our king is female. Of course, she does like beautiful women, but she prefers handsome men a bit more. At that moment, the Troll King on the carpet nodded vigorously. Ah, so she is female. To be honest, it's hard to tell their gender just by looking. The gender of a troll can be identified by their tails. Males have one tail, while females have split tails, two or more. Upon closer inspection, the Troll King's swaying tail was indeed branched into multiple strands. All right, so you are a female. At that moment, my eyes met with the Troll King's. Her piercing gaze seemed to scan me from head to toe, giving me goosebumps all over. No, what is this? Why is she looking at me like that? The Troll King gestured to her env and whispered something in his ear. The Env, who had nodded quickly, cleared his throat. "Hey, dark-haired human male, you're in luck." "Ha!" I blurted out, taken aback. "The king has taken a liking to you, says you've got a promising build. What the hell is this nonsense? Surrender now, and a place beside the king is guaranteed. Our troll king herself will treat you kindly. Consider it an honor." Right after that, the troll king, who had been eyeing me, grinned and winked. My party members who saw this all let out a collective "Ooh, what's cheering gonna do? Aren't you explosively popular lately, your highness?" "Indeed, especially favored by monsters, it seems." Damien and Junior chimed in. "Shut up, my dignity is at risk here." Sigh. Exhaling a weary sigh, I signaled to Damien. "Damien, convey my response for me." "Of course, your highness." Damien grinned as he drew his magic gun. "Now will you surrender and beg for the king's mercy?" Before the messenger could finish, following my signal, Damien aimed his magic gun and pulled the trigger. Bang! What the? A magical bullet drilled right through the middle of his body. Instantly, the Troll King's messenger spilled blood everywhere and convulsed grotesquely. "Hee hee!" The Troll King laughed, as if she had been waiting for this all along. After flipping her off, I shouted, "I have nothing to give you, monster. Not even the fairest Quillan or the ugliest Evangeline. None of my comrades are up for grabs." Quillan looked at me with twinkling eyes, hands clasped over his chest. Stop it." While Evangeline licked her blade with a sly grin. "It's a joke, a joke. What I do have to give you is—" I raised my hand high. My well-trained army immediately lit the cannons and pulled back the ballistae. Nothing but fire and death. With my forward gesture, boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of cannonballs and a barrage of arrows rained down on the horde of monsters. The Troll King had one defining feature. She was sturdy. Just as her race naturally was, she was simply, purely sturdy. But when that sturdiness crossed a line, it itself became a weapon. Boom, boom, boom. Amid the fierce crossfire of our forces, while other subordinate trolls had already fallen, reduced to bones, stomp, stomp, stomp. The Troll King walked on, unfazed. The gigantic arrows from our ballistae couldn't even make a dent in her skin, nor could the explosions and flames from our cannonballs inflict any effective damage. Even if by chance we wounded her in one area, bubbling. Flash, regeneration. The wounded area of her skin bubbled and moved as if boiling, quickly healing. "Well then, let's show off some real power, shall we?" Junior's hands floated in the air, gathering wind and lightning, and then shot it forward with immense force. Boom! A devastating tempest of lightning swept the area, and the Troll Royal Guards protecting the Troll King until the end literally melted away. However, stomp, stomp, stomp. Still, the Troll King walked on. Her charred organs regenerated, and the flesh and bone cut by the blades of the wind fused back together. What is that?" A shocked Junior opened her mouth wide. That's when Damien aimed his magic gun and said, "I'll aim for the weak spot." Drawing Hunter's retribution, Damien performed a smooth, clean triple shot. Bang, bang, bang. The three magical bullets pierced through the Troll King's head and shattered its heart to pieces. But then, bubble, bubble, swish. Both the pulverized brain and the tattered heart instantly regenerated. Damien leapt back in astonishment. "What? It regenerates its brain and heart." "Step aside, kiddos." This time, Duskbringer stepped forward. "Best to obliterate creatures like this all at once." The Dragon Queen's tiny mouth opened wide, and a sphere of magical power formed between her sharp, shark-like teeth. Ah. Duskbringer trembled momentarily, and then, phooey, she unleashed dragon breath. While the activation seemed more like a harmless sneeze than a majestic event, the torrent of pure magic power that erupted from the Dragon Queen's mouth obliterated everything it touched. Kaboom! Direct hit on the Troll King. A tremendous explosion of magical power erupted. Duskbringer brushed her nose with a flick of her fingers and shrugged her shoulders. "Well, that should do, I." A confused expression clouded Duskbringer's triumphant face. Understandably so, amidst the smoky aftermath of the magical explosion step. Step, step. The Troll King just kept coming, like some kind of Terminator. Its upper body had been blown to smithereens, but the Troll King was still able to move its lower half. Spinal bones sprouted, blood vessels and muscles regenerated, and flesh reattached. The monster had restored its upper body in no time. "Kaiahaha!" The Troll King laughed, its freshly regenerated jaw wide open. Duskbringer's small mouth gaped. Is this the same troll I know? I thought they were just potion ingredients. Normally, that would be correct. This one was an exceptional case. The item you could obtain by killing troll armies' blood, was also an ingredient for top-grade potions. In other words, their blood itself was a powerful healing tool, and this troll king was the epitome of all troll regenerative capabilities. I sighed and touched my forehead. In the game, it had a constant 999% HP regeneration per second. 999%. Fucking hell, 999%. Just by breathing, it would recover 9.99 times its total HP per second. Was this even a reasonable figure? Isn't this a bug? So in the game, while the troll army itself wasn't too difficult to deal with, if this troll king showed up as the boss, you might as well consider that game session doomed. The troll king's other stats were average. Weak attacks, couldn't use magic, no special skills or gimmicks. But you just couldn't kill it. Due to its staggering physical/magical defenses and insane HP regeneration, it became virtually invincible. No matter how much we hit it, it didn't die. Meanwhile, it kept coming, landing non-damaging punches on us. And what happens then? We die. Supplies, healing magic, potions, artifacts, everything is finite. But this fucker's regeneration is infinite. Even if the damage is minimal, it accumulates over time. The Troll King takes down our castle gates, walls, and our heroes with single-digit damage. Literally, a spoon killer. I encountered it just once in the game. Out of 742 attempts, I had run into it only once. The viewers advised me to just give up and start a new game. They told me, when you encounter trolling, surrendering is just good manners. But I had invested so much time into the game, I gritted my teeth and thought, let's see who wins this, as I went all out to defeat the monster. The time I spent on the Troll King raid, a whole week in real-world time. Number of turns used, 99.99, filled up the game's maximum turn limit. So what happened? During the 99.99 turns, the Troll King obliterated the fortress with just a flick of his nose, annihilating half of my allied heroes. However, because I held out until the turn limit, the game ruled it a defensive win. The Troll King retreated. I screamed that I had won, and the viewers cheered for a human victory. Although the fortress, heroes, and resources were all devastated, causing my annihilation in the next stage. The same viewers who had just been cheering human victory quickly switched to mocking me with shouts of human defeat. Virtuous defeat. All hail Troll King, Taz Dingo, the memory is still vivid. Anyway, I widened my eyes. Ever since that humiliating defeat, I had been pondering how to capture this insane tank unit. Because if I encounter it again, I had to capture it. I hadn't run into it again during my strategy broadcasts, but the tactics I'd formulated back then were still in my head. I'll pay you back for that day's humiliation, Troll King. I raised my head. Everyone around me was looking at me. Their eyes held the belief that I had a secret plan to navigate this predicament. All right. Well, let's meet those expectations, shall we? I will issue the operation orders now. Next, chapter 313, I sorted out my tactics in my head and first called out to the mage. Junior. Upon being called, Junior quickly nodded, and I drew a halo in the air with my hand. When I give the signal, cast your ultimate skill elemental disassembly on that monster. Understood. How long will it take to cast? 15 minutes. That's actually reduced quite a bit. Junior was in a relatively good condition and had continually optimized the casting according to her own words. I am counting on you. Got it. Punishment Squad and the Dragon Blood Knights. I called out to Kuelan's party and Duskbringer's party, pointing to the slowly approaching Troll King. Stop her. Is it even possible to stop her? Even as they prepared to move out, Duskbringer broke into a cold sweat. Our attacks don't even work on her. She's just walking straight at us. Do it anyway. Use whatever means necessary. If she gets any closer, it'll be too close to our forward base. That would make it difficult for us to unleash our firepower. She must not be allowed to advance any further. Fine, let's go. It'd be embarrassing for dragons to be pushed back by a mere troll. Forward, mounted on their steeds, Duskbringer and her knights rushed out through the open gate. Ah, so we're going on foot. Following behind, a flustered Kuelan and members of the punishment squad ran out as well. They should be able to buy us some time. Godhand, Bodybag. I called out to the metal mage and telekinetic mage, pointing to the obstructing squad that had gone ahead. Follow them and set up a barricade. If our line gets broken, Ya'll use the barricade to buy time while the line is re-established. Yes, your highness. Both elven mages ran out without further ado. Burnout, prepare for ranged attacks. Lily, get all the attack artifacts ready. The bombardment archer had already finished preparing and was on standby. Nodding, Lily hurriedly wheeled herself toward the artifacts set up on the wall. After giving orders to the Punishment Squad, Dragonblood Knights, and Shadow Squad, I called out to my two knights. Lucas, Evangeline. I briefly instructed the two knights who quickly approached me. Use the holy weapons in this battle. The weapons I had crafted for Stage 5 against the Vampire Army holy weapons. Both knights immediately drew their holy weapons without questioning. Lucas unsheathed his holy sword, and Evangeline fitted her spear with holy parts. Go out, but don't join the obstructing squad. Conserve your energy. When I give the signal, drive those holy weapons into its body. I already saw the obstruction squad clashing with the Troll King. Duskbringer and Quillan both charged toward the Troll King, screaming. Their knights and beastmen spread out to encircle the monster. They rained attacks on the Troll King from all directions. Thump, thump, thump. The monster simply ignored them and kept walking. Quillan's fist arts and Duskbringer's magical torrents may destroy its body, but they can't stop it. Have I ever seen such a tough bastard? I continued to explain to Lucas and Evangeline, holding back my internal expletives. You have to inflict the deepest wounds possible with your weapons. Its skin is thicker than most armor. Attack it as if you were delivering the killing blow. I trust you. Your honor. Leave it to me, both knights too, mounted up and rushed out. I took a deep breath and looked back. I felt the gaze of the other two party members, who looked at me with tense faces. Right, they are the core of this operation. Damien and Saintess, healers. To those who could wield divine power through the goddess blessings, I gave a simple command. When I signal, cast your strongest healing magic on that troll. Both looked at me with widened eyes. Ha, your highness, what are you? Damien stammered. Healing magic. You want us to heal that monster? Saintess Margarita pointed at the Troll King, who was approaching from a distance. Even now, the Troll King was effortlessly ignoring the defense line that was desperately attacking her and steadily advancing toward our base. I nodded silently. With all your might, as if you were trying to bring someone back from the dead. Squeeze out every last bit of your power and heal that troll. Seeming to think I had gone mad, the two healers continued to look at me with disbelief. I grinned. After nearly a year working with me, shouldn't our healers have gotten a good sense of my style? I've always been a fan of crazy strategies. There's something called overflow. It's an error that occurs when a program's numerical value exceeds its maximum limit. A simple example would be the famous Itwo 1000 problem that occurred when the year transitioned from 1999 to 2000. At that time, there was already widespread millennial-end doom and gloom. Then the millennium bug struck, causing panic that the world would come to a standstill and civilization would collapse. Because of system limitations at the time, the year after 1999 was recognized as 190 instead of 2000. This happened because when the initial year system was programmed, it was done so that only the last two digits would change. According to the rule, 99 was followed by 0. And so, computer systems recognized the year 2000 as 190, causing global computational paralysis and a wave of myths. In reality, a rapid global response prevented any serious issues, but still. Anyway, that's the famous year 2000 problem, a prime example of overflow trouble. Why am I suddenly talking about programming terms? Because it's key to defeating the Troll King. In the game, the Troll King's health regeneration rate is 999% per second. 999 is the limit for character stats in the game. In the case of Damien's Farsight, the game provides a sight range of plus 50 tiles and an accuracy score of plus 999. Here, 999 means that it corrects up to the limit of 999. It's not literally adding 999 to the stat. So what if we could force this number to overflow? In a system where 999 is the limit, what if we could forcibly add one? Then what would the value be? 1000? No, the correct answer is 0. A number that exceeds the system's calculation range overflows, causing an error and starting to count from zero again. I had verified this theory in the game before, by stacking dozens of attack buff mages and attack buff artifacts on a single person. Their attack power dropped to a single digit after exceeding 999. During my game strategy days, I incorporated this into my plans against the Troll King by forcibly applying a health regeneration buff to the Troll King. The overflowed health regeneration rate would exceed 999%, dropping to a single digit, and we could easily kill the Troll King who lost his monstrous health regen. It was a strategy exploiting a system loophole. Of course, that was in the game. The place I am in now is harsh reality. Killing the Troll King using an overflow bug like in the game is impossible. However, the tactics I had prepared provided me with enough hints for the current situation. The Troll King possesses the highest regenerative abilities allowed in this world. So what if I could stimulate that already maxed out regenerative ability even further? What if, beyond mere recovery, I could push it to go berserk? What would happen? The boiling blood, bodily fluids, and cells of the troll, the system of regeneration and self-repair engraved into its genes. What if they overflowed beyond their limit? Wouldn't excessive regenerative ability turn into poison, causing its own body to collapse? It's worth a try. There's no other immediate viable option anyway. The surefire way to kill this brute with such ridiculous stamina regeneration would be a one-shot kill, but that's practically impossible. It'd have to employ all my defensive breaking methods and land maximum damage without a single misstep, which is an absurd idea, realistically speaking. Even a slight miss would allow her to recover through overwhelming health regeneration. So both in theory and in practice, I had to try my original overflow strategy. More than anything, my gamer's intuition told me this is the way, the path to victory. Within a set number of turns, using the limited resources at hand, find the single solution. This is what I had done in my last 742 strategies. I felt the certainty of success that I had always felt whenever a strategy worked. Games exist to be beaten. There's always a way out, a path to survival in any situation. If I found a way, I had to walk it. So, in essence, cast healing magic on it. I explained the outline of the overflow strategy, and Damien and Saintess Margarita nodded, although apprehensively. All right. Damien, you stay here and use your magic gun to shoot healing magic at maximum output. Saintess, move with me. If Damien excels in instant healing with his magic gun, Saintess Margarita has a high overall continuous healing rate. Both could be key cards in this strategy. Damien ran up to the ramparts with his magic gun, and Margarita followed me. I had Margarita climb onto my horse first, then I got on in front of her. She awkwardly grabbed my shoulder for support. I thought I had seen all kinds of dangers after being assigned to this front line, but I never thought I would be casting healing spells on a monster. Ha ha. Well, there will be even stranger things down the road. When I jokingly said this, Margarita's complexion worsened. Seriously, why does everyone take my jokes so seriously? Let's go to the battlefield. With a light kick, my horse broke into a gallop. Margarita let out a small scream from behind, but I ignored it and accelerated even more. The battlefield where the defense forces and the Troll King were engaged in a chaotic fight rapidly closed in. What a mess! The defensive line was in shambles. Wara! Quillan and the penal squad were the first to charge in, but thwack, thud, it didn't work. Annoyed, the Troll King casually grabbed them one by one and flung them aside. Even if her attack power was considered low for a boss monster, the sheer physical strength of that hulking mass of muscles was never going to be low. Members of the penal squad were rolling on the ground, screaming. Dragonblood Knights! At Duskbringer's command, her 4 knights instantly readied their weapons and formed up behind her. Draw your swords. Defensive formation. As you command. An SSR-ranked party of 5 skillfully set up their defensive formation to block the creature. Thud, thud, thud. Despite being assaulted by magic, swords, and spears, the creature simply continued walking forward. The knights, flustered by this unprecedented situation, lost their defensive capabilities, breaking their formation and scattering in all directions. Grrrr. Duskbringer, who had somehow clung to the front of the Troll King with her small body, let out a scream as she struggled to hold the monster back, her face turning red. Is this bastard insane? Yeah, definitely insane. Just based on its stats, it possessed regenerative abilities comparable to Damien's Farsight. If Damien's Farsight was described as a mistake by the gods, then this creature was on the same level. While Duskbringer held it back, Godhand and Bodybag completed setting up the barricade. Grinding her teeth, Duskbringer retreated, and the Troll King nonchalantly advanced, pushing aside the iron-barred barricade as if it were a mere inconvenience. Wiping the sweat from her chin, Duskbringer ground her teeth again. Have you always been dealing with monsters like this? No, not always. Sometimes we get these hellishly difficult ones. If you're already having a hard time with this one, you're in for a treat. We've dealt with crazier ones in the past. When I briefly explained about the monsters we had faced, including Selendian, Jormungandr, and Lunard, Duskbringer let out a squawk. Is the monster frontline some kind of insane place? Yes, not really surprising. Haha, Your Highness, a voice echoed from the wall at that moment. Turning around, I saw a geometric magic circle spread out above the wall. Dozens of colored magical elements were swirling around in a complex spell formula. Beneath it, Junior, looking more relaxed than before, grinned like a fox. Preparation complete. Great. Let's start. I stretched out my hand forward and yelled. Operation Overflow, commence. Simultaneously, Junior's elemental disassembly erupted. Above the Troll King's head, a halo-like ring appeared, shining brightly, and a dazzling beam of light poured over the area. The next moment, a crack appeared in thin air, as if a mirror had shattered. Crack. It burst into pieces. At the same time, all the magical elements surrounding the Troll King were disassembled at once. Witnessing this spectacle, Duskbringer screamed in astonishment. What kind of magic is this? Come on, if you're going to be surprised at every single thing, we're going to have a problem here. Chapter 314 Junior's Ultimate Magic Elemental Disassembly struck the Troll King. It reduced the monster's magical defense to negative numbers. Now, it would take true damage plus additional damage from all magical attacks. Elemental disassembly lasts for about 10 minutes. In game terms, that's 3 turns. I have to settle this within that time frame. Organizing my thoughts, I shouted. Lucas, Evangeline. Go! Lucas and Evangeline, who had been waiting, gripped their weapons and lunged forward. A longsword made of otherworldly silver and a lance blade attached to a cavalry lance emitted an eerie metallic gleam. Standing behind those two knights, I emphasized, drive your weapons in as deep as possible and then retreat. Roger. I wish these additional enhancements were permanent. The two knights charged like a gust of wind, splitting to each side of the Troll King. Clang, thud. They struck simultaneously with perfect timing. As Lucas' longsword emitted a dazzling array of lights and executed strike of will, the Troll King's thick hide was instantly torn. At that moment, Evangeline's cavalry lance burrowed roughly into it. Let's burn it all down. As Evangeline roared, a spirit scattering red light along the lance's surface ignited flames. The spirit on the lance was Ifrit. Boom! With a colossal explosion, the lance pierced through the Troll King's back entirely. Clink! Simultaneously, Evangeline detached the lance blade attached to her lance. She left only the blade stuck in the monster's belly and tumbled back like a flying squirrel. Arg! The Troll King screamed in rage, an agonizing moan escaping from its pierced belly. It tried to nonchalantly pull out the lance blade with its hands, but that's not happening. Seizing the moment, Lucas rushed in from the side. The Troll King's hands were together in front of it, trying to pull out the lance blade. Thump! Lucas' longsword forcefully punctured and stuck through both of the Troll King's wrists. GRR! The Troll King let out a bewildered groan. With a lance blade in its belly and a longsword through its wrists like handcuffs, it tried to twist its body to remove the longsword. But the sword in its wrists hindered its movement. Struggling pathetically was all it could do. Mission complete. We did as instructed, Senior. Retreating to their positions, Lucas and Evangeline shouted. I lifted my hand high. Burnout, Lily, now, fire everything. Almost simultaneously with my cry, the frontline fortress walls flashed. Thump, 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 boom, boom, boom. A barrage rained down. Hundreds of arrows imbued with explosive attributes showered like a downpour. At the same time, the attack-type artifacts installed on the walls unleashed attacks in unison. These were NR-grade attack-capable artifacts that couldn't be installed on Crossroads walls, so we had them all here at this forward base. as hundreds of arrows, with their tips blazing in crimson, and over 100 artifacts unleashed their attacks all at once. The sight was rather magnificent. Simultaneously, I shouted, "If you have a means of magical attack, unload it all." Before my words even ended, Duskbringer let out another dragon breath. Godhand conjured lances filled with magical power, and Bodibak hurled them with precision. Our allies unleashed every magical attribute attack they had, and its power was whoosh boom boom, absolutely overwhelming. A giant column of fire soared, and a terrible storm of magical power raged along with a tremendous heat. Evangeline, who had quickly run up to protect me, raised her shield. Wouldn't this much be overkill? No, that won't be the case. It'd be grateful if it could just die, but even after focusing on magic attacks and depleting its magic defense, the Troll King had a ridiculous amount of base HP, and it was regenerating even as we fought. It's not like all of our attacks landed at the same time, so a one-turn kill was realistically difficult. As expected, Quagic in the midst of a horrifying storm of magical power, the Troll King moved, its flesh burning and regenerating. Kyahat, Kingang. The scene of the beast pulling out the holy longsword that had been skewering its wrist came into view. Blood vaporized in the intense heat, flying in all directions as the beast grasped the spear blade lodged in its chest. Now's the time. When I give the signal, everyone stop attacking at once, simultaneously, I shouted as I slowly raised my hand. Damien and Saintess, heal the beast with all you've got. Behind me, Margarita gulped as she cast healing magic. I trust Damien is getting ready on his own. Chulguruk. Pook. The moment the Troll King pulled out the holy spear blade from its chest. Now, I yelled, swinging my arm down sharply. Flash. A bright white beam of light shot from the wall and pierced the Troll King's chest. Damien's max power healing magic bullet. Combining the 5 healing magic bullets he could create in a day into one, then enhancing its healing power by injecting all the remaining magic power, he sniped. Simultaneously, woo-woo. Margarita's level 2 skill, the area healing platform call of Sanctuary, unfolded. The area under the Troll King glowed brightly, granting substantial health regeneration buffs to everyone standing in the zone. Hwark. Immediately after, Margarita activated her passive skill Grace of the Goddess, converting her remaining divine power into healing magic, and unleashed it all on the Troll King. This isn't the end. Extra bloody service. I hurled all the stored healing potions from my inventory without holding back. All top-tier healing potions. Kingrang. Higher. Confused by the healing magic bullet, healing spells, and a barrage of potions, the Troll King looked utterly lost. It was probably the first time she'd faced a situation like this, so her confusion was understandable. All right, monster. Let me break down your situation for you. First, we lodged holy weapons into your body. These holy weapons were forged to kill vampires, enhanced with cursed wood to maximize the healing reduction effect. While these weapons are embedded in your body, your natural regenerative abilities are suppressed. Of course, even with the suppression, your health regeneration is so ridiculous that we can't actually kill you. Just like building a mud dam in a large river can't completely stop the water flow, but the mud dam can regulate the flow to some extent. That's the role of these holy weapons. At this point, we use elemental disassembly to lower your magical defense to the negatives and maximize magical damage, until your body is damaged to its limits, until your body is struggling to regenerate. And then you pull out the holy weapons from your body. The healing reduction effect is lifted, and your regeneration suddenly returns to its normal levels. The mud dam breaks. At the same time, we pour all the healing magic and recovery methods we have onto you. A deluge ensues. The regenerative abilities, like a river, swell from the sudden downpour and the breaking of the dam, going completely out of control. The overflowing river water devours everything downstream. In the game, it was just a simple change in the regeneration buff numbers. But this was reality. In a short time, the regeneration rate had plummeted, then surged past its maximum limit and ran amok, swallowing up the body whole. Crunch, squelch. The flesh and bones of the Troll King, which had been damaged and then recovered, did more than just regain their original shape. They overflowed. Huke. For the first time, a pained scream escaped from the Troll King's mouth. Squelch, crack, crunch. A horrifying sound filled the area. The sound of flesh swelling, the sound of bones growing and misaligning. Hundreds of strands of muscle erupted from the body like protruding ropes, and the skeleton expanded, tearing through the flesh and erupting from all over the body. The runaway regeneration was indiscriminate, forcing even unnecessary parts to regenerate and grow. K, Kira, at the end of its agonizing scream. Crunch, crrrrunch, poof. Having forcibly crossed the limits of regeneration allowed for mortals, the Troll King had become a grotesque, enormous mound of flesh. I looked at the continually expanding thing and clicked my tongue briefly. This has turned really gruesome. K-Huke, K-Huke. It continued to swell, and simultaneously it crumbled. It no longer even resembled a troll. It was closer to an abomination or a rag golem. My stomach feels queasy, Evangeline gagged. Even without saying it, everyone looked sick. Though we had fought on the front lines and grown accustomed to blood and corpses, the scene before us was clearly a bit too gory. But the one who had made my enemy this way was me. Facing my enemy without avoidance, I muttered, "Who knows what would have happened if we leave it alone any longer?" The body could keep expanding, or it could have actually started moving like a true rag golem. We need to end it before any other variables came into play. K-Hack. And whether the opponent is a monster or not, it's not like I enjoy watching it squirm in pain. Let's put it out of its misery. Prepare to incinerate it immediately. All troops, ready the fire weapons. The soldiers who had been waiting on the ramparts reloaded their cannons and ballistae. It had already lost its defenses. The excessive regeneration had caused abnormal growth, but its body couldn't withstand that regeneration and was collapsing. Regeneration and collapse had been repeated to the point where the extremities of the body were collapsing faster than they could regenerate. We could finish this. Fire! I stretched out my hand and shouted. Unleash the firepower, all of it. Boom, boom, thud, thud, thud. Projectiles and arrows flew from the ramparts and pierced the monster's body. Quoom. Immediately after, a series of explosions and flames filled the area. The monster wasn't dead. Even after being torn apart by our concentrated bombardment, even as its massive, swollen body was burning and shrinking, it continued to struggle. It was still moving north, into human territory, to annihilate humanity. Kayaha heh kehat. With not a single part of its body intact, the Troll King continued to crawl. With a boiling voice for the first time it uttered words. They were simple. Human, kill, all. World, burn, all. What for? What was it that drove them to despise humanity to this extent? As the Troll King crawled all the way to my feet, I pulled the pistol agate from my coat and bang, 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 planted bullets in its head. The Troll King stopped moving. It was over. Phew. I took a brief breath and turned around. The heroes and soldiers appeared dazed and confused. Maybe it was because they'd never encountered such an opponent before. Their faces showed that they didn't know what to do. This is when I need to go a little overboard. We've won. I raised my arms high and shouted. We've proven it again today. No matter what monster comes at us, we can fend it off. A familiar light returned to the eyes of my subordinates, replacing the previous despair. The joy of victory. Yes, I hope you all can always live embracing just that joy. Heroes who saved the world once again today. I grinned and shouted again. Let's go home. Stage 13 clear. Stage MVP Jupiter Jr. SSR. Leveled up characters. Main party Ash X LV50 1. You can advance to the third job. Jupiter Jr. SSR. LV58 1. Sub party 1. Penal Squad Qlan. Sir LV52 1. Tuesday RLV46 1. Wednesday RLV46 1. Baki RLV46 1. On the Rock, LV44 1, Sub-Party 2 Shadow Squad God Hand SRLV 48 1, Body Bag RLV 43 1, Burnout SRLV 43 2, Lily RLV 38 1, Margarita RLV 42 2, characters who are dead or injured. None acquired items. Troll Legion Fluid 411 Troll Legion Magic Stone 179 Troll Royal Guard Magic Core 10 Troll Sorcerer Magic Core SR 2 Troll King Magic Core SSR. 1 rewards for clearing the stage have been distributed. Please check your inventory. Summon Scroll. Troll King Player Skill R-Grade Reward Box. 5 SR Grade Reward Box. 2. Get ready for the next stage, Stage 14. Bestowed Sword. Chapter 315 in the world. Cleaning up is often more troublesome than making a mess. When are we going to finish cleaning up all this and go home? Evangeline heaved a sigh as she surveyed the field of troll corpses strewn across the southern outskirts of the forward base. Monster carcasses are valuable. They're also a major source of income for Crossroad. First, the crucial resource, magic stones, are collected. If there are more usable materials, those are also separated and gathered. In the case of trolls, it's their bodily fluids. They're a handy as potion ingredients, and they fetch a good price. So all the soldiers were occupied with post-battle cleanup collecting and separating monster parts. As for me, I was just standing back and watching. Evangeline was in the process of shoving the body of the Troll King to one side, making a noise like you were. The Troll King's body was enormous, and its regeneration had been devastated. Even the task of gathering it up for incineration was an ordeal. There's no end to this cleanup, ha ha. Evangeline panted like a puppy as she stuck out her tongue. Watching her, I chuckled. Work hard and it'll be over soon. If you help, Senior, it'll be over even sooner, don't you think? Aha, why would a commander like me get involved in this kind of work? Aye, you always show up on the front lines during battles. Ha ha ha. Taking unfair advantage is one of the privileges of being a commander. I was actually considering helping out, but the soldiers vehemently discouraged me. They said they'd feel more uncomfortable if I did this sort of work. Sometimes it's better to not interfere where you're not needed. I figured it'd be tactless for a commander, so I stepped back. What about the Troll King? What if we had captured it alive? Evangeline asked, wiping the sweat from her forehead. We could have had an infinite supply of potion ingredients. There's no need to take on additional risk just to get some potions. Even if we did capture it, where would we keep it? And there's no guarantee that we could restrain it safely. It's better to kill it if you can. Fortunately, things went according to plan and we could eliminate it. I did prepare Become Mine, just in case we couldn't kill it, just like when we defeated the vampire Lord Celendian at Stage 5. Junior would use elemental disassembly to turn the enemy's magic stats into negative, and then I would consecutively use my first skill Gaze of Command and second skill Become Mine. I could then definitively turn the enemy's boss monster into my captured monster, but I didn't want to use it. The reason is the same as it was with Celendian. I can't control them. When you use various mind control methods to recruit enemies as allies, the higher the rank of the monster, the harder it is to control. If it's a boss-level creature, you can consider it completely uncontrollable. In this world, even human mercenaries occasionally rebel and cause trouble. Expecting these monsters, designed to hate humans, to peacefully become my subordinates is absurd. Having a boss-level monster in the Allied camp would also cause a lot of negative impact. These bastards emit malicious energy passively. My soldiers' morale would be constantly cut down during battles due to that malicious energy. Imagine bringing such creatures into a city. Who knows what could happen? For these reasons, I'm not capturing boss-level monsters. It's better to capture lower-level random mobs. Surprisingly, their loyalty increases quickly. Although I haven't mentioned it, I did capture one random mob each from stage 11, 12, and 13. All of them are safely stored in a specialized space. It kind of feels like playing Pokémon. It's a waste, you know. We could have tied up the Troll King and extracted its blood for infinite potion production. Don't say something that terrifying with such a calm face. It was a tantalizing thought. If we could safely operate the factory, we could have produced potions almost indefinitely. But in the end, they were just potions. We already had a variety of healing methods available. It wasn't like we were short on funds. Keeping boss monsters alive just for the sake of extra items was, in my judgment, a low-return, high-risk move. By the way, that incredible regenerative power was really fascinating. Evangeline rested her chin on her hand and hummed. Do you think we could harness that tremendous regenerative power if we make equipment from the Troll King's magic core? That's not a bad idea. How about troll hide armor? Wow, no way. Absolutely not. Stop making me wear monster armor. Evangeline squealed at my teasing comment and dashed away, yelling. Seems like the armor was a deal-breaker. As I watched Evangeline disappear into the distance, Duskbringer approached me, her expression weary. You wage war in unusual ways, Ash. The enemies are unusual, so I have to get creative. Come to think of it, this was the Dragon Lady's first defense battle debut. Maybe I should ask for her impressions. How was it fighting against these monsters? Did you find it manageable? I must admit, I underestimated those creatures. Duskbringer scratched the back of her head awkwardly. The dungeon within that deep lake, and the horde of monsters invading here, they're not ordinary threats. Even if the entire army of my homeland was stationed here, we would have struggled. She was right. When facing these creatures, you need not only a large or powerful army, but also the ability to adapt to the creature's unusual abilities. You have to take a hit to learn. Their bizarre gimmicks were too numerous to count. Any army would have had a tough time dealing with them. I'm just scraping by thanks to my experience. Duskbringer extended her small hand to pat me gently on the head. You've held on well, third prince. Allow me to commend you. It's not me who has held on. I didn't shake off her hand, and instead looked at the soldiers in the southern fields. The people of this land are the ones who have held on. All I brought was strategic experience. Ultimately, the front line was held by the people's deaths, sacrifices, and blood, sweat, and tears. And in the future, it will have to be built the same way. By the way, your subordinates are certainly not ordinary. As I thought about the people who had died defending this place, Duskbringer slapped me on the back with a cheerful voice. The wizard's magic was exceptional, and the skills of the two knights were not ordinary either. It seems like you haven't shown all your cards yet. Duskbringer glanced towards the wall, and that sniper's eye. On the wall, Damien was busy rearranging his magic guns. When our eyes met, an awkward Damien gave a small wave. I also waved back, smiling awkwardly. I was already impressed by his sniping skills, but you have no idea how surprised I was the moment our eyes met. I've never seen anything like it. Where did you find such a kid? Rather than finding him, he rolled into my life on his own. I see. Duskbringer slightly narrowed her large, pumpkin-colored dragon eyes and gazed at me intently. Most importantly, you, Ash. Yes, Ray, the most impressive of all. How did you come up with such a strategy on the fly? Ah, ha, ha. Before coming here, it wasn't as if my 742 losses were particularly beneficial. Maybe it's just because I am naturally talented. In classic Ash fashion, I boldly bragged about myself. Duskbringer, who had been looking at me as if she couldn't believe her ears, eventually broke into a mischievous smile. Your warriors are more impressive than I thought. If we had proceeded with the agreed-upon 5v5 battle, it would have been quite interesting. Want to have a friendly match later? I playfully swayed my body in front of Duskbringer. She grinned, revealing her sharp teeth. A friendly match. It might be beneficial for both of us, but fighting seriously requires some stakes. Still aiming for control of Crossroad, are you? Of course. I am a woman born of evil dragon's blood, after all. I'm just biding my time, waiting for the right moment next to you. Well, then go stand in line. The heir to the Cross family is also eyeing Crossroad and trying to take it from me. While we were having this sort of conversation, I saw Lucas and the soldiers returning from the southern plains. It looked like the long and arduous task of cleaning up the bodies was almost done. Monster corpses were gathered in one place, and oil was being poured on them. Reporting, my lord. The disposal of the monster corpses is nearly complete. Lucas handed me a report detailing the collected items and added, we also retrieved the long sword and Evangeline spearhead that were stuck in the Troll King, but are they intact? No, they are beyond use now. Lucas showed me the retrieved long sword and spearhead with a bitter smile. They were broken, cracked, rusted, a total mess. Celebi had poured her soul into crafting those masterpieces, and now they were ruined. It was the first weapon you ever crafted for me. Don't be too disheartened. If we give them to Celebi, we can salvage some of the material. It's a universal rule in RPGs that blacksmiths can reclaim some of the materials from broken equipment. We will salvage what we can, especially since the material is valuable. I'll get a new weapon soon, anyway. I was planning to restore Lucas' signature equipment, bestowed sword, soon. It's an endgame level weapon that will be of great assistance. Once we finish his armor, accessories, and skill set, Lucas will be fully equipped to carry us to victory in this game. When the bestowed sword came up, Lucas' face hardened again. My once smiling face also slowly hardened. What's the matter? Don't tell me you really lost it. Right. I will go clean up the battlefield then. Hey, where do you think you're going? Lucas. Hey. Lucas hurriedly turned and ran away. Damn it, now I'm really worried. Where's your signature item? Victory parties are another unspoken rule of warfare. That night, another grand feast was held in the central square. It was late autumn, so the weather was chilly. The soldiers gathered around bonfires, wrapped in blankets, drinking and eating meat. We'll have to hold victory celebrations indoors from the next defensive battle. There's no indoor facility capable of accommodating this many people. Everyone will have to get takeout food delivered to their quarters. Well, it's still better than getting sick from drinking and eating outside in the dead of winter. After mingling at the party until midnight, I returned alone to the Lord's Mansion's office. Black. The liquor I had earlier had ruined my taste buds. Those barbaric mercenaries had tricked me into drinking troll blood mixed with alcohol, claiming it was good for vitality. Since it's the main ingredient for potions that help with health regeneration, it would naturally be beneficial in that regard. Or so I thought. What good is it for boosting stamina when I have no use for it? Who's making fun of me here? Anyway, I'm not the type to refuse a recommended drink, so I drank without much thought. This damn troll brew had no taste to it. Evangeline made some ridiculous comment like, will drinking this make me taller? And despite being a minor, sneakily took a sip. She promptly got drunk and passed out. Godhand and Lily, both quite drunk, were crossing their arms and doing love shots, cursing like sailors. What a distasteful couple. Not sure about the stamina, but Saintess Margarita gulped it down like water next to me, claiming it was definitely effective for fatigue recovery. I made my escape. I had to get out of this insane scene. Is there anything to rinse my mouth with? Fortunately, a kettle was boiling on the heater in my office. I quickly poured myself some warm tea and took a sip. Feels like I've been revived. I regained my senses. I sat down at the office desk. I had a reason for leaving the banquet early. Level 50, finally reached it. I opened the system window to confirm the number 50 once more and threw my arms up in the air, celebrating like a striker who just scored a goal. Hell yes. Finally, it's time for the third job change. In other words, I can finally unlock my ultimate skill. Hero characters have 4 skills: passive, first skill, second skill, and ultimate. Fighting without an ultimate is essentially like sealing away 25% of your full power. Moreover, the ultimate completes a character. In reality, more than 30% of my full power was sealed away. Now, where's the symbol? All level 50 players, commonly known as Awakeners, get a unique symbol somewhere on their body. I looked into a small mirror placed on my office desk. My awakening symbol appeared at the center of my neck, around the collarbone area. I tilted the rebel's necklace I was wearing to better examine the shape of the symbol. It was an indistinguishable geometric figure. What is this? A clock spring. Old burn scars from the tutorial period were still there, making it hard to determine the exact shape. Who cares about its shape? I covered the symbol with my necklace and chuckled to myself as I rubbed my hands. All right, let's confirm this now. Please, be ultimate skill. Give me at least one. I opened the character stat window in the system menu and shouted, did I get an op skill? Chapter 316 Ash X. Level 50 titles. Lord of Crossroads / the Crazy Third Prince Job. Tyrant of the Battlefield, Strength 13, Agility 22, Intelligence 50, Stamina 20, Magic Power 35. After my third job advancement, my designated job title became Tyrant of the Battlefield. A cool name, but let's move on for now. I glossed over my mediocre stats, barring intelligence. I scrolled down and opened my skill window. Gritting my teeth, I looked through the content. Oh gods, let this be good. Own skills passive, unyielding commander skill 1, gaze of command skill 2, become mine. Ultimate skill, imperial edict, ultimate skill, imperial edict. I stammered as I read the name of my ultimate skill. It made sense. I'd never seen this skill before. After all, this commander class was not a role existing in the game. Anyway, I opened up the description for the ultimate skill. Imperial Edict Special Equipment, flag required. Declares a large area as the territory of the faction you belong to, exercising authority within it. For allies within the territory, apply all beneficial effects that the user possesses. For enemies within the territory, apply all harmful effects that the user possesses. There is no limit to the number of summoned entities within the territory. If the declared area is enemy territory, it enters a conquest war state, and winning will transfer control of the area. What is this? My mouth fell open slightly. Indeed, the commander class had abilities that were entirely distinct from other jobs. He'd never seen or heard of an ultimate skill that functioned like this. Let's take it step by step. First, the prerequisites. Special equipment, a flag is required. A flag? What's that? Am I supposed to wave the imperial flag around? So am I going to fight using a flag from now on? I briefly imagined myself wielding a flagpole to strike down enemies. Could be cool, I guess, but it seems heavy. It already set aside the commander-exclusive longsword because it was too cumbersome. I was walking around with just a pistol and a staff. Could I manage a large, fluttering flag? Come to think of it, my exclusive equipment was a flag, too. I've been collecting Great Commander's flag fragments. When I gather all of them, they become the Great Commander's flag, X. Am I becoming a literal standard bearer? It'd have to stop by the forge to ask if any special abilities could be attached to the flag. If anyone would know, it'd be Kelabi. Setting aside the flag issue for now. Next, declares a large area as the territory of the faction you belong to, exercising authority within it. A simple description of the skill. So, what? I draw a line on the ground and say, from here on, it's mine. It'd need to look into the details to be more certain. For allies within the territory, apply all beneficial effects that the user possesses. All beneficial effects that I possess are applied to allies. As I touched the system window, a list of beneficial effects appeared. Let's see. Passive skill Unyielding Commander, Traits Attack Totem, Defense Totem, Super Buffer, Main Order. Aha, I see. So within the territory I've declared with Imperial Edict, all my allies under my command could benefit from those skills and traits. Immunity to mental statuses, attack power buffs, defense power buffs. Sweet deal. What's more, this isn't the end. If I obtain more traits related to ally buffs, they could be additionally applied. I should gather all the ally buff traits. I clenched my fist and reaffirmed my resolve. I'll become the ultimate buff shuttle. Next up, let's see. For enemies within the territory, apply all harmful effects that the user possesses. As soon as I touched the system window, a list of my acquired beneficial effects appeared. First skill Unyielding Commander, success rate increased. Second skill Gaze of Command, effect addition and adjustment, interesting. I nodded. It declared the area around me as my territory, giving buffs to my allies and debuffs to my enemies, all within the confines of the skills and traits I possessed. Normally, one could acquire an unlimited number of traits, but could only equip up to 3. That's why people usually pick and choose, a process known as trait work. But I had to go the opposite way. In this space, all my acquired traits could be applied, so I needed to grab everything I could. I recalled the list of useful buff and debuff traits and read the next description. There is no limit to the number of summoned entities within the territory. Wow! Did I read that wrong? This seemed a bit crazy. Summoning magic. In the game, it was a player-exclusive skill, one of the few ways a player who always let game characters do the fighting could directly intervene. I've been making good use of it since my possession. I could use 2 types of summons. One was a boss monster that could be summoned using a one-time scroll, luckily dropped. The other was a defense tower, which could be built by acquiring blueprints, researching in an alchemy workshop, and using a magic core as payment. Both were classified as summons, and until now, only one could be summoned at a time. Each was a powerful strategic weapon, deployed at just the right moments to tip the scales of battle. But now the number restriction was lifted. Of course, the value of summons does decline in the later stages. In the early stages, when heroes are weak and soldiers are scarce, summons are incredibly helpful. However, after heroes have fully grown and both the quality and quantity of soldiers have been supplemented, the relative strength of summons drops. Monsters get stronger too, but even so, if there were no restrictions on the number, that changes the dynamics entirely. What if I construct dozens of automatic defense towers at the same time? I shivered involuntarily, imagining dozens of turrets spewing massive fireballs. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. Of course, it'll eat up a lot of magic cores. Each defense tower required 1 magic core to summon. Currently, I had access to 3 types of towers. An automatic defense tower that fired magic projectiles, a tank unit called Shield Tower that provoked enemies in a wide area, and a newly acquired magic tower specializing in crowd control and slow effects. Each required a magic core of R grade or higher, N grade or higher, and SR grade or higher, respectively. For a one-time summon, it was a staggering cost. Even though I had gotten fairly affluent, magic cores weren't a strategic resource to be expended lightly. Still, if I could just dump magic cores to build as many towers as I wanted. The genre of the game changes, from character defense to tower defense. This skill could literally be a game changer. The more variables I could secure, the better. Satisfied, I skimmed the last line. If the area declared as territory is an enemy zone, it will enter a conquest war state, and if victorious, you can seize control of that area. I blinked, not quite understanding. What exactly did that mean? So go into a dungeon, plant a flag, declare it as my territory, and then activate Conquest War to fight and win. I can claim that dungeon as mine. Beyond just completing a dungeon and opening a safe zone, I could actually claim that specific dungeon territory as my own. Really? If that's really possible, the future landscape of dungeon exploration would change. I could slowly snatch away those lands tainted by nightmares. I'll have to go and test the actual effects to verify. After reading the skill description multiple times and confirming it, I sank into my chair with a long sigh. Not bad. No, it's actually pretty good. What I wanted wasn't strong firepower or immense tanking capabilities. My party members were more proficient and competent at those things. What I wanted was the ability to support those allies more efficiently, and the ability to create variables, something unexpected. In that regard, this ultimate skill Imperial Edict was exactly what I had wished for. Or is it the other way around? The ultimate skill is a culmination of a character's essence. In other words, it could be considered the conclusion that character has reached through living and growing. I had wished for this kind of skill, so my ultimate skill manifested in this form. That seemed a plausible way to look at it. I'll need to order some flags when the day breaks. With a legendary strength stat of 13 at level 50, I had no idea how long I could carry the flags around. Should I start doing push-ups starting tomorrow? The next day, I was about to head to the blacksmith in a good mood when an unexpected guest showed up in the morning. Your Majesty, it was Godhand. Why are you here after having such a good time with your girlfriend last night? Didn't have enough fun? Huh. I stopped myself from asking half jokingly and half angrily because Godhand's expression was extremely serious. I came because I have something important to discuss. What is it? Once inside the mansion, Godhand quickly scanned the surroundings before leaning in and lowering his voice. You're aware that Crossroad is currently allowing unrestricted access for outsiders, correct? That's right. We don't discriminate against any guests. As long as they aren't monsters, there's no reason to turn away people who have made it all the way to this remote southern region. Godhand scanned the surroundings once more before whispering to me. Just yesterday, spies dispatched from the imperial family infiltrated this city. I swallowed in surprise. Spies from the imperial family, does that mean? Yes, they are agents from the Aegis Special Forces, sent by Lord Fernandez. I furrowed my brows. I was busy dealing with Lark, so why go to the trouble of keeping tabs on me at a time like this? They didn't come to engage in any operations. Apparently, they felt their intelligence network had gotten weak and came to reinforce it. It felt like quite some time ago. There was an incident where we rooted out spies from the monster frontlines here. Those caught at the time were Saintess Margarita and Godhand. Both were reporting to Fernandez on behalf of the imperial family. Margarita had since ceased her spy activities and focused solely on her clerical duties. I had looked the other way, and Godhand had become my double agent. Still pretending to be under Fernandez, he had been reporting all information between the imperial family and me without fail. This time was no different. The moment new spies were dispatched from the central government, he came to inform me right away. Leaving the fishing line out actually came in handy. The implication was that using Godhand as a double agent had proven to be quite effective. When I smirked, Godhand also gave a wry smile. The newcomers have infiltrated various parts of the city, posing as refugees. It seems they intend to gather intelligence on the city's activities and report it to the imperial family. Do as you please. I have no intention of stopping every little thing, just don't cause any trouble. If they had deliberately sent spies to understand the city's dynamics, stopping them from the get-go would be impossible. I had no reason to hide anything, nor did I have any grudges against Fernandez. So I decided to let it be. If all goes well, I might even be able to turn the situation to my advantage. However, Your Highness, there's something I felt I should report directly to you. Hmm. The leader of the dispatched spies is currently, Godhand hesitated for a moment, but finally spoke, meeting with Captain Lucas. What? The unexpected news momentarily stumped me. What's going on? The spies Fernandez sent. Why are they meeting Lucas? Chapter 317. Lucas stood on a barren hill just outside the east gate of Crossroad. The southern gate of Crossroad had its defenses. The western gate led to a communal cemetery, and the northern gate connected to another city. Unlike the other three gates that were always bustling with people, the East Gate was always a quiet place. That's why Lucas often came here when he had things to ponder alone. Sigh. With a faint sigh, Lucas took something out from his belongings. It was the hilt of bestowed sword. The blade was broken and gone, leaving only the worn and crude hilt shaking pitifully in Lucas' hand. It had lost its function as a sword long ago. Yet Lucas kept it, always carrying it with him because it was both precious and painfully significant. Hey, Lucas, you still got the hilt of the first sword you used? Ash's voice, who had casually asked that question not too long ago, flashed across his mind. His master. Had he really forgotten everything? That day's events and the oath of that day? As Lucas tightly closed his lips and looked down at the hilt he held, young master! Suddenly, a familiar voice of a middle-aged man reached his ears. Startled, he looked up to see a scruffy middle-aged man with a full beard running toward him with a cheerful smile. Mason. Yes, young master. The eternal loyal servant of the McGregor family, Mason. The middle-aged man, Mason, was enormous. His broad shoulders and thick build resembled that of a bear. Strapped to his back was a great sword almost as big as a man. This burly middle-aged man ran up to Lucas and stopped before him. A surprised Lucas nervously uttered his name. It's been a long time, Mason. How many years has it been? Since the McGregor family swordsmanship dojo closed, it's been roughly 8 years. You've grown splendidly, young master. Mason seemed deeply moved by this long-awaited reunion, his eyes tinged with red. I heard through the grapevine about your military exploits on the southern front. To think you've grown into a fine knight that doesn't tarnish the McGregor name. This Mason is overwhelmed. Feeling the weight of the compliment, Lucas gave a forced smile. The McGregor family, where Lucas was born, was once a prestigious knightly family that had produced the Empire's best swordsmen for generations. That was, until about 100 years ago, before the head of the McGregor family was implicated in treason a century ago. Although the family narrowly escaped complete extinction due to their previous accomplishments, the head lost his life, and the family diminished. Since then, they had not even produced a respectable swordsman, becoming an inconsequential declining nobility on the verge of disappearing. When it came to Lucas' generation, they were struggling to even maintain the family, ultimately closing down their long-standing swordsmanship dojo. Mason had been an instructor at the McGregor swordsmanship dojo. At the same time, he was also a lifelong servant who had faithfully served the McGregor family. When the dojo closed and the McGregor family was about to vanish into the annals of history, Mason had tightly hugged Lucas and wept inconsolably. They had lost touch since then. Now they were reunited in this southern hinterland. You probably know that I've been serving as Prince Ash's guard. Pointing his chin toward Crossroad, Lucas looked at Mason and asked, "So how have you been all these years, Mason?" Mason grinned and said, "After that day, I enlisted under the command of Prince Fernandez, the second prince." He declared his allegiance openly, without any reservation. Because he had long supported our McGregor family, it was only natural. Ah, Lucas, caught off guard, stammered and then chuckled awkwardly. Is that so, even now? Yes, I've been working with Aegis Special Forces since then. My primary duty is, Mason finally said it outright, espionage. I was dispatched this time to monitor the activities on the southern front. Lucas' voice turned icy, his brow furrowing. Mason, what are you trying to? Do you know, young master? The Aegis Special Forces I belong to is a gathering of people who are backed into a corner. Mason nonchalantly blabbed, scratching his scruffy beard. People who have nothing left to sell, but their souls to the devil gather in this special force. That was the way of the Aegis Special Forces. They exploited the vulnerabilities of those who had lost their footing, taking hostage what they would give their lives to attain. Any mission given, they would gladly undertake. I was no different. To achieve my goal, I willingly sold this soul to General Fernandez. Lucas opened his eyes wide and asked coldly, "And what goal is that?" "The revival of the McGregor family." Staring into Lucas' piercing blue eyes, the old servant, still loyal to the McGregors, recited menacingly, "That is the only thing I desire. The McGregor family is already over, sir." Lucas continued to gaze at the hilt of the bestowed sword in his hand, a rusted sword with no blade. The day the blade of this sword broke years ago marked the end of the McGregor family's fate. Let go of that lingering attachment now. Live your own life. No, it's not over. The blood of the noblest knight flows in you, young Master Lucas. Doesn't it continue through you? The noblest knight's blood, he said. The absurdity made Lucas chuckle without realizing it. The blood coursing through him was far from noble or knightly. If he had to pinpoint it, it would be the blood of a mad dog. A creature unsure where to sink its fangs, unable to even recognize its own master. The blood of a rabid dog. Oblivious to Lucas' self-mockery, Mason continued, "I have never forgotten the revival of the McGregor family. Vulcho Mason, solely for the future with you, young master. I've endured all kinds of humiliation and days of disgrace. And finally, the time has come." Mason grinned, twisting his beard, and leaned in close to Lucas. "At my constant request, General Fernandez has made a promise." "A promise of what?" General Fernandez said, "If you uphold the old oath, I will absolve the family of its remaining sins, restore its honor, and reclaim its former territory and property." The old oath. At those words, Lucas' eyes momentarily closed and opened again. "Swear to me, young McGregor." The face of Fernandez, who once looked down at him from the throne, gentle and intolerable, resurfaced in his mind. He had lived forgetting that old event, but it seemed he was the only one who had forgotten. The past was relentlessly catching up to Lucas, thrusting an indelible mistake back in front of him. "Young Master Lucas, General Fernandez will become the Emperor." Mason said it with conviction. Lucas took a deep breath. "Isn't General Fernandez currently clashing with Crown Prince Lark, who has the world's best army and commander in the imperial capital? How does he plan to stop that? Physical strength is meaningless. This war isn't about that. I, who have honed my skills in the Aegis Special Forces for 8 years, assure you, the ultimate victor of this war will be Lord Fernandez." Mason grinned. "For the future of the McGregor family, consider carefully what your next move should be. What's the point of remaining loyal to that wasteful third prince in a backwater like this? Hasn't that prince done nothing but exploit and torment you all your life?" Mason's logic was straightforward and clear. Abandon the useless third prince, who was holed up in a remote area and exploited his loyal subjects without any compensation. Instead, align with the clever second prince, who would soon grasp the imperial throne. Fulfill the vow you failed to keep long ago. And then, even a fallen family could rise again. Lucas chuckled bitterly, about to reply to Mason. That's when it happened. Crearch, the east gate of Crossroads, suddenly opened wide. Whoosh! A crowd of people poured out from within. Ha! Crossroads' east gate usually saw little traffic. The sudden appearance of dozens of people all at once was odd. Lucas looked in that direction. Mason, who also sensed something strange, did the same. Thud, 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 thud. People were rushing toward them. Leading them was Lucas. Ash. He had run so fast that his face had turned red, and the third prince of the empire yelled out loud, "I've found Yawu." Arriving before Lucas in an instant, flanked by dozens of soldiers, Ash shouted without even catching his breath, "Catch that guy!" "Yes!" Dozens of soldiers raced forward with their spears, immediately surrounding Mason and tackling him to the ground. Wah! Thud. Mason was swiftly subdued without resistance. His hands were tightly bound with rope as he yelled out, "What is the meaning of this? I am a refugee from the north, and huff, huff, quit your bullshit, you spy." Ash growled, catching his breath roughly. "I was willing to turn a blind eye. Whether you guys stir the pot or gather information, as long as it wasn't too serious, I was willing to ignore it." Caught off guard, a flustered Mason stuttered. To Mason, Ash shouted while pointing his finger, "But how dare you secretly try to scout a player from my team during the current season? That's tampering, you unethical scum." Ash vented his frustration, throwing around terms commonly used in Earth sports contracts. "If you want to make a scouting offer, do it officially through me. State how much the transfer fee is. I'll at least hear you out, not that I'll ever let him go." "Wow, what? Forget it. Just throw him in jail." Watching Mason being dragged off to prison, Lucas broke into a cold sweat. Mason glanced at Lucas with pitiful eyes, but given they hadn't had an honest discussion, Lucas couldn't help him. In front of Lucas, Ash smiled as if nothing had happened. Lucas, want a raise? Ah, what? Or maybe a title. Lands, what do you want? This prince will grant it all. Any grievances, complaints, or suggestions, speak up. Oh, is it equipment? Should I arrange better gear for you? While saying this, Ash suddenly noticed what Lucas was holding. It was the hilt of an old sword. Ha! Snatch. Ash grabbed it from Lucas' hand and smiled brightly. There was the sword you were demoted for. Ah, found it. Hey, do you have any idea how worried I was, thinking you might mess this up? Hugh, thank God you found it, really. Slipping the hilt of the sword into his grip, Ash grinned and gave a thumbs up. I am gonna turn this into an amazing weapon for you. You can look forward to it. With this, Yal really saw, won't you? Just trust me, all right. Lucas stared blankly for a moment before slowly uttering, My lord, you told me earlier to only trust in you, right? Ha, oh yeah, I did. So do you trust me, my lord? Of course, who else would I trust if not you? What if I? Lucas slowly dropped his bright blue eyes and gently aimed at Ash's throat. Told you that I once betrayed you, the very throat he had once sought to tear open long ago. Chapter 318, Dungeon Base Camp. Blacksmith's Shop. What's on your mind? Kellerby asked me with a concerned expression. Lost in my thoughts, I sighed and turned my head to the side. I can't figure out what my subordinates are thinking. Why, did you have another fight? No, it's not that. I shook the bestowed sword in my hand back and forth. Should I just say that I really can't understand them? It wasn't a figure of speech. I genuinely had no clue. I had no idea what had happened between Ash and Lucas in the past, and as a result, I didn't know what Lucas wanted to do, even if I tell you that I once betrayed my lord in the past. After dropping such a cryptic hint, Lucas applied for leave for the first time since joining this front, and then he just up and left, without telling me where he was going. Damn it, shit. Knowing full well I'm clueless about the past, why would you zip your mouth and run away? Why not just spit it out? Ah, sigh. I turned my head to the opposite side and let out a deep sigh. I thought if I paid them well and got along, everything would be fine. But turns out I'm entangled in a past I can't even remember. Hum. Managing a squad is more of a headache than I thought. Sigh, squad? What are you talking about? Even while cocking his head at my complaint-laden joke, Kellerby diligently prepared for the equipment upgrade. I had already copied Lucas's awakening rune onto a scroll. I had found the bestowed sword, had procured all the other materials. Now only the upgrade process was left. I put the hilt of the shaking bestowed sword onto the table with a thunk. Sigh. Anyway, how long will this take? Looks like it'll take at least a week. Kellerby took the sword's hilt and made a noise of either admiration or exasperation, hard to tell. Anyway, this sword's hilt is intriguing. It's soaked in such deep regret. SSR-grade characters' exclusive equipment is usually tied to the character's storyline. Though some are intrinsically great items, many are rather mundane in terms of their properties. So even after upgrading, they don't perform well when wielded by others. However, when used by the respective character, they trigger unique interactions, outperforming most endgame equipment. That's the mechanism behind exclusive equipment. Regret, so that kind of thing can imbue a weapon. Yes, particularly this sword's hilt, it's overflowing with regret. So a blacksmith can read that too. Interesting. At this point, are you a blacksmith or more in the realm of a wizard? Heh, I did have some talent in magic. Not in releasing it, but in infusing it. That's why I chose this path. I imagined Calliope in a wizard version, a bald dwarf in robes, emitting magic with a stern expression. Doesn't fit at all. Just stick to blacksmithing. You suit it so well. I turned my head and asked Hannibal, the assistant blacksmith who was on standby. By the way, are you doing a spirit enchantment this time too? I wondered if it would be possible to upgrade this weapon into a spirit weapon, like Evangeline's exclusive equipment. Hannibal shook his head vigorously. No, I don't think it's possible with this weapon. The emotion imbued is too strong. According to Hannibal, the stronger the specific emotion imbued in the equipment, the harder it is for a spirit to inhabit it. Apparently, equipment needs to be emotionally neutral for a spirit to comfortably reside within it. I wasn't sure, but could it be that spirits don't like it when household appliances are built into a new home? Come to think of it, shouldn't you be working as a spirit master rather than a blacksmith? Haha, I can communicate with spirits, but summoning them is a different story. I was able to learn some techniques for infusing while helping in the blacksmithing. Hannibal scratched his head awkwardly. Hmm, interesting. A disciple of a magical blacksmith who also is a spirit master. Now that I look at it, there do seem to be some similarities between the two. Anyway, I'm counting on you. Please upgrade my equipment to be worthy of going down in history. As a token of my request, I offered gifts of alcohol, snacks, and various metals. After cheering the two on with a fight on, I returned to Crossroad. Today, I plan to go around the city to catch up on various tasks that had piled up. Shall we go, Junior? Yahoo! Since Lucas wasn't around, I had Evangeline act as my escort for the day and diligently toured Crossroad. I stopped by the alchemy workshop to request research on a magic tower summoning scroll I had acquired earlier. I also visited the construction site for the hotel. They were currently laying the foundation. Serenade, the architect, and various experts like the head of the Stonemasons Guild and the Carpenters Guild gathered to share progress and held a meeting. After reviewing the blueprint, I nodded in satisfaction. Preparations for winter were also progressing well. Firewood, coal, and food were being distributed to every household. I also ordered winter clothes and gloves for the soldiers. It's all expenses. I met with the citizens around the city to inquire about local issues. The simple folks of this neighborhood had no special demands. They just gave me lots of encouragement to continue taking good care of the city. After spending the entire day touring the city, it was evening. The days were short as it was winter, and it was already getting dark. I entered the prison in the center of the city. This was my last task for the day. Hey, spy. Tapping on the bars, I spoke to Mason, a fresh inmate in the cell. How's prison treating you? You are mistaken, Your Highness. Mason, the spy caught earlier today, looked at me as if he had been wronged by the world. I am just a poor refugee with no home. I am definitely not a spy. Please believe me. Bullshit. If you're going to lie, at least make it believable. Look at yourself, big guy. Mason had a more imposing physique than any hero under my command. He was shorter than Quillan, but much broader, so he looked even larger. The one-person cell even seemed cramped because of him. Wow, look at those veins popping on his arms. His strength stat must be several times higher than mine. There's no way this sturdy-looking man is a refugee. Maybe if he had infiltrated as a mercenary, I would have bought it. Let's not play dumb, shall we? Just spill the beans since you're already caught. I pulled a chair outside the cell, sat down, and snapped my fingers. You're from Aegis Special Forces, right? Which team? Heh! Stroking his beard and smiling ruefully, Mason shrugged his shoulders. Surprisingly, I was leading the first team, Your Highness. How refreshing to hear you admit it. By the way, first team, huh? Sounds like you guys have something going on. What's your main job? We, of the Aegis Special Forces, all do similar stuff, spy activities. But there must be specialized areas for each team, right? With a physique as conspicuous as yours, no one would mistake you for a mere spy. Even a fool could tell you're not just gathering intelligence. Mason seemed to give up, raising both his arms in surrender. Infiltration and disrupting enemy lines, as well as suppression of armed forces, he finally admitted. I glanced over at Mason's greatsword stored in the prison's armory. It was nearly as tall as me. The Aegis Special Forces first team, in other words, seemed to represent power, even within the Special Forces. So what brings you to my city, Team Leader 1? Planning to suppress some forces? How can a mere Special Forces grunt like me do anything about the monster front that's responsible for the southern border of the Empire? That's not why I'm here. Mason bowed deeply as he spoke. To be frank, ever since the destruction of the intelligence network in Crossroad, gathering information has become difficult. Our Special Forces team decided we need to reinforce the intelligence line, so additional manpower was deployed this time. Then why are you here, using a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Lord Lucas is here, and I forced my way down to meet him. Mason's massive hand moved to his chest. I belong to Lord Lucas' noble house, the MacGregor. I've dedicated my life to serving the MacGregor noble house. When I got a chance to meet him after so long, how could I not come? So Lucas' surname was MacGregor. I'd heard it a few times, but never committed it to memory. I realized I really didn't know anything about Lucas, despite having been his bodyguard for so long. I didn't know which noble house he belonged to, how many family members he had, or whether he got along with Ash in the past. I knew nothing. Since Luca's acquaintance was here, I thought it might be a good time to gather some info. You seemed pretty close to Lucas, Mason. Close. I was the one who first taught him how to wield a sword. I've been watching him since he was born, not like a son, that would be disrespectful, but more like a nephew. That's convenient. I pressed my body close to the prison bars. Could you tell me more about Lucas' childhood? Just curious. What benefits would I get from sharing that information? Well, it depends on how interesting your story is. Maybe you'll find yourself in a much more spacious and comfortable cell. Mason smirked as if amused. It's strange, Prince Ash. Ha, what is? You grew up with Lord Lucas from a young age. Mason bared his teeth, flashing a menacing grin. Why do you act like you've forgotten everything? Bullsh Lucas stood alone on the southern wall. The chilly wind of late autumn and early winter slashed across his face. He silently absorbed the wind, looking down from the wall. He had applied for leave for the first time, yet he had no particular desires or destinations in mind. He simply wanted to run away from a past that kept catching up to him. MacGregor, repeating his surname, etched into his memory like crimson letters that wouldn't fade. Lucas clenched his mouth shut. If only I could live without remembering. His surname, his memories, his past. If they could all vanish with the flow of time, that would be enough. If he could just live in the here and now, serving his lord, that would be more than sufficient. Reality had never been so warm. Just as the seasons changed and the winter general came calling every year, the past relentlessly breathed its cold air down Lucas' neck. Ha! Lucas let out a long sigh. The weather had turned remarkably chilly, so the breath he exhaled instantly froze into a white mist. It was an early winter day like this back then too. Watching his own breath scatter like fog, Lucas thought to himself about his own past, a past dotted with memories, longings, and betrayals. Days Lucas McGregor never wanted to revisit. Next chapter 319 15 years ago, on a winter day when white snowflakes were falling. Lucas looked down at the corpses of his parents who had died in a crash. The overturned carriage had rolled off the bridge and fallen below. It was winter, and the river under the bridge had dried up completely. There was no chance of surviving by falling into the water. The carriage was shattered into pieces, and his parents were crushed to death. Just before the carriage rolled off, Lucas was the only one who survived, thrown out by his mother. However, Lucas couldn't immediately hold a funeral for his parents. He wasn't even given time to collect their bodies. You're a Lucas McGregor, aren't you? The eldest son of the McGregor family. A cold voice reached Lucas' ears as he looked down at his shattered parents below the bridge. It was the Capital Defense Force, who had rushed there after receiving a report of the accident. For them, escorting the surviving Lucas to their destination was a priority over recovering the corpses of the McGregor couple. Please come this way. His Highness is waiting for you. But my parents, we will handle the recovery. Now hurry. The soldiers, seemingly unfazed, sat Lucas in a new carriage. Lucas was led away, leaving behind the corpses of his parents. It felt so unreal that he couldn't even shed tears. Shocked by the death of his parents and covered in dirt and blood from the accident, Lucas was taken to the Imperial Palace. To be exact, a minor palace. It was the residence of the second prince, Fernandez. It's unfortunate that the head and the wife of the McGregor family died in an accident. My deepest regrets. Tap, tap. Light footsteps resonated, coming closer to Lucas, who was kneeling. Numbly staring at the ground, Lucas slowly raised his head. I was planning to strengthen the bond between your family and mine upon introducing myself today. It's unfortunate this happened. A boy with glasses perched on the tip of his nose stood there. His shiny black hair had a red hue flowing through it, and his pitch-black eyes also held a fiery red light. Fernandez Ember Keeper Everblack. He was the 12-year-old second prince of the empire. 7-year-old Lucas shivered as he looked up at the prince. He had no clue what was going on. Fernandez gave a gentle smile, although his red eyes were not smiling at all. We should also talk about the repayment of debts. Debt, sir. Yes, debt. As you will become the head of the McGregor family, you should know. Fernandez's explanation was simple. The McGregor family was in financial ruin. They had to take on debt to survive, and Fernandez had lent them money based on the family's name. However, the McGregor family had failed to repay on time, and the interest had snowballed. I had called your parents today to discuss that debt. This is a headache. Lucas, who was just 7 years old, couldn't fully understand Fernandez's complicated words. However, even if it's unfortunate and pitiable, we can't just forget about the debt, can we? He was perceptive enough to realize that this conversation was a matter of life and death. No, not just for him, but for everyone left in the family. He instinctively understood that the fate of the McGregor family rested in the hands of the boy standing before him. He'll do whatever it takes. And so Lucas bowed his head. Just, please spare us. As he looked down at Lucas, Fernandez whispered with a faint smile, "Good timing, Lucas. Ha, I have a task that suits you. Moreover, you've lost your parents and become an orphan, which makes you even more appropriate for this job." Fernandez bowed slightly, locking eyes with Lucas, who was visibly trembling. "Complete this task successfully, and your family's debt will be a thing of the past." "What is the task?" "You know my younger brother, Ash, right? The third Prince Ash, born Hater Everblack." Lucas swallowed hard. How could he not know? In the Empire, there were only 3 princes, and everyone was whispering that this was the child fated to bring ruin to the nation. "He's about your age. He'll take care of the formalities. All you need to do is enter his palace and become his friend. And then," Fernandez's fingers tightened on Lucas' shoulder, "monitor his every move and report back to me." "So, can you do it?" "Yes, yes, I will do it." "Good. You're reliable, just like one would expect from a McGregor." Thump, thump. The sound of Fernandez's footsteps faded away, followed by the light scraping sound of a chair against the floor. When Lucas cautiously lifted his head, he saw Fernandez sitting at the head of the table, looking down at him. "Now, swear an oath to me, young McGregor." Sitting like a ruler was the prince, while looking up from his kneeling position was the fallen noble. "Swear an oath of unchanging loyalty to save your family." The hierarchy was clear, and the gap seemed insurmountable. And so Lucas slowly bowed his head. It felt as if he had been bound by invisible chains. That day, Lucas, at the young age of 7, became the next head of the McGregor family. At the same time, he became a puppet dancing to someone else's tune. Right after his parents' funeral, Lucas left his home. He rode in a carriage to an unknown destination. Once again, the carriage entered the imperial palace. The carriage stopped at a palace even smaller and more modest than Fernandez. Lucas stepped down, clutching a bag that was as big as he was, filled with his few possessions. "Are you Lucas McGregor?" The man who greeted Lucas looked stern. With neatly groomed hair and beard, his eyes were narrowed, emanating stubbornness. "Ah, yes, but welcome. I am Alberto, the chief servant." Alberto's once stiff face softened skillfully as he took the bag from Lucas' hand. "I heard you'll be staying in this separate palace starting today. Give me your things and follow me." "What? Oh, okay." Caught off guard by the sudden shift in mood, Lucas nervously followed Alberto deeper into the palace. When they reached a well-maintained garden, a woman was standing there, waiting for them. "Ah, you must be Lucas." The woman looked strikingly different from everyone else in the palace. With messy grey hair, sun-tanned, brown skin and freckles. She looked like someone you could encounter in the marketplace, not in a palace. She introduced herself with a bright smile. "I am Dustja." "Ah," realizing who she was, Lucas immediately bowed. "I am honored to meet you, the second empress." "My, aren't you polite? I wish my son were half as courteous." Dustja covered her mouth as she laughed, then reached out to gently stroke Lucas' head. "But there's no need for such formality, Lucas. This place isn't that strict. You can be more at ease." Dustja spoke warmly, but Lucas remained stiff as a board. Sending a smile filled with compassion and affection toward Lucas, Dustja took one of his hands and led him inside. "We've all been eagerly awaiting your arrival for quite some time. Come on, let's go." Dustja's hand was rough but warm. Lucas silently followed her touch, unsure of how to react to the unfamiliar warmth. In the courtyard of the Star Palace, a girl and a boy stared in their direction with wide eyes. Bringing Lucas before them, Dustja clapped her hands. "All right, kids, listen up. As I told you this morning, starting today Lucas will be living here with us. He's younger than you both, so y'all need to take good care of him, got it?" Dustja then introduced the two to Lucas. "This is Serenade. She's 3 years older than you and frequently visits the palace, so y'all have plenty of chances to say hello. Serenade, this is Lucas. You're the eldest among the 3 of you, so please look after him." "Yes, Mama." The girl with hair like water, Serenade, bowed deeply toward Dustia, then gave Lucas a shy smile. Lucas awkwardly averted his eyes. And this here is my son Ash. He's a year older than you. At Dustia's gesture, the boy with black hair dashed behind Serenade to hide. Serenade chuckled briefly as if tickled, and Dustia let out an incredulous laugh. Ash, oh boy, hiding behind your sister again. Come out and greet Lucas. What are you so wary about? You were so excited yesterday, talking about how happy you were to get a new sibling. Now you're a shy when you finally meet him. Can't even greet him. Should I do it for you? No, no, I can do it. The boy with black hair ashtimidly emerged from behind Serenade. Hem, hem, ahem. Glancing around nervously, Ash then rubbed his tiny hands on his pants and extended one for a handshake. Hello. Ah, hello, Your Highness. Lucas awkwardly reciprocated the handshake. Ash looked at Lucas with fascination. So you're really going to be my bodyguard? Lucas had been appointed as Ash's exclusive bodyguard, being the successor of the McGregor family. It was under this pretext that he was allowed to reside in the Star Palace. Yes, Your Highness, I may still be lacking, but I promise to train diligently so that I can adequately serve as your guard. Lucas shut his eyes tightly and recited the lines he had memorized beforehand, and the rest just slipped out. I'll definitely become the strongest knight in the imperial capital, to uplift the honor of the McGregor family, and also, it was always the same refrain from his parents. You must become stronger than anyone else, they'd say, to revive the fallen McGregor family. His parents had been drilling that message into him until the very moment their carriage plummeted off a cliff. Lucas, who had been speaking rapidly, suddenly caught himself and halted. Watching Lucas with wide eyes, Ash responded with a beaming smile. You don't have to be the strongest knight, Lucas. Ha! I may never become an emperor, but my dream is to become the coolest guy in the world. Ash's big, round eyes sparkled like the moon, and he smiled brightly. So, as my bodyguard, you should aim to become the coolest knight in the world. Not the strongest knight, but the coolest knight. Got it? It was the first time Lucas had ever heard such a story in his life. The most splendid knight. What was that about? Dazed, Lucas nodded hesitantly. Ash grinned as if satisfied. Just then, Alberto came into the garden, carrying a tray filled with a teapot and snacks. I've brought tea and refreshments, Your Majesty. Thank you, Alberto. Well, kids, shall we eat and chat? Ash and Serenade chirped an affirmative yes and gestured to Lucas to join them. Unsure of what to do, Lucas took a seat at the table, following his brother and sister's lead. Ash and Serenade bickered over what tasted better and fed Lucas some snacks. The second Empress of Dustia watched the children's interactions with a smile. Though it was winter, the garden at midday even had a warmth to it. In Lucas' life, no, in the lives of Lucas, Serenade, and Ash, the warmest and most peaceful days began just like this. Keep an eye on that child's every move and report to me. And at the same time, days harboring poison also began. Chapter 320. After tea time had ended, it was time for Lucas to be guided to his quarters. The second Empress, Dustia, personally escorted Lucas. The room allocated for Lucas was located on the first floor of the palace. From now on, Yao'll use this room. Lucas' belongings were already neatly arranged in the room by Alberto. Lucas opened his mouth slightly as he entered the room. It seemed even better than the room he had used back in his family home. Thank you for showing me, second Empress Mother. Lucas. Dustia crouched down in front of Lucas to meet his eye level and gave him a warm smile. I've heard about the hard times you've been through. It's been difficult, hasn't it? I am not going to say you should consider this place like home, but I'll do my best to make sure you can be as comfortable as you would be in your own home. Ash and Serenade will help as well. Thank you, second Empress. Lucas bowed his head slightly. I'll also do my best. Let's all do our best together. Dustia smiled casually. Somehow, that thoughtful smile seemed really motherly. Embarrassed, Lucas quickly stepped back and accidentally knocked over a candlestick on the desk. Ah! Before Lucas could catch the falling candlestick, the fallen candle hit the floor and flames were about to spread on the carpet snap. But they didn't. Dustia reached out and flicked her finger, and as if time rewound, the candlestick soared back into the air and neatly returned to its place on the desk. Ah! Startled, Lucas looked at Dustia and saw a sparkling grey magical power around her. It was as if a clock was being wound. The spiraling magic power was drawn back into her body. Cough, cough. After performing the mysterious miracle, Dustia coughed roughly. Only after her coughing had stopped did she wink at Lucas. Ah, I'd get in trouble if they found out I used magic. This is a secret between us, Lucas, okay? Dustia extended her pinky finger, and Lucas, almost unconsciously, extended his own. Their pinkies intertwined and shook up and down. It was a promise to keep the secret. Smiling sweetly, Dustia gently stroked Lucas' golden hair and then waved her hand as she left the room. Have a good night, Lucas. If you need anything, call for Alberto. Yes, yes. Sleep well. Dustia, who seemed to find Lucas' polite bow adorable, waved her hand and closed the door. Lucas, who had been staring blankly at the closed door, stumbled and collapsed onto the bed. His mind was cluttered. Everything felt awkward. The circumstances that led him here after losing his parents, the kindness bestowed by unfamiliar faces, the cold bed covers and pillow in the winter air, and the mysterious magic Dustia had just displayed. Lucas turned his head to the side with a short sigh and spotted Ash, breathing out white mist against the window, clinging on from the outside. Rubbing his eyes, wondering if he was seeing things, Lucas found that he was not mistaken. It was really Ash. The 8-year-old prince was clinging to the window of Lucas' room, shivering and mouthing, "Can you open this?" Startled, Lucas practically rolled to the window to open it for him. Ash tumbled into the room, grinning with his cheeks flushed from the cold. "Hello, Lucas." "Ah, hello. Your Highness." Lucas, who still couldn't grasp the situation, asked in confusion, "What brings you here at this hour?" Then Ash grinned mischievously and exclaimed, "Let's play." Lucas' blue eyes narrowed in bewilderment. "Excuse me, playing with a friend at night has always been my dream. Serenade leaves the house at night, and I am super bored all by myself." With that, Ash eagerly climbed back onto the windowsill and gestured outside. "Follow me, it'll take you to my secret base." The young prince disappeared out the window. Lucas, flustered, hastily followed suit and emerged outside. It was cold, even though it wasn't snowing. Puffing out white breaths, Ash navigated the narrow stone walls of the king's castle, ascended the outer stairs, and finally, after clambering all the way to the roof, entered an attic just below the castle's peak through a window. Gasping for air, Lucas trailed behind. Ash then proudly announced, pointing to the attic's interior, "This is my secret base." Secret base was a generous term for what was a simple attic. There were children's books, toys, and a chessboard scattered about, along with blankets, lamps, and jars filled with preserved fruits. Ash proudly spoke to Lucas, who was blinking and looking around. "I'll make a special exception for you to enter. Thank you." "Ah, the password is this, remember it." Ash raised a small hand and knocked on the window. "Tap, tap, tap, tap. To enter my secret base, just knock like this." "Got it. Yes, got it." Lucas committed the knock pattern to Memorio knock. 2 knocks. One knockle, though, whether it could really be called a password was debatable. Grinning ear to ear, Ash draped a blanket over Lucas' head and flipped one over himself as well. After lighting a lamp, the young prince, now sitting cross-legged, asked, "Okay, so what shall we play?" And so the two boys played through the night. They clumsily played chess, took out preserved fruits from the jar to eat, and read fairy tales with sugar-coated fingers. As the night deepened, the topic turned to their crushes. Lucas said he didn't have one yet, while Ash talked non-stop about Serenade, about when she started coming to the king's castle and playing with him. So that's how it is. When Serenade came up, Ash squirmed and wriggled. His baby-faced expression relaxed. Even a fool would have known whom this young prince was smitten with. Lucas chuckled softly. As they continued their late-night conversation, dawn broke. Both boys, huddled in their blankets, started dozing off. Just then, bam, the attic door swung open, and Alberto, furrowing his brows, stuck his head in. "Your Highness, Uray here again. And you've even dragged Lucas into it." Ash, who had just woken up yawning, retorted, "Alberto, I never granted you permission to enter here." Yawn. "There's nowhere in this king's castle that this old man can't go, Your Highness." "No, don't come in. This is a secret base. Secret or not, from my perspective. Sigh, please wash up and go back to your room before your father notices." Alberto grabbed both boys by their waists and forcefully escorted them out. Unfazed, Ash, who was used to Alberto's grip, looked to the side and said, "Let's play again, Lucas." Lucas, who had been staring blankly at Ash, responded with a faint smile. "Yes, Your Highness." Alberto ushered the two boys into their respective rooms. Due to staying up all night playing the game, the two boys were worn out throughout the day. Dustia shook her head as she watched them, and Serenade covered her mouth to laugh. Days like these kept passing by. Ash was a troublemaker who planned pranks with an innocent face every day, and Lucas always had to tag along. There was no time for negative thoughts. Lucas quickly adapted to life in the palace, laughing and getting scolded together. They became like a family. Time flew by like an arrow 5 years later. Knock, 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 knock. Lucas knocked on Ash's door and then stepped inside without hesitation. "I am here, Your Highness. Are you all ready?" "Ugh." Ash, standing in front of a full-length mirror, let out a strange sound. He was dressed in an elegant black and white ceremonial robe. The 13-year-old prince had grown quite a bit compared to 5 years ago, but he still looked like a little boy. The ceremonial robe made him look more cute than imposing. "Hey, Lucas!" Fumbling with his bow tie, Ash let out a yell. "Don't I look weird? How many times do I have to tell you, Your Highness?" Lucas, who had been watching from behind, let out a deep sigh. "Of all the times I've seen you since I got here, today you look the most decent. No, you look the best." 12-year-old Lucas was also dressed in a suit for the day. The light brown suit was a bit too big for the young boy, but considering it was hastily tailored, it fit reasonably well. The reason the two boys were dressed so formally today was that it was the engagement ceremony of Ash and Serenade. After checking his height, even with heels on his shoes, Ash let out a downcast sigh. "Would Serenade like someone like me?" Sigh. Lucas involuntarily let out a sigh. He had noticed that this young couple liked each other almost as soon as he arrived at the palace 5 years ago. But neither of them realized the other's feelings, and so they hesitated, tiptoeing around each other. Watching this painfully innocent romantic stalemate was driving him insane. He even had to act as a messenger of love, delivering love letters between them. This long time of torment and humiliation is finally coming to an end. After 5 years of messing around, they finally confirmed each other's feelings. Both families have given their consent, and today they are getting engaged. Why the heck an engagement? Just go ahead and get married. Although it was a step forward, thinking that this long mess would continue until they got married gave Lucas a headache. They were shy about even holding hands. When would they finally make a move? And he had to witness this slow-motion couple making painstaking progress. Just thinking about it was suffocating. Lucas rubbed his forehead and shook his head. Just kiss already. Move faster. Set up a home. Have lots of kids. Like 5. Gasp, kids. Imagining the children that would be born to Ash and Serenade, Lucas unknowingly shuddered his shoulders. They would be so cute. Being Ash's escort, it would be his duty to protect those children up close. No, he wouldn't share that duty with anyone. No nannies needed. He would prepare the formula and rock the cradle himself. I should learn how to care for babies in advance. Vowing to request a lesson from the old maids in the palace, Lucas nodded to himself in approval. Unaware of his escort's sinister plans, Ash let out a deep sigh as he stood on his tiptoes. "I wish I was a little taller." Currently, Ash was shorter than Serenade. Ash didn't seem to like the reality that the girl he liked was taller than him. Lucas thought that this was just a phase and that Ash would eventually grow taller than Serenade. But at the moment, the desire to tease outweighed the urge to console. "You're not growing taller because you stay up all night, you know." "Why are you so tall, then? We've been staying up together." "Height is genetic, you know. Plus, I practice swordsmanship every day." Stop bragging and share some of your height." Ash, who had been lamenting, sighed and pulled something out of the wardrobe. "Here, Lucas, take this." Puzzled, Lucas accepted the item. "What is this?" "It's a sword." It was an iron sword. The blade was around 50 cm long, shorter than the wooden sword Lucas usually used. It appeared to be specifically crafted to be carried within the imperial palace. However, it was just the right size for young Lucas to wield. Lucas opened his mouth slightly as he admired the glint of the blade. From the hilt to the blade and the scabbard, it was stunningly exquisite. Ash shrugged awkwardly. "I thought you should start using a real sword instead of a wooden one. I got permission from Alberto and had this custom made in the imperial capital's forge. Do you like it?" "Your Majesty." Moved, Lucas looked at Ash, who added, "It'd be embarrassing for me if my bodyguard showed up with a crappy sword at our engagement ceremony. Don't you think a wooden sword lacks visual impact? Please give me back my sentiment." Grumbling, Lucas slung the sword onto his belt. Though short, it looked quite impressive. "Good, my bodyguard." Satisfied with Lucas' appearance, Ash slapped him on the shoulder with a determined look. I'm counting on you to be my squire today. Yes, yes. Any special instructions? All right. Let's go. Ash took a deep breath and confidently stepped outside. Lucas followed closely behind. As they moved down the hallway, servants and maids, busy attending to the engagement guests, noticed Ash and broke into applause and cheers. Walking with a mix of modesty and confidence, Ash led the way, and Lucas followed, holding back a smile. Finally, they arrived at the banquet area set up in the courtyard of the palace. In the middle of the lush summer garden, a stunning 15-year-old serenade stood waiting. The girl with shiny, aquatic-colored hair wore a beige dress that resembled what is commonly known as a mermaid line. She looked, quite literally, like a mermaid. Ah! Serenade blushed and looked away as her eyes met Ash's. Her long eyelashes cast shadows over her large, silver eyes. Ash stood frozen, unable to take another step, absolutely breathtaking. After closing Ash's gaping mouth, Lucas shook his head disappointingly. Then, geez, wham! He pushed Ash on the back. What? Wow! Ash stumbled into the center of the garden. The one who steadied the wobbling Ash was Serenade. The two swayed for a moment before finally regaining balance. And then, as if on cue, they both burst into laughter. Laughter spread among the guests attending the engagement ceremony as well. Seated in the banquet area were the second Empress of Dustia, Count and Countess of Silver Winter, and various nobles, all clapping and laughing. Only one person was crying, Alberto. Alberto's face was stiff, as if trying to control his emotions, but tears streamed down freely. Lucas' once braided mustache drooped at both ends, saturated with moisture. What a disaster, he thought, feeling a sting on the bridge of his nose. Be happy, Your Highness. Amidst applause and cheers, young boys and girls touched foreheads, exchanging joyful conversations. Watching the adorable and heartwarming scene, Lucas absent-mindedly scanned the audience. And then, he saw Fernandez standing in the guest section. Though he hadn't seen Fernandez in 5 years, the 17-year-old had grown up so much he was almost unrecognizable. However, there was no mistaking that dark red hair and eyes, and that aura. As Lucas' eyes widened and his shoulders tensed, Fernandez raised his index finger to his lips. Shush! Fernandez's eyes, visible through his glasses, let out a thin smile. Lucas clenched his teeth without realizing it. A small orchestra began to play. The young couple awkwardly pulled each other close and began to dance. In the warm and dazzling sunlight, the engagement ceremony commenced, and Lucas had to follow Fernandez's gesture, stepping into the looming shadow.